scariest environment imaginable for any racing driver is the racing start. It's the fucking racing start. You've got your car in gear. You've got the red lights showing. You've got the accelerator booted to the floor, ready to lift the clutch. And it's that 2 to 3 seconds before liftoff. Scariest environment imaginable. Peter. Walsh. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back. Welcome back to the Peter Walsh Show. I'm really super excited, guys, because I was even wondering there, man, when we talk about Formula 1 and motor racing on the podcast, with the season over, I was thinking, fuck, man, I'm definitely going to talk about Formula 1 and racing over the winter period, but will it be as exciting? I think this is going to be fucking awesome, lads. We're going to talk about Drive to Survive, and it's funny, I only got this idea because somebody gave it to me only a few weeks ago. I did think of it, right? I did think of it about 6 months ago about possibly doing a review of Drive to Survive from each episode, and that's what we're going to do here today, guys. I'm going to bring you through the back end of racing here. What I went through versus what the drivers get through, because I can tell you now, ladies and gents, when I watch Drive to Survive, it brings me right back to my racing days. Because there is, and I can tell you this, guys, for a fact, excluding karting, because karting can be a bit different here, right? It can be very similar, the back end of motor racing. In other words, the politics, the bitching, the moaning, right? Karting has all of the above. But when you get to the racing cars, it would just lack a bit, right? Because I suppose really the karting, in terms of when I was racing karts, it's a different type of setup. You're still in the, you wouldn't say baby phase of motor racing, but if there's any phase of motor racing that is for, the baby level, which is a bad way to explain it, that would be karting. But the politics part of this now, this is what I'm getting at to. The real politics of racing starts when you get into Formula Ford, you get into the racing cars itself. And karts is a must for drivers. You really do truly need to start in karting, because it's the backbone of your motor racing. It gets you your racecraft. It gets you used to just adrenaline, high speed, pressurized situations. Very, very important. And then that's your backbone for going into the motor racing of Formula Ford, Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 1, whatever it is. So we're going to go through it, and I'm going to explain to you. I'm going to call bullshit if I see any bullshit on Drive to Survive. That's not right, or that's not real, or I'll read between the lines for you here, because there's a lot of things that people have asked me about. They're like, what do you think of this or that? I'm like, no. They're like, what do you mean? And they're like, well, and then you kind of just realize, well, look, if they were ex-racing drivers, they'd know as well. They'd know as well. So it's about knowing the fucking sport, for God's sake. It'd be like any tennis player. They'd know tennis way better than anybody that doesn't play tennis, So I'm going to call bullshit. I'm going to call what's going on. I'm going to try and give you a feel, guys, for what's really happening in between the behind the scenes, and how intense it is. Is it something to worry about for the drivers or even the teams? So let's start off. We're starting off with Netflix Drive to Survive Season 1, Episode 1. Guys, for me, I think this was a brilliant opening of Drive to Survive. I actually honestly think most people that I speak to, whether they've raced or not, right, the real tension and when you really get hooked on Drive to Survive is probably like Season 1, Episode 3, or maybe even 4, right? When the real bitching fucking starts, right? When they're going at each other. Like, that's when it really, you're glued. You'll never turn it off again. You're binge watching the whole fucking thing. But I think if they actually started off straight into it, I don't think it would have had as much of an effect, because I still think in the setup of season 1, episode 1, it gave you the background. It gave you just a little more insight of who the drivers are, what's at stake, and the pressure that the drivers and the teams are under. So I do think it I suppose it catapults you into the drama when it really kicks off. So I think for me, it was a brilliant fucking opening. And it was in Australia, Melbourne. You're really following the Haas team of Magnussen and Grosjean, the two drivers, and then obviously you've got Gunter Steiner, the team principal, and you got Gene Haas, the main owner of Haas, in the background. So we're going to go through all that. Then you've got Red Bull, you've got Christian Horner, you've got Daniel Ricciardo, mainly seen through Ricciardo's eyes, which is fantastic, and some just great insight. I mean, for me, even the first 2 to 3 minutes of the opening of season 1, episode 1, it summed a lot of racing up for me, as I think for people watching Formula 1 for the first time. It showed you the pressure. It showed you the speed. It showed you the adrenaline. It showed you some crashes. It showed you drivers getting pissed off in the background. It showed you the teams getting pissed off in the background. It showed quite a lot. And I think this is why, guys, if you've never watched Drive to Survive yet, you need to start watching it. And by the way, guys, we're going to go through the whole fucking... every single season, every single episode. We're going to break every single one of them down as we go out throughout the rest of this 2023 year, 2024, and all the way through. So, okay, here's a good way to start this, actually. The quotes from the drivers and the teams. Now, guys, I even made a list here, right? I've been doing quite a bit of homework now on this, just to write out the highlights and the bullet points for the main things, which will give us more detail of what it's like coming from that, what they're saying, into the background of motor racing. So it's a great way to start off. Well, firstly, let's start off with one of the first sentences that has been said in the whole entire series, and it comes from Christian Horner. Drivers are like fighter pilots. You know, when I was even racing, I never even thought about drivers being like fighter pilots, I have to say. And when Christian Horner said it, I was like, wow, man, that's a really fucking good way of summing it up. You always kind of look at yourself as the same type of thing. I mean, even, you know, when I was younger, watching Top Gun, Tom Cruise, and you see the G-Force and fighter pilots, yeah, there's a bit of that going on. But to hear a team owner say fighter pilots, for some reason, it actually took me back. I have to say, I never thought that a team owner would look at it like that. And, you know, it even makes me wonder, geez, I must catch up with my old team owners myself to even ask them, did you ever look at it like that? I think it's a great way of summing up, because you do go into your own little world. You really do. Now, you've got in-car radio and you're talking to the team, and I was in this experience too, in scenario numerous times. You're talking to the team on the radio, but yet at the same time, it's like they're in the car with you, and they're like that voice on your shoulder, and you're doing such high speeds that your whole focus is on the track, the car, and obviously whoever's on the pit radio to you. And I think that is really such a great way of summing up they're like fighter pilots. It's actually it's fantastic. It's fantastic. So, another great quote was like, F1 is like a traveling circus. Ricciardo said that. I mean, it really is, guys. The amount of traveling we used to do, even when we were karting back in the day. Myself and my family, we used to get into our vans with our karts. We used to travel all the way up to, when we were in Cork, we'd travel up to Limerick, which isn't that far. You're going up to Dublin, you're going up to the north of Ireland, you're going to England, you're going to Wales, Scotland, you're going to different countries. The amount of traveling that a driver does, and the teams do, It really is like a traveling circus because you're in with the same crowd most of the time. Now you could be in, let's say, karting. Karting would be a little different where you would have, let's say, Peter that is competing in the Irish Championships, but then Peter might also go over and do the English Super 1 Championships. That's what it was called back in the day. So you've got a different field that you're going up against, different drivers, that you're going up against. So you might have two traveling circuses, but very good way to describe it, a traveling circus, because the amount of traveling that's involved, guys, it is a lot. And if you're not taking racing to a professional level, so like if you're starting off in karts, let's say, and then you're going to Formula Ford, but you haven't quite made the step, you could be traveling all the way through from a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You get to the track on a Thursday, you start practicing on the Friday, you're qualifying on Saturday, you're racing on Sunday, kind of like the way the Formula 1 boys' program works out, right? And then you're traveling back on a Sunday night, or maybe even the Monday, but then you might have even jet lag or just traveling alone, even though you're fit as hell when you're racing. It's still a lot of work, guys. It's, you know, you're not going to work on a Monday morning fresh as you can be if you do get back on a Sunday night or wherever. You're fucking tired, you know? Even like, especially for the racing drivers, I think, because you've got all that adrenaline flowing. Now, the teams, the mechanics, the engineers, they'd be up all night on the Saturday night getting the car early when the driver's going to bed. But I think, so don't get me wrong, they've got a fucking tough time of it too. I just think when it comes to the, the adrenaline, because you got an hour race, a half an hour race, a 2 hour race, there's a lot going on for the driver. And you're losing weight in the race. Your focus has to be 100%. There's a lot going on. So a traveling circus, but it, trust me, guys, the glamour goes out of it very quickly. Don't get me wrong, all the Formula 1 drivers who were in Formula 1 would love to be there. Any other driver, including me back in the day, would have loved to have been there. But the glamour would certainly disappear when you're doing so much traveling. And it's a huge part of motor racing. And I love the way Magnussen, he says, your teammate's your worst enemy. Well, that can be goddamn true. Personally, I think you're your own worst enemy. Excuse me. I think you always go up against yourself. Because if you get the best out of yourself, you'll possibly get the best out of yourself with the team. You get the best out of yourself with the team, with the car, etc. And then that translates into everything else. Now, of course, it's not a one-man job. It can be a hard thing to do, but I mean, you've got to... It's a very awkward scenario as a racing driver where you've got to be the team player, where you have to get on with your teammate, and you've got to shake hands with all the sponsors. You've got to arrive up to all the sponsors together. So you're doing a lot of work together. Then you've got to go into debriefs, right, where you'll sit down and talk about the car. This is in any level of motorsport. You come in after practice, after qualifying, even the race, and you all sit down together. Team boss, team mechanic, team engineer, the drivers. And a lot of the time, you'll have the other driver there with you. Now, the problem is, you want to develop the car and make it better, but you got your fucking teammates sitting there. And believe me, I've been in this scenario so many goddamn fucking times that you're not sure how much to give away, because a lot of drivers don't have a fucking clue how to set up a car or a kart. And that is God's honest truth, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not bullshitting you here one bit. A lot of drivers do not have a fucking clue how to set up a car. Some of them find it hard sometimes to differentiate between oversteer and understeer. I'm not lying. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not none of the above. So you're spending a lot of time with your teammate. Then at the same time, you want to kick his fucking ass or her ass, and they want to do the same to you. Now, you can still have a good relationship with them. I mean, there's quite a few of the F1 drivers, they do have a good relationship. But you know what, don't get me wrong, to a degree here, right? Because all of a sudden, you could have a tip or a crash with your teammate out on the track. And, you know, that quote, friendship that you have with them, all of a sudden, the friendship might disappear really fast, right? Now, whether it's, if it was your friend, like proper, genuine friends, would probably accept their apologies or this or that and move on easier, but it can go so fast south, guys, with drivers that friendship can disappear very, very fast. Now, at the same time, you've got to play nice, and of course, it's very understandable when you talk to the team owners and what they want, the team mechanics even. They don't want their team or their drivers to be crashing into each other on the track. Now, you don't have to be a team owner or a team mechanic to understand that as a driver. You know, it's not that we're in completely different worlds. It is 100% understandable. A driver understands that. They want, well, most of the time, they want the best result for their two drivers. Sometimes that's not the case, by the way, okay? Even like Verstappen, Perez, when we talked about that during the year, when Perez was getting slowed down. Sometimes this is not the fucking case, right? We're going to assume they're innocent and proven guilty, and you would say, for now, most teams want their drivers to finish in the top two. All the time. So you've got to play nice, you've got to be professional with your teammate, you want to kick his fucking ass, or her ass, on the fucking track as well. So there's a lot going on. So you could debate that. I would always still say you're your own worst enemy, or your best friend. You could debate that though. You know, do you want to say your teammate's your worst enemy? Fair enough, but it's certainly, it's a hard job to keep it all, quote, gravy all the time. And it was funny, actually. I loved when you see it with Ricardo, when he was asked at the start of the Netflix season, or episode 1, somebody asked him, if you were in the same car as Hamilton, would you beat him? The camera pans to Ricardo, then all of a sudden you see Ricardo just go, yes. It was almost like, is this what he wants to hear? I understand though what he might have been going, hang on, if I say yes, do I sound like a dick? Are people not going to believe me? Right? Should I even be saying it? So I think if you're wondering like, oh, did he actually, like, why did he hesitate there? I actually think it was more, oh, I'm going to sound like an asshole if I answer this question, even though he did answer the question. It was funny though. But hey, I don't know. Does he actually believe that he can beat him? Fuck. I certainly hope for his sake he would. Christ. One other thing, before we get really into the nitty gritty. Kevin Magnussen, he says, I'm not worrying about dying. That is very, very true, ladies and gentlemen. That is very, very true. I never once worried about dying. I had a couple of guys close to me that when they died, it shook me up for a little bit. And about 2 days later, got into the car, I was fucking grand again. Absolutely grand again. So, okay, maybe it's, you get a bit shook up maybe, so maybe that is worrying about death, or concerned, like, oh my god, that could happen to me. I don't know what you'd call it. Maybe concerned or anxious about it, but worried maybe? I don't know. But anyway, most of the time, guys, 99.99% of the time, you're not worried about dying. Because the adrenaline you love, it's not that we feel invincible, it's you want to push that car to the edge. You want the smell, the feel that death is right there on your fucking doorstep. That's what is a huge adrenaline buzz of being a racing driver. I've been here, done that, worn the t-shirt 1,000 times. It is... we want it. We want that death feeling, that it's right there if we fuck up. You need it, because the limit is a great feeling when you're driving so on the limit, being so fast. You know that death is right next door to it. And believe me, every racing driver out there has had a big collision where, now, depends on how big, but we've all been there where we've had a big fucking collision and we've hurt ourselves or we've come very close to death. Sometimes, yeah. But yeah, he's not lying about that, guys. Most of the drivers, I think, don't have a fear of the death. They accept it. That's what it is. Hey man, you know what? It's not that they think they're not going to die because they're so good. They're just not worried about it. That's what us drivers go through. Alright. And let's see. Oh, by the way, yeah, we're getting into it now. Ricardo. I've said this before and I'm going to say it again. Ricardo saying, oh, I'm known as the happy guy, always smiling. He doesn't actually bother me, Ricardo. Like, I don't watch him and go, oh god, I hate this fucking guy. The guy is just too smiley, don't we think? You know, in all my years of racing, ladies and gents, I don't think I've ever met a racing driver that smiles 24/7 at a 10 out of 10. And what I say 10 out of 10, in other words, it's like he's had the greatest day of his life, or he's heard the most unbelievable greatest news of his life, even though he's had a big accident on the track. Like, when I first saw Ricardo, I went, I don't think I've ever met a racing driver like this guy, in terms of all the smiles on his face. And then I went, okay, well, do you know what? Maybe I'm wrong about the guy. Maybe he just naturally is one of these smilers, right? Then I saw him, he had a couple of crashes, and he was still smiling. I went, full of shit. This guy is fucking hiding something, ladies and gents. I'm telling you now, I'm fucking telling you. This guy is hiding something. Nobody is that fucking happy 24/7, 7 days a week. And you know why? Because it takes one to know one. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy, ladies and gents, all my life now. Obviously, everybody has their ups and downs. Everyone. But in general, I've been blessed and lucky to be a happy-go-lucky person. I don't walk around with a smile on my face, grinning from ear to ear 24/7. I know plenty of other people that are very happy and happy-go-lucky naturally, and they don't go around 24/7 with a big fucking grin on their face. Now, there's something not right with this guy. There's something's not right. I can't put my finger on it, and I don't even have a problem with Ricardo. He's a quick driver, no doubt about it. He's been bloody quick in Red Bull, and there's one part I do like about him. The banter he has with people. Like, I've seen Verstappen and himself behind the scenes. He has good banter with people. Right? But again, so I have no problem with him. It's just this grinning from ear to ear. Are you joking me? Dude, come on. Cut the bullshit. Stop acting. There's something going on here with you. Yeah. It's not right. And before we talk about more stuff of this, Will Buxton, this fucking guy, oh my god. The English journalist, ladies and gents. Oh, this guy is just so full of shit. He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Yes, he knows his information, like anybody, right? Anybody in the world could look up Formula 1 on Google or a website or watch the Formula 1 and know the information. You know, oh, Daniel Ricciardo won the race, Carlos Sainz was second, Hamilton was third, and oh, they had an update this weekend. It was a back wing. Anybody can learn that from themselves. It takes no intelligence to do that. So he's up to speed on his knowledge of Formula 1? Yes, of course he is. But this guy just doesn't have a fucking clue. And I don't know, is it his reactions or something? I'm having a go actually here. I really... But this guy, no. It's just no. It's something about this guy. He rubs me up the wrong way. He rubs me up the wrong way. Now, there was another journalist now again in season 1, episode 1 here, guys. Oh, God. And you know what? I've got a whole list of notes here, but I couldn't find his name for some reason. I even went back. I rewinded the documentary. But anyway, if I find him again, I promise, guys, I'll find him and I'll write it down. But he made out a very good point. He's another English journalist. He made a very good point, and he's actually bang on. Not Will Buxton. This other guy, he said, budgets is a huge thing. And it really is, guys. And what did he say? He said it can mean everything between the top team to the bottom team. And it can mean huge amounts of lap time. And he's right. I mean, even in karting, guys, karting can be a very huge budget for a lot of people. And you could spend 50 grand, you could spend 100 grand in a year just on your karting alone. Whereas one other guy could spend half the amount. Like, for instance, guys, I remember when I was in Brands Hatch and I was in Formula Ford and we had a test day there. This blew my fucking brain off. Now, this is way back when I was racing, so like the cost didn't even go through the roof then. And Takuma Sato, he was an ex-Formula 1 driver, and he was in Formula 3 at the time, so he was only one level above me at this time, right? And Sato was in F3. He was in the top team. He wasn't the best driver out there, believe you me. He had an unlimited budget. This is like, at the time, this was scary. Every time, in a Formula 3 car now, ladies and gentlemen, in a Formula 3 car, every time he went on the track, he had a brand new set of tires. Back then, that was like... That was so ridiculous back then. That was almost like a Formula 1 team changing their engine every time they went on the track for a 2-lap stint. I mean, it's like, honestly, guys, it was that ridiculous in Formula 3 back then. Now, Formula 3, a lot of the drivers would use their tires for, in a practice session, they'd probably use their tires... Ooh, let's see, first memory, probably about 15 laps, right? 20 laps even, depending on what they're setting up on the car. I mean, they might do a qualifying run and they might put on new tires after every 2 sessions because they're just bedding in the tires, getting them ready for the race weekend, right? But they wouldn't do a lot of laps on the car then, you see, with these tires. They just do their 2 laps, get them scrubbed in, they're ready for the weekend, take them off, put another set of tires on, and boom, out they go again, back in, and then put the older tires on. And then at the end of the day, they might, use the 2 sets of tires at the start. They may use them at different times and try and put it and bank in a lap run, right? Treat it like a qualifying lap. Yes, but going out every lap, that's just insanity levels back in the day, guys. Now, current times, it's still a huge thing. I mean, guys, haven't we seen, even in Formula 1 right now, right, where the budget's a huge thing, we now see the cost cap have come in, right? They're restricted on working, they're restricted on spending money, and where are Mercedes gone? They were dominating for so long, they were throwing money at the problems, and now all of a sudden the budget caps come in, and where are they now? They are up shit creek without a fucking paddle. They are so far off their older pace. It just comes down to budget. So, Formula 1 is a great sport. It's got its flaws like other sports, any other sports out there. And the flaw for motor racing would be the budgets and the cars not being as close as they should be sometimes. But again, guys, we can see Formula 1 Drive to Survive, Netflix. This is just saving the day for Formula 1. It's incredible. And okay, let's keep moving this here. And what I loved about episode 1 as well was you can see Christian Horner, right? Now, fast forward back into 2023, they've won 3 world championships, but rewind and go to season 1, episode 1. You can, I can see the difference. I can tell that Christian Horner, he's at Australia, he's asking the mechanics, well, what do you think? Are you okay in this? He's nervous. He's really fucking nervous at that round 1. Probably under a lot of pressure from Red Bull, the corporates, because yes, he's the team boss, but he's got shareholders who own the team. So he, yes, the buck stops with him, but he's got people to answer to as well here. He can't just tell everybody, hey, shut up guys, leave me alone, I'm doing my own thing. So, your heart would go out to him too. He like Formula One team bosses, they're under a lot of pressure here, and I'm gonna have goals off them, believe me or not, in these episodes here. I'm going to, but it does. I mean, they are under a lot of pressure, and it was interesting actually when Ricardo said as well in episode 1, he was saying, the car is quick after a few laps. Funnily enough, guys, sometimes you don't, because sometimes the quick car can feel actually really fucking slow or just horrendously off balance, and you have to drive, and sometimes a car can be like that where you just have to drive it on the limit, and the limit is uncomfortable, it gets sideways, it gets loose, you're like, oh my god, is it gonna turn? But it can be the quickest car out on the fucking track. Sometimes it doesn't actually, sometimes you can't tell. Now, if you've got someone who's the front runner in front of you and you're pulling them in, well, obviously you're going to tell, and if it feels quick, you're pulling in Hamilton in front of you, whoever it is, well, then you obviously know after a few laps, where it's going to be. And a couple of other things about the Melbourne. It was great. Did you see Bottas's big crash? Jesus fuck. Melbourne is definitely one of those tracks where if you do go off as a driver, normally you're not going to have a life or death collision, except for Martin Brundle years back. You should YouTube that, by the way, guys. That looked horrific. But he got out. He was okay. So, again, it depends on the speed, but in most cases in Melbourne, the collisions and the cars are so strong these days now, it's not going to be a life or death scenario, right? And, I mean, it looked spectacular. It looked, a lot of damage on the car. But again, Melbourne just doesn't have a lot of runoffs areas. They've got the runoff bit of tarmac, right? Those extra bit of roads where you can go on if you overshoot your braking, and that can be okay. But I love the way with the Melbourne, with here, this is the real, like I was saying at the start, guys, this is the real start now of the bitching and moaning. This is really setting it up, especially with Gunther Haas. Gunther Steiner, beg your pardon. You can see, I mean, this guy, I love it. What a great way to start the episode. And you can see he's a diva for the camera. He can't get enough of the fucking camera. Even after the end of the race, we'll go through it now in a second, but he's straight up to the press. Now, yes, they have to do some press stuff, but he didn't have to do it that fucking quick either. This guy just, give me the camera, give me the camera, give me the camera, give me the camera. And he knows Netflix are recording too as well, by the way. He knew they were in the pit with his team for that weekend. And let's see. Now, my heart does go out to him too. Right, I was saying, I'm not all fucking having a go 100% against drivers or team owners here. I'll be fair when I have to be fair here. And what I like about episode 1 is you can see Gunther as well. He's on the phone to Gene Haas. Now, Gunther's the team principal. He's the team boss, per se, right? In other words, he's the number one guy at the racetrack at a race weekend. He's probably he's the guy running the whole show here. And then you've got Gene Haas in the background, who's the real boss. Gene Haas is the owner of the Haas team. He's not running it. Gunther's running it for him. But Gene Haas is the money man. Gene Haas is a legend, really, in racing. I mean, he is a fantastic operator. He's mainly been in America, but with Formula One, just hasn't got the pulse on it yet. And maybe he will. I think he's going to have to invest more money. I think even Haas have been struggling, even with the budget cap. They've probably been struggling a lot. But you can see, like in episode 1 here, Gunther's on the phone to Haas. You can't hear Haas, but you can tell the guy's under pressure. He's got like, guys, it's no joke. This is real. Gunther or any other team owner I've seen in the past, everyone's making a phone call after the race. Now, it mightn't be to a team owner. It could be someone who's part of the team, or your husband or your wife or your sons or someone, but someone always gets a phone call afterwards, and most of the time it is to somebody that you wouldn't say you got to answer to, but you know, you're going to explain what happened. And for Gunther Haas, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders with dealing with Gene Haas. Gene Haas doesn't take any fucking shit here. Like, this guy takes no prisoners. Now, he knows himself too. He's not investing an entire fortune into Formula One. So, you know, does he back off Gunther? He should a little bit. But, you know, he's trying to keep the pressure on just to make sure Gunther does the proper job. But it's great, the phone calls between the two boys. And Ricciardo, now, here we are. I love what Daniel Ricciardo said about... one second there, guys. Where are we? And, okay. Ricciardo said, if someone's not nervous, they're lying. Now, he's on about the race drivers here. Believe me, he's telling 100% of the truth. If you have a racing driver who says, I never get nervous, he is so full of shit. It's unreal. And if that was the case, you're booting that guy out of the fucking team because he's not rising to the occasion. You need the adrenaline. You need this whole thing. And I love when Ricciardo, he was explaining that the race, right, when before the race you've got all the teams, all the celebrities on the pit walk, and he says, everybody leaves, the grid empties, and you and the other drivers are there. Now, that's all he said, but I will say this, ladies and gentlemen, the scariest environment imaginable for any racing driver is the racing start. It's the fucking racing start. You've got your car in gear. You've got the red lights showing. You've got the accelerator booted to the floor, ready to lift the clutch. And it's that 2 to 3 seconds before liftoff. Scariest environment imaginable. There's no question that is the scariest. Because once you're going, it's like a lot of other things. Once you're, you know, it's that last little wait. What's going to happen? Am I going to get a good start? Fuck, is somebody going to get me at the start? Because a lot of it is, and you've got engines roaring around you guys. It's the greatest place on the earth, but also the scariest place on the earth. And in the race, you know, it was good to see it. The drama was unfolding in the episode 1. Haas, they qualify 5th and 6th. I mean, for a team that's just, well, nowhere. They're not a big team. To qualify 5th and 6th was an excellent result. And you're thinking, oh my God, here we go. Haas are going to be in this for the season. But look, again, sometimes it depends where you go. Their car suited Melbourne, that street track. And whereas it might completely fumble somewhere else. But then you see Haas looked so good in the race, didn't they? Jesus, man. They were up to 3rd and 4th. Verstappen had a spin, so it allowed them to get up to 3rd or 4th. They were looking bloody good, and believe me, guys, for Haas, that would have been a very, very good starting result for the start of the year, and they would have been over the moon if they finished in those positions. And what the hell? It just goes to show you guys the pressure that some of these teams are under, and it ain't all fucking gravy, and it's... You know, mechanics can make a mistake. I mean, who comes in? Magnussen comes in first. He comes to change tires. He comes out of the pit lane, and the guy says, as he's gone out the pit lane, he goes, oh fuck, man, you know, not in these exact words, but he's, oh fuck, the nut's loose. So they didn't get the bolt on the wheel tightly enough. Then all of a sudden, what happens? Magnussen goes through the first 2 or 3 turns. Boom, he slows down, the wheel is loose. Race over right there and then. I mean, that was a tragedy. And then, not only that, Grosjean comes in. Same fucking thing happens to his front left. Jesus. Now, I get it. All of a sudden, you've got your second driver coming in and you're like, oh my God, we've just had this happen to Magnussen. Fuck, we better make sure this doesn't happen. But hey, you fucking rise to the occasion. But how did they make the same mistake twice? Especially when they knew they made the mistake from the get-go. Jesus, man, how did they do it? It was such a damn shame, but again, it was such a really, really good race to show you guys what kind of pressure, and even you see the mechanic's face at the end. You know, he's talking to Gunther Steiner, he's apologizing, he's trying to explain what happened, he's saying he's burnt out, he's exhausted, and they were saying, alright, that he's the newbie in the team. Now, why would you have the newbie do it anyway? Do you know? Like, you bring in the more experienced guys for this stuff. Christ. But, I don't know, maybe they didn't have the budget to do it. But, end of the day, it sums up the pressure, guys. It sums up the fucking pressure. Now, and you see, it was a good race for, obviously, Vettel. He was in the Ferrari. He won the race. Hamilton second and Raikkonen third. Now, before we close off episode 1, guys, here was the best part. Christian Horner is talking to Daniel Ricciardo at the end, after the race. Now, let me paint you the picture. Ricciardo finishes 4th in the race. He finishes just a half a second behind Kimi Räikkönen. So in other words, like, they were neck and neck coming up to the start-finish line. So it was very close. Christian Horner is seen after the race. He comes up and he's actually quite happy. I was surprised to see this. He was quite happy with a 4th position. Anyway, so he's like, oh, you know, you nearly had him, and people were fucking going mental, all the fans, because Ricciardo's Australian, all the Australian fans, you know, and I think he was getting caught up with it, and he's like, oh, they were all excited. They were going mental to watching you, Daniel. Oh my God. Daniel just comes around and comments, yeah, I know, it was unreal. Even I didn't think we were that quick. Now, does anyone remember Christian Horner's face when Ricciardo said that? And believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, this tees up the whole season of Drive to Survive Season 1. This sets the whole thing up. One fucking comment like that, which, by the way, was no big deal, because they weren't that quick. They didn't win the race. They didn't kill and destroy everybody in qualifying. Yes, they had some pace, yes. But, like, Ricciardo, and I'm going to bat for Ricciardo here, Ricciardo didn't say anything insulting. He was just calling it how it is. You know? In fact, even if anything, it was a delightful surprise. And trust me, ladies and gents, that's nothing what he said. Like, Christian Horner could have easily just turned around and said, what? Daniel, are you serious? Oh, well, hey, fuck you, asshole. There you go. So, in your face, shithead. And had been pissed off for 2 seconds, and it would have been all over and done with, because he wouldn't have let it fester. But he took that in like a sword to the stomach, cut him deep inside. And this, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, is great for us, by the way, watching as an audience. Because if you haven't seen the rest of it yet, wait until you see what happens. And this all ties in with Season 1, Episode 1. And before we close off, guys, right, I want to say one last thing about Drive to Survive. This is not acting. These drivers, these mechanics, are not paid actors to act with lines, auditioning, nothing of the sort. This is all real. And believe you me, I know race engineers, drivers, team owners, I know a lot of people from the racing days, mechanics, everybody, that can be that sensitive. I am telling you now, that's gospel. And this is why I loved Drive to Survive. This has got what got me hooked on Drive to Survive, even though I'm an old racing driver. Like, really, if anything, I would have put my money that I wouldn't have had any interest, because I know the world, and you know, but I loved the way they showed the underskin of Formula 1 and motor racing in general. And ladies and gents, welcome to Drive to Survive, because Christian Horner's meltdown, internal explosion, you'd say, has set it up, Drive to Survive, for Season 1 in fucking style. Ladies and gents, we'll be back again with Season 1, Episode 2 very soon. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye. Peter. Walsh. Ho ho ho. This is the start of it. We have literally introduced the new character on the block. Cyril. I can't even pronounce his second name, so I'm not even going to try. Cyril from Renault. Now, ladies and gents, like I'm talking about the tension, we've now been introduced to Cyril in Episode 2. Now, Cyril and Christian Horner in Red Bull, this is where it really now the tension starts to mount up in Drive to Survive, and you will be fucking hooked to Drive to Survive when you see Christian and Cyril going at each other. Peter. Wow. Hey, ladies and gents, welcome back to the show. So, it's Netflix, Drive to Survive, Formula 1, Season 1, Episode 2. So, guys, before we get kicking off here, some of you are obsessed with Drive to Survive, and for those of you who have not seen it, okay? The first couple of these episodes, they can be a little... I wouldn't even say slow. I would say more the warm-up to when the real drama fucking explodes. And it's great, guys, because we're now on episode 2, and I mean, it's still very, very enjoyable. Do not get me wrong at all. It's just the tee-up. Like, guys, the tension is fucking building in these episodes already. We're only on even fucking episode 2 of season 1. It's just fucking fantastic. But if you are watching it, and, you know, I don't want to lead anybody astray here either, you know what I mean? Because I like to be fair to you guys, and I'm not just saying this, oh, it's so good, so then you'll keep listening to me. No, not at all. I mean, the bottom line here is, everybody that's seen it, they think it's fucking brilliant. The tension, the drama, the moaning, the bitching. But it's just the first few episodes are, like I said, I suppose that little, not even slow. It's, do you know what it is? It's only until you see when the real tension and the bitching starts within sort of episode 3 and 4 on, then comparing those to episode 1 and 2, it's a whole new ball game. It's a totally different story. So, but they're still really good, guys. And I want to point that out because when I'm pointing out some of the things that they're saying in episode 1 and 2. And as I'm watching them, right, I want you to remember, if you can, some of the moments. Like, even in episode 1 we reviewed, where Christian Horner at the end, he's in Australia with Daniel Ricciardo. Daniel Ricciardo finishes, I think it was 5th again, if memory serves me. But he didn't get on the podium, but he finished, you know, a decent enough result. It was 4th or 5th anyway. And at the end, he was actually kind of happy enough, even though he wasn't jumping up and down for joy, Christian Horner, but you could see he said, well, oh, Daniel, you know, great race, well done. And you can obviously see all the Australian fans of you, and Ricciardo being Australian, you can see him, Christian is kind of a bit excited for Daniel Ricciardo. And Christian is happy that the car was fairly quick. It showed some race pace anyway, which is good for them, right? At least it gives them hope, because it was only round 1. And then Ricciardo goes, well, actually, yeah, and I didn't think the car would be that quick. Now, check that out, guys, because see, episode 1 and the one we're about to talk to now have hints and elements of what's about to fucking explode in the next few episodes. And if you go back to episode 1 and you see Christian Horner's face absolutely change, and his heart just dropping to the floor, heart shattered into a million fucking pieces. When Ricciardo says this, it tees up the rest of the season, guys. It's so good. It's so fucking juicy. Like, I'm telling you, it's amazing. And it's just so weird because I don't understand why Christian Horner is getting this upset. Like, Daniel Ricciardo is not saying anything wrong. He's just stating the truth. The car wasn't that quick yet. It's not like he was saying, fuck you, Red Bull, fuck you, Christian Horner, you're pathetic, or, you know, you're a bunch of dickheads. No! But anyway, so that's the episode 1, guys. So let's get on to episode 2, because again, this is another one now where everything starts teeing up for the big fucking showdown, especially between Cyril and Christian Horner. We'll talk about that more in a little while. So episode 2, I think, is really good. Now, right at the start of the episode, they show Carlos Sainz in the Renault. He's driving for Renault at the time, and they show Carlos training in the gym. And now, okay, they don't show that much training of what they do, but at least you see Carlos, he's pushing weights, and, you know, they're heavy weights, and he shows them that he is lifting heavy weights with dumbbells, right? Bench press. I think it's a bench press? Yeah. And it just gives you a good idea. Well, a bit of an idea. So I suppose the icing on the cake of an idea of how much training is involved in motor racing, guys. I mean, the amount of training I had to do when I was in Formula Ford, Formula 2000, and then going to Palmer Audi in Formula 3. I mean, you have to sacrifice every single day. You've got to be training. Like, for me at that level, I had to be training at least 2 hours a day. Now, these guys, the G-force of Formula 1, I mean, these guys, they should be in the gym 4 hours a day, maybe 3.5. But, you know, but at least if they do it consistently. And what I like about it too is that, you see, what a lot of people don't know, and it probably makes sense though, is that in the pre-season, so before the season, that's when the heavy workload of your training you have to commit to. Like, you've really got to work on your body pre-season, 2 or 3 months before the racing season begins. So even like now, guys, we're in December 2023 here. The Formula 1 2023 season's over, but the drivers, no doubt they'll take a bit of a break for Christmas and all that. Of course they will. But at the end of the day, they'll be jumping back into, like, they'll be training every day here. Right? They might have taken a week, maybe 2 weeks off for a holiday straight after the last race. Maybe. But they'll be back into the gym again, and, you know, they'll probably be even doing fucking exercise anyway on their holiday, because you have to. Now, if they're doing it just after the last race, they've got some time, and if they don't want to train, they probably won't. But, like, really now, I would say after Christmas Day, probably around, well, 26th on, they'll start getting into their fitness again and really pushing. They might take New Year's Eve off, have a couple of drinks, yeah. But from then on, for the next 2 months, it's just solid fucking training. And you can see that Carlos Sainz, he's got his trainer there, and they're discussing what he should do here and this and that. And that's a lot of a part of the pre-season build-up for your exercise to get your body into that physical peak fucking condition. And you can try and build upon and get your fitness better during the season. But that's not the time to be doing it. Now, they always say the best physical training you could get in a Formula 1 car, or any car itself, and probably most sports, is actually doing the sport itself. So, in other words, if the drivers showed up for the race on a weekend and they're doing a 2-hour Grand Prix race, well, I mean, that's great exercise, right? Because they're doing a long endurance in the race, in the car. And they're working it, they're getting fit and things like that. Now, you want to be fit before you get into the fucking cars, first of all. But at least, like, if they're really wanting to keep their training ticking over in the season, that's when they do it. So, really, when they're racing the car, they can't treat the training, the racing in the 2-hour race like it's their training. That's just keeping it up. You know what I mean? And they're also losing body weight as well, so they're not able to relax as well. So if anything, they're losing weight because they obviously sweat a lot, and they're burning it up a lot. But at the same time, they've got to keep it up in mid-season. That's where it's all happening, and their neck is the big part. Even for me, when I was in karts, it was important, but when I got to the racing cars element, that's when you really have to work on your neck strength. Like neck strength, back strength is huge when you get to Formula 1, any racing cars in general, because you've got a lot of the G-force that you have to contend with, and that can fuck your back. And I even did an episode on that about my back pain after racing. And I mean, guys, I even know 20-year-olds, right, that have back pain who've just started only racing cars, like 20-year-olds. I'm not joking you here. Like it's no joke, the back pain. So if you don't pre-season get your body in a good position, you are going to struggle. There's no two ways about it. And the two big things is the neck and the back. And if you ever notice, guys, watch Drive to Survive, pay attention, right? You might see, let's say, a mechanic or an engineer, but check out when a driver's standing next to them, and you'll see the thickness of their neck. Like, my neck was just fucking huge back in the day, and obviously it's a bit weaker now because I'm not doing it anymore. But neck strength is, it's number one on your list. It's number one. So the good thing is they do show more of training as the episodes go on. But again, I like that though, that they know that they've got to keep the story going, but they're showing, that they're showing important elements of their training, and we see that now already in season or episode 2 of season 1, which is great. So, and by the way, like I said, there is more to come. And then I was wondering, actually, when we moved on from the training, they were comparing Alonso to Carlos Sainz. All right, now, okay, they want to do it for the entertainment part of it, I get that. But you can't compare Carlos Sainz and Fernando Alonso, guys. Carlos Sainz is not a footprint on a skyscraper compared to Alonso's talent. And I'm serious. And we'll get into that more as we go on. So I like as well in episode 2 where they flash over to 6 months before the season starts, and we're in the McLaren headquarters. And I mean, what I love about it just really goes to show, they show Zach Brown, the team boss, who still is the team boss, and they're showing him interview with him, and they're kind of giving you a backstory with him. And what I love about it as well, like the training, right, where they give you a glimpse, I mean, it just goes to show, right, in episode 2 here, the amount of money that the teams spend every year. And you see the headquarters of McLaren, and yet they weren't even winning. They weren't even winning races. They weren't even getting podiums in that season. They were like at the back of the fucking grid. They were mid-grid. They were struggling. But yet, if you look at like you'll see in episode 2, you see the headquarters. Unbelievable. Like, just unbelievable how big it is. It looks like NASA, the way they've got the place laid out. It's incredible. It really is. And Zach Brown says as well, he quote, Alonso is one of the best ever. I have to agree with that. He is 100% right, correct on that one. Alonso, really, he's in the top 10, top 15 of all time. Top 10 may be a stretch, but top 15 certainly. I mean, when guys, you could see it on YouTube when he took on Schumacher back in the day, when Schumacher was utter dominance, and Alonso went after him in 2 years in a row, and Alonso wins the championship 2 years in a row against Schumacher for 2 years in a row. It was an incredible result. It was an unbelievable performance for him to go up against Schumacher at his best in a Benetton. I mean, unbelievably impressive. Unbelievably impressive. So then when we moved on, then they flashed into then the winter testing. I love that too, guys. I'm really excited to talk about that too with you. The winter testing, I've said in a few episodes already about the importance of testing, the importance of practice, the importance of, it's the backbone of it's the backbone of your year. People don't see the true importance of practice, and why would you? Because you're only watching the real I suppose, the juicy parts at a race weekend, which is totally understandable. You know, I'm not normally, like, I'm obviously the ex-racing driver and I'm watching the Formula 1, but I know it myself. The practice isn't, oh my God, it's unbelievably exciting. Of course it's not. There's nothing at stake. But it really does, guys. They go into a little bit, you know, and then Alonso has an off. They're at Barcelona in Spain. Alonso, it looks like he's having a spin on his own, but he's actually not. His wheel comes off the car, the back. I think it was the back right. The back right. And he goes off into the gravel. Now, I think it was Will Buxton or somebody else was the voiceover for this episode, and they were saying, oh, you know, this is not good. They're going to be scared for the season. Well, no, not right now. Because I'll tell you this: if they were the quickest out there, and if they knew they were really going to be fucking fast this year, they wouldn't have worried about that crash. It's like, seriously, they wouldn't have worried about that crash because they're like, oh, that's all right. We're up to the top of the grid now. It definitely will impact them more, as in they'll take it more, I suppose, personally, and they'll lose a little bit of heart a little bit more. But worried? Absolutely not. I mean, teams don't freak out at winter testing because this is what you want, and you know, this is what you want to happen before the start of the fucking year. Like, the last thing you want is you rock up to the race weekend and that fucking accident happens. You want those things to go wrong at winter testing, because then you know, okay, we've got a chink in our armor here, boys. We need to fix this. So then at least they can work on it, improve it, and get it done for when it really, really matters for the result. It was in race-wise, result-wise. So the teams aren't going to be worrying. Now, of course, if this shit keeps happening where Alonso goes out or any other driver goes out in his car and every time he gets on the track, his tire fucking flies off, well then, alright, if it's consistently happening, the teams are going to be fucking start freaking out now. And the winter testing mainly it's a full day. So you've got, like, again, it can be different for different tracks, but normally it's from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You've got the whole day to yourself. You can do as many laps as you want. And again, this is the normal standard procedure for practice days, guys. Some will be different. But you got 9 to 5, unlimited amount of laps. And there's a lot of teams that will do a lot of laps. Like, they might even do a Grand Prix distance. So in other words, if Barcelona is a 70-lap race, let's say, they'll do a 70-lap stint because they need to know, and this is where winter testing is very, very important too. At least you can get an idea, unless you've got a mechanical problem happen, if your car stays in one piece in testing, you can do a 70-lap race distance, and at least you're getting an idea of what your tires are going to be like at the start of the race with the fuel load. You can get an idea of what it's going to be like if you do a 1-stop strategy, a 2-stop strategy, or even a 3-stop strategy. So it's very, very important for them to do these type of race distances, and the driver should be fit enough because he's done his pre-winter testing. But again, look, even if he's working on it now, well, doing a pre-season race distance is certainly going to get him up to speed anyway. But, I mean, you're going to hope now, if you're the team, you're going to hope that the fucking driver is up to speed before he gets in the car anyway. You know, which, look, let's be fair, most of them are anyway. But, you know, it's very, very important. And if you're going to have mistakes in the car, this is where you want them to fucking happen. Do you have engine problems? Good. I want them to happen in testing. Do I have fuel problems? Good. Let's happen in testing. Do you have fucking tire problems, chassis problems? Good. Let's have them happen in fucking testing. Because we don't want to rock up and have them happen and sacrifice points in a race. So, as important as we know the race is because you get points, the practice is very important too. And there's no points up for grabs, but this is what gets you to the race, your practice. So very, very important. And I like the way they now have, and guys, if we're talking about the tension and drama, this is the start of it. We have literally introduced the new character on the block, Cyril. I can't even pronounce his second name, so I'm not even going to try. Cyril from Renault. Now, ladies and gents, like I'm talking about the tension, we've now been introduced to Cyril in episode 2. Now, Cyril and Christian Horner in Red Bull, This is where it really now the tension starts to mount up in Drive to Survive, and you will be fucking hooked to Drive to Survive when you see Christian and Cyril going at each other. So even, in fact, I even forgot because, you know, I've seen the whole Drive to Survive before. I've seen it, I think, twice, but you know, I don't remember every scene, but I just forgot that Cyril was in episode 2, and I went, oh Jesus, here he is. So we've been introduced to the second main character, let's say, of season 1. So guys, you know, wait until you get into what happens with these two boys. It's great. And I'd say maybe some of you are probably wondering, like, we do get introduced as well to Carlos Sainz's manager. Now, what does a manager do in Formula 1? Now, it's not like acting where an actor now would have a agent and then they'd have a manager. So in acting, you'd have an actor who'd have the agent. The agent will get them jobs. And then the manager will just manage his day-to-day activity, right? That would be an actor. Where a race driver is a little different. Now again, it depending, because some drivers will treat their manager like their manager. Some drivers will treat their manager like their agent and manager. They just call, or some other drivers will call their manager, but it's really their agent. So it all just depends, so it's a bit different. It's not like acting here now where it's, you know, just like agent's an agent, manager's manager. No, not like that. So we will see more what he does, but normally, again, I'll go with the option of the manager will be a multifunctional person. So the manager will spend a lot of his time with his driver, obviously. He'll be there at most race weekends, and he should be there at race weekends. And the manager will normally go and get you a deal. So it's kind of like being the actor's agent, where the actor's agent will get him the next movie or TV program. Now, the Formula 1 manager will go get his driver, okay, I'm going to try and get Peter now into Ferrari for next year. I'm at Renault, but I want to get my boy into Ferrari next year. He'll start talking, he'll try and talk to Fred Vassar at Ferrari, right, and say, look, Fred, you know, can we have a sit down here at the weekend, have a cup of coffee? And then they'll talk about what they can do, and if Fred Vassar says, yeah, I'm interested, then the manager will come along, try and negotiate the deal. Well, look, our quote is 5 million. You give us 7 million for 2 years, boom. And then the manager will organise the deal, get the best out of the job. Normally a manager will get about 10% to 15% of the driver's salary. So if Peter's walking into Ferrari next year on a 10 million quote, wage, well then the manager is going to get the 10-15% of that negotiated deal. So it's always in the manager's interest to get the most amount of money. So it's a great thing for the driver because, hey, I know my boy's got my back here. He wants me to get as much money for me because he makes more money as well. So it's a tough, very, very tough job to do, because at the end of the day, you got to be likable. You got to be a good salesman. You got to be confident. And if these guys don't get on with teams, you're fucked, because it's the same teams over and over again. So this doesn't really happen anyway, but and I think a lot of Formula 1 teams anyway will still go, okay, this guy Peter's manager, he's a dickhead, but look, I'll talk to him, okay? But they're not going to do you any fucking favors either. So it's very, very important for the manager to be likable, get on with people around the paddock. And in fairness, they know this. So even when they come into Formula 1 or they're trying to get their boy into Formula 1, they know this already. They're going to be respectful. They're going to treat them with the utmost respect, decency, be nice. And, you know, if you don't, oh dear God, you're going to have a fucking hard time in Formula 1. And even your driver's going to get rid of you after a while, because you're not doing your driver any favors, and the driver's going to fucking know that. So the manager's job, very tough. He's got to be there all the time. He's got to be keeping an eye on things. And even if like sponsors as well, like, right, like in other words, personal sponsorship. So you've got like teams where, let's say Petronas with Mercedes, or no, even let's call it Red Bull. Red Bull being the main sponsor of the Red Bull team, right? It's not, as we all know the energy drink Red Bull, but Red Bull are paying so much money that the team is now called Red Bull. So it's not like Red Bull have decided to make energy drinks and, we're going to build chassis in Formula 1 cars too. No, they've just created their own division of Red Bull and they're calling it Red Bull, if you know what I mean. The Christian Horner, all these guys, they've created their own team, but then Red Bull have come along and they've just branded it all under the Red Bull wing. So you'd still have people from Red Bull in the team as well. So that would be the team sponsorship. And of course, drivers would have those badges and stickers on their helmets, their suits, their car, etc. But then you've got also your own driver, and this is where the manager comes in. The manager will, so for instance, like Schumacher, he had this, Michael Schumacher. This was one of the biggest sponsorship deals of all time. I think it was Willy Webber, Michael Schumacher's agent back in the day. Probably the greatest manager / agent of Formula 1 of all time. Probably. He was unbelievable what kind of deals he got Schumacher. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And he got the sponsor Dekra, D-E-K-R-A for Schumacher back in the day. I mean, I think it was like, I mightn't be right about this one, guys, but I think it was like just 10 million alone a year just to have it on Schumacher's baseball cap. And I think he had a couple of stickers on his suit, maybe, his visor, but that's all we're talking. And then Schumacher would walk around with a t-shirt of Dekra or something, crazy. But huge money, huge. So there's a lot of that going on as well. And you gotta have the right manager behind you. And you gotta have him looking after you as well. Like, for instance, the other part of it too, Willy Webber back in the day, he saw Schumacher, he found him, he discovered him, let's say. And Willy Webber took a gamble on Michael Schumacher. He brought Schumacher along. In fact, he was paying for Schumacher's racing. Now, this is the story goes, and it's a well-known story, but maybe it's a bullshit story, but I don't think so, the way it's so well-known. And it doesn't matter, it happens all the time. But anyway, he paid Schumacher's way along, and he made a contract with Schumacher to say, right, listen, I'm going to pay for your racing here. If you get to Formula 1, for the rest of your life in Formula 1, whatever money you make, I get a percentage of it. Now, it can be a tough pill to swallow, but most drivers will fucking take that deal any day of the week, because at the end of the day, a lot of drivers don't have the money to get to Formula 1, so you need someone to bring you along. And Willy Webber did that deal. So Willy Webber is the man probably shits money. It's incredible. It's insane how much money he made with Schumacher back in the day. I mean, I think Schumacher would be, I wouldn't say billionaire, but I'd say about 500-600 million he probably scooped up when he was with Ferrari, just alone. And then you've got your personal sponsor. The list goes on and on and on and on, guys. Okay, so moving on, right? In episode 2, it was quite entertaining because we're going to see more of this as well as the season goes on. We saw Verstappen and Ricciardo have a collision. Now, did you see it, guys? They were at Azerbaijan, the Baku Formula 1 street track. And Verstappen is going down the main straight. He's ahead of Ricciardo. Ricciardo's just right behind him, up his ass, okay? And they're going down the main straight. They're competing for the position. Ricciardo's climbing all over the back of him. And Verstappen is weaving pretty aggressively. Now, when I say aggressively, if that was another team and it was a driver, wouldn't worry about it. But considering it's his teammate, I mean, there is certain things, I know this from racing. Team owners are not fucking happy when racing drivers take each other out. They're not fucking happy. In fact, no one in the fucking team is happy when this shit happens. It's a big fucking no-no. You can hate your teammate. You can beat him over and over again. Whatever you want to do. But on the racetrack, that is one big hell of a no-no. You do not take your teammate out of the race. Yes, you do race with them and you defend your position, of course. But there was no need for Verstappen's aggression there. I mean, he was shutting the door hard on Ricciardo. It's your teammate, man. You're gonna get in fucking trouble. And Ricciardo was trying to weave as well, and all of a sudden Verstappen, I think, was braking for the corner, and then Ricciardo was just up his ass, and then he goes into him. Who was to blame? It's hard to know who was really at fault. I would probably angle towards Verstappen more. Verstappen was weaving now like fucking crazy. Now, he wasn't bumping Ricciardo off the track, but he was certainly making it hard for him. And even if Ricciardo did go up the inside, the way Verstappen was so aggressive, probably a very good chance of Verstappen would have crashed into the side of him the way he was. So there was no need for that either. Now, technically, Verstappen didn't do anything wrong either. It's just a big no-no. It's frowned upon, you could say, that you don't fuck around with your teammate like that. But as the racing goes, as in who's technically wrong, there was actually no one wrong. Now, Ricciardo could have just gone on the outside, let Verstappen do his fucking stupid shit in the inside, and just kept a bit of a gap too. Now, then again, he's behind, so Verstappen is the guy controlling how much tightness there is between them. So, if anything, I would say it's a racing incident. If you had to blame somebody, which I wouldn't go that far, I would just be saying, hey, Verstappen, buddy, what the fuck are you doing getting so aggressive with your teammate? What are you doing, buddy? We don't want this shit, okay? Boys, I don't want you to take you out of the race. And guess what? The two of them took each other out of the fucking race. If there was anybody to blame, I'd probably go 60% Verstappen, 40% Ricciardo. So it's almost 50-50. So, yeah, guys, it's... I would put it into a racing incident, though. But again, it just goes to show, guys, here we go at the start of the tension. It's great. It's fantastic. And Carlos Sainz, the rally driver, Carlos Sainz Jr.'s father, Carlos Sainz Sr. they call him. And we don't know much about him, of course, in the series. But I mean, guys, if you're into rally, you know who Carlos Sainz is. I've no doubt if you are into it. He is a legend of the rally sport. Absolute no doubt about it. The balls, he had brains, 2-time world champion. He's one of the greatest of all time. It's unfortunate his son isn't. But look, Carlos Jr. got very lucky. And it happens a lot of times with motor racing. If your dad is a known guy, well then hey, you can't blame Carlos Sainz Jr. for that. Fuck no. You'll take advantage of that. And you should take advantage of that. So I certainly wouldn't blame Carlos Sainz Jr. for being where he is right now. But it is down to his dad. And his dad is just such a... Well, he's one of the GOATs of rallying. He was amazing. Honestly, guys, you should check him out on YouTube because... Jesus. I even remember, I was never into rallying that much. But wow, I knew of him. And just awesome. Awesome. And there's two other things here, guys, as well. They're flashing over to where Hamilton, Alonso, some of the drivers, they're doing a bit of karting, and Alonso's explaining that his best memories of racing was when he was karting, and I can relate to him a bit quite to that as well. I can, absolutely no two ways about it. And he's saying that karting is freedom, and you know, it almost gives me goosebumps when I hear him say that, because every time I sit into a kart, it is pure freedom. It is like escaping the world. Now, some people kind of laugh at that because they're like, hang on a second, you're doing like 100 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour in a car or a kart, whichever it is, and you're relaxing. And it genuinely is, guys. It's almost like our break from reality. You go into a completely different world. It's just you out there. You're talking to your race engineer, sure, on the radio, but still, it's just you out there. And okay, if it's the other drivers too, it's a chance to relax, recuperate, get your thoughts, get away from everything. It's kind of like a mini holiday. Of course, there's pressure involved too, but you know, it depends on the scenario as well. And I mean, it really, guys, if you've never gone karting, I certainly hope everybody out here is listening to this has done karting before, but you should go. You'll have some fun. Get down to the indoor karting track or the outdoor karting track where you are right now. Go have some fun, have a laugh, paint the town red afterwards, and even, why not? And we'll leave it with this, guys. This is really good. Now, here again is another hint of how the season unfolds with all the drama, bitching, gossip. They're at Barcelona track, and just before the race, you have Roman Grosjean, who's driving for Haas. Now, Grosjean is known to be a bit of a crasher in the car. In other words, he just can't get around a corner without fucking crashing into somebody. Very frustrating for him, very frustrating for the teams, and it's kind of embarrassing. You don't want to be known as a crasher, believe you me. You don't want that fucking... And even around the paddock, guys, you get a flash into what people do and how they bitch. It flashes over to a team mechanic, and he says to somebody, goes, I think, did he say, put money on it, or he says, guarantee Grosjean does not pass to get out of turn 1, because he's going to crash, right? And he's kind of laughing. What happens? Grosjean has a crash in turn 1, he's out of the race, and then they flash back to your man, and they're like, yeah, he just said he's not going to get out of it. But this shit happens, guys. I mean, and it's fucking embarrassing if this happens to you, like. Do you know what I mean? People talk in the paddocks. Whether it's karting, Formula Ford, Formula 2, Formula 1, it just goes to show you. And if you're a crasher, that's as embarrassing as going up on stage at your school concert naked, and every kid is standing there laughing at you, and all of a sudden you'll never hear the end of it. It's that bad, guys. It really is. You don't want to be nicknamed the crasher. And unfortunately for Grosjean, he lost his confidence. And then when he knew that people were getting to know him, well, fuck me, that makes everything way worse. Jesus. But yeah, again, but the good thing for us watching, guys, it's a flash into what's about to come on Drive to Survive, baby, because... oh Lord, we're very close, ladies and gents. I can't wait to start talking about the gossip in the next few episodes. It's going to be awesome. So guys, we're going to leave it there today. And check it out, guys, if you haven't seen Netflix Drive to Survive, or you can follow along with me, see what you think, or if you're interested to know, I'll be doing breakdown of every single episode. We've started off with episode 1 already. Now this is episode 2, and we'll be back again very soon with episode 3 of season 1. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye-bye. Peter. They do get on. But let me tell you about teammates, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a great relationship with your teammate. You can fucking hate your teammate's guts. Even if you get on with the guy, you want to rip his goddamn fucking throat out on the racetrack. You don't give a shit. As long as you don't take him off the track, and after that, you guys can be best friends again. Peter. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back with Formula 1 Drive to Survive. It's so cool, guys. And you know, before we continue, if this is your first episode that you're hearing about Formula 1, reaction, should I say, of Drive to Survive and how good it is. It's fucking real. If you don't know me, first time tuning in, plugging in. Where am I getting plugging in from? I was a race car driver for 13 years, guys. Behind the scenes, I know all the stories, all the ins and outs. I know every fucking political angle, corruption angle, fair angle. I know racing. And I can tell you this, somebody even asked me the other day, is Drive to Survive that fucking real, Peter? Because they heard one of my episodes. Now, guys, just to, keep you up to date, this is episode 3. I've done season 1. I've done season 1, episode 1 and 2 already. We're gonna react to, I suppose, a highlights episode of every episode in Drive to Survive, and this is now episode 3 of season 1. And the reason why we're doing this is because this is a good time, because the Formula 1 season is about to start in about 2 months' time. But I think it's a really good one because I'm trying to do my very, very best to be useful to you guys out there, where I'm trying to give you as much as I can, the behind the scenes information, a little bit more information that I'm calling bullshit on certain things. Oh, that's actually bullshit. Or no, that's actually fucking real. Because everything I've seen in Drive to Survive, everything I've seen, there's been nothing new that I've went, oh my God, I've never seen that in racing. I've seen it all. And I know, in fact, it's almost scary how Netflix have been really good at this, guys. They honestly, they're fucking awesome. I would say 80 to... Again, this kind of percentage just changes depending on which episode I'm watching, but I would say 80 to 85% of Netflix Drive to Survive, in general, is real. A lot of people think it's bullshit. A lot of people think the drivers are actually actors, believe it or not. I don't know where they're getting that one from. I really don't. But hey, some people think that. They're not actors. Now, yes, they can put on a bit of a show and dance on an interview or something on a normal TV program or even Netflix, but they're actually real skilled drivers. God's honest truth. And they've done an unbelievable job. Brilliant job. And it's great, the politics, the bitching, the corruption, like I was saying. We're only getting started, baby, because this is now getting onto the on-ramp of where all the shit is going to hit the fan with the action. It's really starting to warm up now. And this is what I love about season 1, episode 3. So guys, by the way, just before we continue, check it out. Check out the season 1, episode 1 and 2 as well, guys. And we're going to go through all of them as we go along. Even throughout the year, even when the Formula 1 season starts, we're going to keep going with this. And we're going to call bullshit on certain things. I'm going to tell you if it's true or not. I'm going to tell you what the driver feels like. For instance, even the manager now. We met Carlos Sainz's manager there in episode 2. So a lot of people don't know what a manager does, but I'll tell you exactly what a manager does. Okay, so I'll help you out as much as I can. So let's get to episode 3. I keep saying season 3 for episode 3. Anyway, sorry guys, I hope I'm not confusing you here. Okay, so for episode 3, we start off right into the shit. They start off with Christian Horner, pissed off from Ricciardo and Verstappen having their big collision in Azerbaijan. Now, understandably so for a team owner, because the last thing you want to see as a team owner is your two boys fucking taking each other out of the race. And I'm telling you now, guys, that is one big fucking no-no. No team owner wants to see their two boys colliding. It's embarrassing. It genuinely is embarrassing, and it's soul-destroying because the teams are trying to score points for the championship. And the two boys had a big collision, and they just fucked away 25 points, I think, plus, was it 15? They fucked away about 40 points between the two of them. I mean, ridiculous. Absolutely crazy. There was no need for it. They're under team orders that don't take each other out. So right at the start, Christian Horner is not acting, I can tell you that for a fact, because I know a lot of team owners. He ain't acting when he says he was very pissed off. And you could see it, it's even worse. He's even trying to put on almost a politeness about his reaction. And that's the thing about racing drivers, guys. You might hate your teammate, okay? Normally, in any team, whether it's karting all the way up to Formula 1, on average, you'll have 2 drivers per team. Sometimes in the lower levels, like Formula Ford or karting or Formula 3 maybe even, you may have 3 drivers. But normally it's 2. And it almost goes without fucking saying here. Like, genuinely, it almost goes without saying. You don't have to have a big fucking lecture from the team owner. You don't have to give a big speech to the drivers at the start of the year, because it goes without fucking saying you don't take off your teammate. Now, sometimes maybe team bosses will actually do it because they've had seriously bad experiences with other drivers in their team all the way through the years, so they're probably paranoid, and understandably so that they'd be very paranoid. And then some team owners will just jump in when they have a collision, and then all of us, okay, hey boys, whoa. Or sometimes they'll even come up with, okay guys, look, the two of you are aggressive boys, you're on first and second on the grid, just don't take each other out. You know, it won't be a big lecture, but it'll be like, just guys, just good luck, May the best man win. Just don't take each other off, boys, okay? And that will be it then. You know, but most of the time, like, there's no need to say this because the driver fucking knows this. Even if the driver wants to take the other guy out of the race and like literally knock him off, he knows there's going to be a ripple effect with this. He knows that that is the last thing the team and the team boss want to see. So really, it can go without saying a lot of the time. And here's the thing about the Azerbaijan Ricciardo Verstappen. We did cover it in, I think, was it episode 2? And, you know, I've watched it a few times now, and I have to say, I kind of bounce back a bit, back and forth of who's to blame. Quite honestly, in general, I would say it was just, look, the two boys got caught up, the adrenaline caught them, and it was a racing incident. Sometimes I'm like 60% it was Verstappen's fault. Then I'm like, actually, no, I would say it's 60% Ricciardo's fault. But you know what? It's so hard to nail it. The point is this. They could have prevented that bullshit in the first place. They could have, without even getting into that situation where one of them took each other out or they took each other out, they could have prevented it in the first place. And that's what the team boss wants. Now, they can overtake and be aggressive. Yeah, you know, go for the gap. If there's an inside gap, you fucking shoot that car down. But don't be taking any risks where, if I go for this, if I lunge up the inside here, one of us is only going to come out of the corner. No, you can do that with another team if you want, you know, if you want to go for it, but not with your teammate, you know, even if you fucking hate the guy to guts, or hate his guts, should I say. So let's keep going. So it was, and Ricciardo said at the start, he was made to feel guilty. Now we're going to talk about more about that, why he was feeling guilty, and I'll just cover it very quickly here, a highlight almost. He's not the number one driver. Verstappen is the number one driver, and what you had there was Red Bull protecting their golden boy Verstappen and putting the blame on Ricciardo. It was not on. It was not fucking on. Because, like I said, you could have prevented that crash in Azerbaijan. The two boys couldn't have got into it in the first place. Verstappen could have stayed out of it. Ricciardo could have stayed out of it. The both of them could have stayed out of the fucking scenario. But yet, Ricciardo got the blame. And that is a true fucking story, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not the number one driver, and if you have a collision with their number one driver, the shit can really come down on top of you, because if the team had to decide between one guy finishing and one guy crashing, they're going to pick the number one driver every day. Every fucking day. So, definitely I can see why Ricciardo was made feel guilty. I even had that scenario before in Canada, where I was in racing in Formula 2000 in Canada, and I was the number 2 driver. They were trying to pretend to me that I was the number 1, which was total bollocks. And they were a French-Canadian team. They had a French-Canadian driver driving for them. He was their golden boy. And I remember in practice, it was really getting down to it now, because this guy looked at me as a threat. I was beating him in a few races. He didn't like this. He was meant to be the number 1 golden boy. And all of a sudden, we're in practice one day. We're going down a main straight. I'm literally slipstreaming behind this other guy to try and just get a good lap time and get in behind him, get a tow, slipstream down the straight. My teammate is behind me, and he's weaving all around the place, okay? I can see him in the fucking mirrors all around me going, what the hell is he doing? Now, he's not 100 miles an hour quicker than me. In fact, he wasn't even quicker. He was keeping with me. Now, if he was climbing all over me, because he was so much quicker and I was holding him up, very understandable. It's like, hey, what the fuck is he doing? What is Peter doing? Like, you know, and maybe making a song and dance. And he was making a song and dance drama over this. And I was like, but it wasn't that scenario. He was just all over me, trying to cause a scene, trying to cause a show, get a bit of attention. Oh, look what Peter's doing, look what Peter's doing. So anyway, we go down at the end of the straight. He makes a kamikaze fucking lunge up the inside of me. This is in practice now, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly risks the two of us crashing. Now, it's practice. I laid off because I saw him just dart up the inside. Now, if this was a race, there's no way I'm backing off. but we need the car to fucking last for the practice race. We need to set the car up. We need to get the car ready. And we need to be ready for qualifying without any crashes. So I'm, okay, let him off. And I'm wondering, what the fuck is he doing? So I just sacrificed one lap, took it easy, and then went for the next lap. Anyway, huge fight afterwards. Team boss, the French-Canadian boss, calls me and the driver in, and he's literally trying to convince me, the team boss, in front of the other driver that it was my fault. I was blocking him up. I went, no, I didn't. I didn't block him. We were going down the main street. He just went lunging up the inside. And then the team boss turns to me and he says, actually, Peter, he was way faster than you. I went, well, number one, he wasn't way faster than me. Number two, he was staying with me. And number three, even if he was faster, I wasn't blocking him. And at four, it's practice. If he was that much faster, I would have let him through, and it would have been a really clever thing to do, because I would have watched him and followed him around the track to see if I'm missing out on any fucking corner, right? If you have any mind or any brain intelligence in racing, you let the guy go in front of you in practice, follow him, see where you're gaining, see where you're losing, and then you'll be able to work from there. So everything ticked the box for me. Nothing ticked the box for this guy in terms of logical sense why I would do this. It was ridiculous. The team boss, this is no joke, ladies and gentlemen, the team boss actually just made up this story. The driver came in at the end, bitched and moaned, and he took his side without seeing anything. And by the way, this was years ago. There was no cameras out on the track. So the team boss didn't even see this, okay? The team boss didn't even see this. He actually tried to convince me that he saw exactly what happened on the track. He saw it with his own eyes, and I'm like, wow. I looked at the team boss. My eyes were about 10 foot long and wide. My mouth was probably genuinely resting on the floor with shock, because I literally knew he was lying. But there was actually a bit of a sense of relief, because I actually knew exactly where I stood right there. Because all throughout the year, and this happens in Formula 1, by the way, all right? This is the politics of motor racing, guys. It's fucking ridiculous. Throughout the year, they're trying to tell me, oh, Peter, no, you're in the same equipment as this guy. You're in the same equipment as him. And all of a sudden, I'd arrive up at a racing weekend, and I'm way off the pace, way off the speed. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I'm not this fucking slow. No way. And you're sort of saying, okay, maybe I'm having a bad day. You're like, no, I feel good. My fitness is good. I got plenty of sleep last night. I'm ready. I want to win today. I want to kick ass. You're in the mind frame, but all of a sudden, you're just not there. So they're trying to convince you, black and blue, that hey, Peter, you got to pick up the pace. This is the same shit, ladies and gentlemen, day in, day out on motor racing, in any level of motor racing. Now, I'll be fair as well. There can be some days, of course, that you're having off days, right? Peter's a little bit tired, or he's just not on it today, I think everybody can relate to that one, where you have a bad day at the office. Focus is not right. You're this, you're that. We've all had these days. Just the same for any other racing driver that has ever walked this planet. Seriously. But when you're on it. So anyway, it was a big relief for me back in the day, because I realized exactly, this is exactly what I'm up against now. This guy is actually lying to me and trying to convince me with his bullshit story, even though I'm the one on the track. He didn't see shit, because we were on the other side of the track about a mile and a half away, right? Because, you have to remember, some of these racing tracks can be 4 miles long. So he was down at the pit lane. I was way over the other side of the track, and he didn't see shit. So it was a relief. And I think a lot of other racing drivers, if you're in that type of scenario, if you're having doubts, that how, they keep telling me that I'm the number one or number two, or we're both number one. There's no number one over two or this or that. And all of a sudden you're like, what's going on here? And by the way, we're going to talk about a lot more of this in Drive to Survive, especially with Nikita Mazepin coming up in the next couple of seasons, because that's another such an obvious bullshit story that the team give. And then everything dramatically turns around when the Nikita Mazepin's dad threatens to take out his money out of the team. So anyway, we'll get to that. So guys, anyway, yeah. Again, just a bit of back information that this shit is true. So Ricciardo saying that he was made to feel guilty, this happens a lot with the politics. So after that, we're going to Christian Horner's house. Now Christian, he's at home with his wife and his kids. He's got a couple of pet donkeys out the back in his little farm area or whatever it is. And it's funny because the Netflix crew are the only ones there. There's no other TVs there. They know 100% consciously that they have Netflix there filming them at home. Christian Horner turns to his wife and he calls the two donkeys Ricciardo, Daniel, and Max. Like, who does that? You're the team owner, and you're shitting all over your two drivers on a Netflix TV program. So it's not like, guys, he's forgotten that Netflix are there and it just slipped out. No, they're the only ones there. They're the only TV crew at his house that day. And he's shitting all over his two boys. But again, this is a lot of team owners. Not all of them, by the way, okay? Not all team owners. Because there can be some really, really genuine, classy guys who would never say any bad words about their drivers in public, ever. They'd stand up for them, if anything. Because that's good fucking team spirit. That is really good team spirit. Shitting all over your drivers on Netflix, that's... It's not good, man. It's not good. But then, here's where you see now the start of, does he really favour Max Verstappen more than Ricciardo? He then turns and he's walking away. I think he's walking away from the camera, but Netflix catch what he's saying. And Christian says to his wife, Jerry Halliwell, he says, it'd be nice to see Max get a result at Monaco. Really? Now, maybe they edited it out, okay, because, like I said, Netflix Drive to Survive is very accurate, 80 to 85% real. Some parts I think they do dramatize. In other words, they might cut out something, right? Whereas for all we know, Christian Horner could have said, look, it'll be great to see Daniel get a result. And then 4 seconds later, he could have said, it would be nice for Max to get a result too. And then they could have just cut out some parts. Do you know what I mean? Or they could have put two different scenes together and it makes people look like they're having a fight when they're actually not even in the same fucking pit garage, or they're not even on the same time and day that when they've recorded both clips. So it can be a little exaggerated there, but you know what? Here, it's good for our entertainment. But unless that's edited, again, it's showing you now where we're going with the number one and number two in the team. So Ricciardo knows he's not number one, and the next scene then boils into where Ricciardo's sitting there with his agent and they're discussing where should they go. Now, we don't know, to be fair now, the exact timeline of when they had this conversation, but if assuming it is around the same time when episode 3 was recorded, it wouldn't surprise me, because I think at this stage, when they got to Monaco, which we're going to cover in a minute, see, episode 3 covers the Monaco race. Now, Monaco's usually in, let's say, May or June, I think, of the summer, so it's at the start of the year. And I think that they had this conversation around that time, so even at the start of the fucking year, they knew that they weren't the number one. They knew that Max was number one, and that was it, their golden boy. So they're even having this discussion this early on in the year. Now, maybe it's wrong, but there is managers and drivers that will actually have this chat early on, depending on how bad the scenario is. I mean, if you really know what that, oh my God, we were conned, boys. We were fucking fooled into thinking we're number one here alongside this other guy. You'll be having this conversation early because you'll want to get your manager, get him to prepare. Who's he going to talk to? Can he get some time, sit down for a tea and coffee? Like, it takes time to, sit everybody down because everybody lives in different countries. So, but again, it just shows you, and that's a true story, guys. Ricardo sitting there with his manager, this shit happens quite a bit. And you can see there's a concerned look on Ricardo's face. I think the guy feels like he's in a fucking bit of a dead end here somewhere or something. So then we flash over to the intro. Now we're introduced to Claire Williams. The Williams team, legend of a team. And if many people may know or not, Frank Williams, the original team owner of Williams Racing Team. And Frank, the man himself, absolute legend. Claire is the daughter. She's come on board. I applaud her balls and her drive to go for it. I just don't think she's ruthless enough. And by the way, ladies and gents, I've seen women team owners out there. Even when I was racing in America, there was the Form Atlantic level after me. And we're going back decades ago here. And there was a team owner, and she had the best team out there. She was brilliant. So, by the way, I'm not saying anything about women team owners. Not at all. Just in case anybody's getting a bit fucking flary under the collar here, okay? I'm not. She's just not ruthless enough. And there's plenty of other team bosses that are men who are not ruthless enough either. Frank Williams was a ruthless guy. And he was great. I mean, the man is a legend. I mean, you can tell that Claire Williams wants to win. Of course she does. And I think, and she wants to make her dad proud, which is a really nice thing. And she obviously has a love for motor racing. There's no doubt about it. You wouldn't do all this otherwise. Jesus Christ. But it just didn't work out for her. It just didn't work out. It's a shame. But anyway, we're going to see more of Claire as we go. Then we're introduced to the Monaco Grand Prix. The glamour, the glitz. I mean, they normally have the Monaco Grand Prix on the exact same time when the Cannes Film Festival is on. So you get a lot of the movie stars show up at Monaco. I mean, it really is, guys. If you haven't watched it before, you probably just even YouTube the glitz and glamour of the Monaco Formula 1 Grand Prix. Something like that. You'll find something. It's an awesome Grand Prix. And the history behind Monaco as well. It's definitely it's the original track that's been around for a long time. It's the original that has the glitz and glamour, that brought glitz and glamour to Formula 1. It's an awesome place. And I would also recommend, check out Ayrton Senna as well on YouTube. If you really want to see a man who commits around fucking Monaco, it's Ayrton Senna, the greatest of all time. YouTube it, Ayrton Senna qualifying lap in Monaco. He's got a 6-speed gearbox. He doesn't have the Tiptronic like these guys have now, ladies and gents, okay? As we know, if you watch the onboard in Formula 1, they don't even lift their hand off the steering wheel now because their gear paddle, is right behind the steering wheel. So it's minimal effort for them that way. And YouTube, Ayrton Senna qualifying lap in Monaco, Jesus, it'll probably blow your fucking mind. It blows my mind even when I watch it still to this day. I might watch it for 6 months to a year and I go back and go, Christ. And the horsepower out of the car, I think, don't quote me now, I'm having a bit of a brain fart in this one now, but if memory serves me correct, I think Ayrton Senna's car was 1,000 horsepower. I might be wrong on that, I'd have to double check it, but I think it is. It's just a monster around that track, and Senna gets it sideways. He's driving with one hand, right? He's driving with one hand, correcting it, an opposite lock, and at the same time changing gear. Just fucking beautiful. It was just poetry in motion. So then we go into the Monaco Grand Prix. Christian then he's talking about Max has got that magic dust. Oh yeah, here we go. Number one golden boy. He's got the magic dust until he doesn't. Okay, I'll put it that way to you. And then here's where you see where I can kind of relate to this now as well, guys, speaking about my story at the start there. Now we zoom into Ricardo's dad talking to Christian Horner in the behind the scenes of the Monaco Grand Prix, right? They're in a bar or a kind of like a temporary pop-up bar or nightclub for the weekend, and there's music on in the background, and there's a bit of a party atmosphere. And Christian Horner's standing there talking to Daniel Ricciardo's dad. And Netflix are hearing the conversation. And this is real, ladies and gentlemen, okay? This is 100% real. This shit happens. You'll have team bosses talk to the dad of the driver, okay? It's happened to me. It's happened to other drivers in the past. So Christian Horner's saying, I can't remember the dad's name now, sorry. But he's saying, look, we don't have a number one here. We're not favoring Max. We're not looking, there's no pressure to have the youngest world champion out there in the world. So Christian Horner is clearly flat out fucking lying to him. He's looking him straight in the eye. I mean, I have to say, it's almost, I'm not going to go this far. It's not admirable, but you'd almost admire how ballsy and cheeky Christian Horner is. He looks him flat dead in the eyes and just drives it into Ricciardo's dad that your son Daniel is not number 2 driver, when he clearly is fucking number 2. So check that out, guys, as well. And that is 100% real. So there was a couple of other bits as well. Well, we were introduced to Lance Stroll and his dad. We won't go into too much this today because there's a lot more coming now in the next few episodes, and we're going to get into delve into that a lot more, where Lance Stroll's dad, if you don't know him, is it Lawrence, I think, isn't it? God, I'm very bad with names as I've just gone recording here, guys. My apologies. But Lance Stroll's dad, Lance Stroll got to Formula 1 when he's 19, I think. His dad's a multi-billionaire. His dad paid his way into Formula 1 for him. Now, that does happen a lot as well, ladies and gents. It's an expensive fucking sport. Formula 1, or just motor racing in general. Insane money. And there's been a lot of drivers over the years that have paid their way to Formula 1. And quite honestly, if me and my dad had the money back in the day, we would have done the same. And I don't blame Lance Stroll. I don't blame any other driver to do it. Why not? Now, of course, what you want to do, if you have to pay your way to get to Formula 1, you pay your way, but then what you're expecting then or hoping is that some other team will take you on and actually start paying you. Like, that's the ultimate goal here. You don't want to be paying your way the whole fucking time. But he did this the right way. Sometimes you've gotta pay your fucking way to get there. And it's as simple as that. So we'll see a lot more of them as we go along in the highlights of each episode. And another interesting one as well, and keep an eye out for this too, guys, in the episodes, and even just actually when the season starts up again for 2024. You see Lance Stroll walking the track with his engineer and mechanics, right? Now, that actually happens quite a bit. They're not just strolling around waving at fans or signing autographs there. No. Normally, what you have is you'd arrive up on, let's say, the Wednesday or the Thursday. Normally the Thursday of a race weekend. On the Thursday, you'll get there, you'll check into your hotel, you'll go over to the track, you'll meet the team, you'll have a debrief. Okay, what's the plan for tomorrow, this or that, right? You're getting ready for tomorrow, for your Friday practice. You'll also walk the track. Now, why do they walk the track? It gets you in the mind frame, first of all, for the driver. It kind of, in one way, it's sort of, you can absorb it. Now, I know exactly what that feeling is like. You absorb the track, you're studying it, you're seeing it at a slow speed. And it's really, it's a good thing to do. It's a very important thing to do to first set yourself up. It's like your warm-up before practice. And it's very important because you can also check out as well the track. So in other words, let's say now, let's go back to Lance Stroll and his mechanics, right? They show him walking around the Monaco track. So the job now, what they would have been doing right there and then, is Stroll and himself and the mechanic would have been going around taking some notes, keeping an eye. Now, the FIA, who were the governing body, they would have announced to the teams and the drivers that, hey guys, look, by the way, just so you know, turn 9 and turn 11 in Monaco this year, we have a couple of bumps, but we've smoothed them out, or we've adjusted the tarmac over here or there. So sometimes, well, most of the time, and quite so they should be updating the teams as they go with certain changes to the track. So the teams, again, that gives them a chance to see, right, well, actually, guys, let's just check this out, because you'd be amazed. The FIA can say to them, yeah, guys, we've improved this and we've improved that at certain speeds or certain corners. But then when you actually go down to the corner, it's actually fucked. Because they've reduced one bump, but they've actually created another bump. I don't know how you'd even explain that. I can't. Maybe a construction builder can tell me, our builders can explain that one to me. I don't understand that. But all of a sudden you can have another bump appear somewhere else. Or the fact that they've smoothed one area of the track because there was a lot of bumps. Because they smoothed that part out. Am I saying that word right? Because they smoothed that part of the track out, they left out that other track, and now that other bump that's over just by the corner here is worse because that other part is now lower down than the other part, than the big bump, if you get me. So whereas, let's say you had two bumps going into a corner. The first bump was the same height as the second, but the first bump actually affected your car. Now, if you smooth out the first bump, the second bump is still there, but now the second bump is worse because the first one is now gone and it's at a lower level. The track is now lower. Do you get me? So you haven't fixed the problem. You haven't reduced the problem even. You still have the fucking problem. So the teams will be looking at things like these, little things like these that can affect the balance of the car, which is very, very important. Balance around the car, good aero speed, good mechanical grip, aero grip, speed in general, the ride height, the balance of the car. You've got to have a good balance in the car. So it's very important to make sure that, okay, guys, look. So what they'll do is they'll walk around the track, inspect one or two bumps, okay, and the mechanic might see something that Lance wouldn't, and you go, okay, actually, Lance, see this bump here? Right, keep an eye on that now when you go out on the track tomorrow. Lance will keep an eye on that. He'll jot that into the memory. He'll even go over the bump probably to see how bad it is, unless it's not on the racing line. Now, if it's not on the racing line, well then, you're probably not going to do it unless you're coming in on a warming down lap, slowing down lap. Sorry. So, if it's on the racing line, you'll go over it, obviously slow first, see how bad it is, because you'll want to inspect these things. So it's very, very important, guys, to take that walk, or even just a cycle around the track. Some of them even take a scooter, a golf cart. They'll go walking. Depends on what you want, which way you want to do it. It doesn't matter, But it is definitely very important to check out the track before the race weekend itself. So, I mean, it was definitely, I think you're going to enjoy episode 3, guys, because they show Monaco where it's I think, wasn't it Saturday afternoon? That's right. It was Saturday afternoon, the last practice before qualifying, and Verstappen hits the wall, doesn't ride the car off completely, but they just didn't have enough time to go off and fix the car for qualifying. So he misses out in qualifying. Ricciardo puts it on pole, and Ricciardo goes off and wins the fucking race. So, I mean, it was really good. I mean, he definitely had a great weekend. Now, here's the thing. Christian Horner does say here, right? Just to give you a little bit more insight about the behind the scenes and the number 1 and number 2 driver. You'll even see in this episode where Horner says, oh, it is a desire that we keep Ricciardo on for next year. Or going forward, should I say. I do believe Christian Horner when he says that. I genuinely do believe it. There is some team bosses out there that want a really good hotshot number 1, but then they want a shitty number 2. Genuinely, they want a huge difference between the two. Then there's team bosses like Christian Horner. Christian Horner falls into this one now. He wants the shit hot driver, but he wants the backup guy too. Right? Now, that's quite smart because look, end of the day, Verstappen crashes the fucking car in the wall on practice. So now your golden boy's out of the race. So what do we have to do? Okay, we have a good decent driver here. Let's rely on Ricciardo. And guess what Ricciardo does? He goes out and wins the fucking race. Now, make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen. If Christian Horner had a preference of who's going to win, it would be Verstappen. Any day of the week. Every day of the week and twice on fucking Sundays. It's just he wants a good backup too. And I think he likes Ricardo. I think they do, you know, he does see that Ricardo seems to be a fair guy, a nice guy. And I think he is, even though I don't trust that he smiles and laughs too much. Like, who laughs and smiles all that? Anyway, I went on about that a while ago. I'm not going to go here again. But I don't know, there's something about him. But do you know what? I think in general, there's something about him. I think he's an intense guy, a deep guy. That's why he laughs and smiles all the time. You know? There's something very dark about him. But look, I could be wrong on that one. But you know what? Look, as people go in general, I think he's a nice enough guy. So, and I think, you know, Christian, he likes that about him. Look, Ricardo can definitely get the results. There's no doubt about it. They're just looking after Verstappen, and they're giving Verstappen the best possible edge over Ricardo. Hands down, any day of the week. So, to finish off, and before we talk about, because this is where the real bitchin' begins, episode 4, baby. Oh yeah. And I mean, there is a great clip there just at the end of episode 3 here where Christian, he's talking to Verstappen, and it's after the race, and Ricardo's won now, and Verstappen's just sitting there, and Christian turns to him and says, oh look, you know, we'll get you there, or something like that. We'll get you there, you know, your day will come, but hey, today it's a day about being happy for your teammate. Verstappen goes, oh yeah, of course, yeah. But you can see, like, I don't know, maybe it takes a racing driver to know a racing driver from his reaction. I don't think in this case it does. For me, I can see it written all over Verstappen's face that, yeah, oh yeah, of course, Christian, yeah. He doesn't give a shit that Ricardo won. Now, even though the two guys do get on, they do get on. But let me tell you about teammates, ladies and gentlemen. You can have a great relationship with your teammate. You can fucking hate your teammate's guts. Even if you get on with the guy, you want to rip his goddamn fucking throat out on the racetrack. You don't give a shit. As long as you don't take him off the track. And after that, you guys can be best friends again. Fact. So, it's understandable, you know, you're competing against each other. Why am I going to give him any favors? You know, unless different scenarios, of course, different stakes. Obviously, you have to judge on the thing. But, you know, end of the day, guys, it's a great episode. It really is. This is the launch pad now. This is the start of the on-ramp here for the drama that's going to unfold coming up, especially with Christian Horner. I mean, the guy's just pure entertainment. We're going to see a lot more from Gunther Steiner. We're going to see more from Toto Wolff in season 2 mainly, but we're going to see a lot more, guys. And I can tell you this, I've seen Drive to Survive twice, and this is now my 3rd time, but I'm rewatching it episode by episode. And even it was this morning now when I watched episode 3, and now I'm doing the podcast on the same day. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to watch an episode, and then the exact same day, I'm going to record it. Because I'm writing notes as I'm watching it. Plus, it's fresher in my head, you know. So, but I'm telling you guys, the most real part of Drive to Survive is this. The team owners with their bitching. You wouldn't believe if you met some of these guys in real life. Of course, not every single one of them. Not at all. But most of these guys, holy Jesus, big babies. Anyway, guys, talk to you later. Bye-bye. Peter. Wow. They're standing outside. The awkwardness is unbelievable. This is why I love Netflix, man. This Drive to Survive program, it's fucking awesome. Peter. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. That's right, Drive to Survive, Season 1, Episode 4. Here's where the shit hits the fucking fan. I've said it in the review of Episode 1, 2, and 3. It's all coming in Episode 4, guys, and we have struck fucking gold. Here I'm going to explain, guys, like I've said before, in all of these episodes I'm going to do a breakdown of each episode as we go. And I'm going to tell you from my own experience with racing. I've done it for 13 years, and in every single year I've competed in racing, it's always the same old shit, whether it's karting, Formula 4, Formula 3, 2, Formula 1. It all boils down to the same, the politics, the corruption, the bitching, the moaning. And what you see in Drive to Survive is fucking goddamn accurate. I can tell you that for a fucking fact. Now, of course, there's going to be some scenarios where they're going to be exaggerated a little bit. But here's Peter to tell you where it's going to be exaggerated. So, let's get cracking on episode 4. So, what I loved about the start of episode 4, within the first 3 to 5 seconds, they're explaining the team bosses. We got Zach Brown from McLaren. You've got Christian Horner from Red Bull. They're explaining that Formula 1 is the Piranha Club. Quite honestly, Formula 1, karting, Formula 4, 3, 2, 1, they're all the fucking Piranha Club, guys. The politics, the corruption, the bitching, the moaning. It's in the same for every single fucking series out there in the world. It really is. It's cutthroat. But I like the way they start off straight off the bat. The Piranha Club. So much money. Cutthroat. That's what Christian Horner even says. Zach Brown comes in and says the politics is insane. And it fucking is insane, guys. Politics, 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 and more politics. Okay, so what I love about episode 4 here, guys, like I said, this is where it all kicks off now, baby. The drama. We are now introduced to Cyril from Renault, the team boss. Now, Cyril, actually, I'll be honest with you, he seems like a decent enough guy. Now, I've been going on and with my Formula 1 highlights and previews and the build-up to every Formula 1 race we've done up last year. We're going to do it again this year. And I've spoke about it in this Drive to Survive playlist that we're creating here for podcast and YouTube, where this guy is kind of a bit of an exception. I genuinely believe this guy really wants to do well. He focuses, he's committed, he wants the job done, he wants the best driver, he wants the best of parts, and not only that, when he has the best product, let's say, that he can get out of his team and manufacturer at Renault, he doesn't stop there. He keeps going. This guy's got fucking standards. He wants to win. I genuinely believe this. He's one of the team bosses that isn't actually a corrupt politician, because a lot of them are corrupt motherfucking politicians, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it's insane. And I think the guy really does mean well. Yes, there can be a bit of bitch in here and there, probably. We'll probably see more again as we go anyway in in Renault as we go throughout the season. But here's the scenario with Renault and what they're doing when Christian Horner is explaining that he gets the engines supplied by Renault for his team. So what's going on there? And this happens quite a bit in racing, where, let's look at this scenario. Renault are an engine manufacturer, as we all know, right? And they create cars. Now, Christian Horner is at Red Bull. Christian Horner really genuinely has done an amazing job to do what he's done. He's up against engine and car manufacturers in Formula 1. I mean, guys, you got to remember, you're up against Mercedes. You're up against Ferrari. Manufacturers like this. I mean, even the car that you drive on the road right now, the chances are, whether it's a Ferrari or not, the chances are a certain feature or new type of suspension or anything, or any new type of comfortable or safer seat that you have in your car, the chances are it's come from Formula 1. Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen. Formula 1 is the nest of creation, invention, ideas of how cars should be, and how you can integrate these new features or add-ons that you have in your car on a daily basis. Make no mistake about it. And even if they don't, get involved with, let's say, a certain new, let's go for an example, a new safer seat, okay? They might not have had a 100% direct input into that car, but they would have had some indirect approach to that. In other words, they could have created a seat that's safe from Formula One, and then let's say Renault come along. Now, not Cyril, the team boss, but someone else that's working on the road cars at Renault comes along and says, right, hey guys, we did create that new safer seat for Formula One, right? And then they'll have another division where they actually say, hey guys, actually, you know what? We've taken from the Red Bull team here. Now they've done their own little piece or add-on, let's say, but there'll always be a connection back to the Formula One team. Make no mistake about it, guys. So either way, whether it's a direct or indirect input, that the Formula One team, they're always there at the end. They are the nest. They really are. They're the mothership, the nest, if you want to call it, whichever one. So here's where we have Christian. So Christian's getting his engines off Renault. And like I was saying, guys, it's really hard for a Christian Horner to come into Red Bull because he's not a manufacturer. He doesn't have hundreds of millions behind him to work on the car. Now, he would have money, yes, but if you get me, as in, what am I trying to say here? Sorry, maybe I'm not explaining this correctly. What Christian wouldn't have is the resources that a Renault, a Ferrari, Mercedes, BMW, God knows, whoever it is, he wouldn't have those resources. So he's really got to come into this fucking out the gate storming. And he got on Adrian Newey, one of the greatest decisions he's ever made in his life, because he knew that if Adrian Newey can set up that car correctly, which he has, and the car is fucking almost bulletproof at this stage, he knows that then you don't have to rely on the engine as much then. Like I think that was Christian's whole goal here. That get yourself in a position where you don't have to rely on the engine as much because he's not a manufacturer. So you see here now in the episode 4 where Christian's pissed off, right? And he's pissed off because, you see, what happens here is he's pissed off because he doesn't have any input into how the engine should go. In other words, he's limited, right? He's buying off Renault. So basically, it looks like, and it, quite honestly, they're not going into huge detail, but this does happen in racing, so I actually believe what Christian Horner's saying here. He's basically saying that, well, look, we get our engines off Renault, we don't have much input into the engine, we can't suggest this, we can't suggest that. So basically it's, okay, Renault, here's my money, can we have an engine, and can we do this, can we do that? Renault are basically saying, sorry guys, no, not a hope. Here's the money, okay, thank you, here's your engine, Christian, off you go. So it's very, very hard for Christian to do a lot of work at this stage, and it's understandable. Now, it's also understandable from Renault's point of view here, because Renault is the engine manufacturer. Renault have their Formula One team, and Renault don't want the Red Bull to be beating them on the track every weekend. End of the day, Renault want their number one team, who is their own team, to actually win. And all of a sudden, you've got a customer coming along, taking engines off you, and they're now beating you? Like, that's embarrassing, humiliating, whatever you want to call it. That is not a good scenario to be in. It's not. Of course, they need the money too. It's good money. It's good investment from the money that they get off Red Bull, of course. But they're not going to give them the number one engine. Are you kidding me? Not a fucking hope in hell. No way. Who would? I wouldn't blame Renault at this stage. I'm not going to give Christian Horner the number one engine. I'm sticking that in my fucking racing car here, boys. You know? Now, look, it is understandable too that Christian now in the episode, he's pissed off, he doesn't have input. But at the same time, as understandable as it is, he doesn't have much right to bitch and moan either. Because, hey, you know what, man? This is what you're paying for. You know the scenario. Suck it up, bitch, and get on with it. It's very simple. He doesn't have much to complain about here. Now, and you do see him bitch and moan here, which is, well, look, that's just Christian Horner anyway. Okay, so as we go along in the episode, what I thought was very interesting here, and sorry guys, bear with me, I'm just looking at my notes here, because as I was watching it, I'm taking notes to highlight. So we have here what was fascinating about when we're talking about Daniel staying at Red Bull or not. What I thought was very, very strange, and this is very, very strange for the racing world here, guys, okay? Netflix catch Christian talking to one of his assistants. Now, I don't know exactly. He was talking to this girl in the team. Now, I think she's in the marketing department or PR department. It sounds that way, the way she was talking about things. Then again, don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. But Christian asks the girl, you know, what are we thinking of Daniel? Basically, do you think he's going to stay with us for next year? And she's like, oh, well, you know, it's fairly positive. And she's making it out that it is fairly positive. And Christian is sounding happy. He sounds like, okay, well, that sounds good, right? The thing, what I have a question mark here is, and this is where, again, I think this might have been exaggerated or put on even. Now, I've always said, guys, Drive to Survive is 85% accurate, and it is. But this is the part where I think this is the grey area here. Because why on God's earth would the team boss be talking to anybody in the team, even Adrian Newey? Adrian Newey is the wizard behind the curtain here, and you still wouldn't be talking to Adrian Newey about, is Daniel going to stay? And especially on TV, you don't talk about that. Very, very strange, guys. Very strange why he's opening up to that girl. It just doesn't happen. Very, very weird. I don't know where we're going with this one. And I don't know where he was going with this one. Was it all just put on for the camera? Maybe. Was it a different race where they flashed all over to him? I don't know. But it doesn't make sense, guys. And like, this shit is private between the driver and the team. And you certainly don't want the girl who he was talking to going off and saying something to Daniel. Oh, hey, Daniel. Yeah, Christian was asking me, are you going to stay? People talk. Especially in fucking racing, that's for sure. People fucking talk, man. And, okay, like Christian says, the only question that Daniel Ricciardo had, whether should Daniel stay on for another year at Red Bull. Now, the problem is, Daniel knows that Verstappen is their golden boy. So he knows he's not going to be number one in the team. He fucking knows that. Now, they were still giving him equipment every now and then, like they're doing with Perez and Verstappen at the moment. Perez still has every now and then. They were looking after Ricciardo a little bit better, though. That's for goddamn sure. But he was still there and thereabouts. And Christian says on the TV, well, the only question Daniel has to stay, whether he wants to stay in Red Bull or not, the only question he had was, will the power unit be good for next year? And to me, I think Christian's full of shit on that one. Because most drivers, again, now depending on the scenario here, if you're having a chat with your team boss, and by the way, ladies and gents, I've been in this scenario plenty of times, okay? If you're a driver and you're thinking that you're not getting the best equipment, and you think, oh, teammates number one, they're looking after him, I'm getting the leftover scraps, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think that that's going to be your first question, is the power unit going to be good? I think your first question is, Christian, it seems like your boy here is number one. What's going on? Even if it was a scenario where it was a waste of time, you'd still ask the question because you'd want to see his reaction. You'd maybe even be setting him up, but like that would be the first question. Daniel asking that question, will the power unit be good? That's his first question? Bullshit. Total bollocks. There's no way that that's his first question. Not a hope in hell. Now, if it is Daniel's first question, let's say I'm wrong. If it was his first question, well, Daniel's a puff, and he's a placeholder in the fucking team, and he's happy being there. Because he knows he's not going to win the championship with Verstappen in the team. Not a hope in hell. And some drivers, they like to just sit there in Formula 1 and just get some attention, be famous, get some money, and yeah, I don't know, guys. I really don't know. And then it was great. And here, flashing on now, here comes the tension, baby. Here comes the tension. I love the way Christian then, he announces he's leaving Renault. Now, okay, let's look at it from both angles, right? Let's look at it from Christian's side. For Christian, he wants to win races. He wants to win championships. So it's very, very understandable that, okay, you know what? Mr. Red Bull, the shareholder, Mr. Red Bull, we're not getting what we need out of Renault here. We're just not. We have no input. We've tried to get input. They're not going to give it to us. We're very limited. We can't do much here. We can't do shit, in fact. So they said, fuck it. We're going to try Honda. And quite honestly, I do applaud Christian because, hey, look, you're not in a winning position. Like, for a team boss, if they were winning races all the time in the championships with that Renault engine, it would have been a much tougher decision because, hey, you don't fix what's not broken. You know, you don't fix what's not broken, so it would have been a much harder decision. However, they weren't winning that many races, and Christian just said, fuck this, I'm out. So I totally understand. Christian wants to win. He doesn't want to be fucking around anymore. He wants to get back to winning ways. Especially he had Sebastian Vettel win 4 world championships back to back, 4 years in a row. So the man absolutely 100% wants to get back to his winning ways. And fucking damn right. And I love his approach on this one. He said, fuck it, let's do it. So he signs up with Honda. Absolutely. If something's not working, change it. We should all take that note in our lives. Me, everybody else. He said, let's go for it. And it's good. I mean, and what I love about it, the episode is that you see Cyril and Christian outside the conference room. Now, they're outside, okay, because a lot of the team bosses at race weekends, they'll be asked to do a team conference. So many of you probably have seen where you've got the drivers, right? They do a pre-interview before the race weekend or during the weekend and after the weekend. But before the race weekend, they'll also do one for the team bosses. And they'll have all the team bosses lined up and they'll talk and ask questions and this and that. So the drivers have their own one and the team bosses have their own one. So it was great though. The two boys are waiting outside. And guys, honestly, you should fucking watch this program if you haven't seen it already. And I've seen this happen before. That awkwardness I saw between the two of them. Cyril, Christian, they're waiting outside to go in and they bump into each other. Now, Cyril knows, oh, okay, well, he's gone. And Christian is standing there too. You can see there's a bit of a fucking smile on Christian's faces, and you know what? Go fuck you, Cyril. I'm not taking any more of this bullshit. So it's hard to know exactly all the ins and outs. You know, was Cyril an asshole to Christian? Was he not? Was he deliberately being an asshole? It's hard to know. Or was he being fair? It's hard to know. And Christian could have just been bitching and moaning. And let's be honest, he is a bit of a bitch and moaner, Christian. And they're standing outside. The awkwardness is unbelievable. This is why I love Netflix, man. This Drive to Survive program, it's fucking awesome. Jesus Christ. Incredible. And, you know, you can see, like, they're in the conference room and Christian's explaining now. So let's stick to Christian's side of this. Christian's explaining why he left. Now, let's look over in Cyril's point of view. Cyril, look, end of the day, you've got someone. As Cyril knows that Christian would know he's not going to get the special treatment if Cyril can have it for himself. Cyril knows that Christian knows that. Now, I do genuinely believe that Cyril is a stand-up guy. I don't believe he'd give him the best equipment. Hell no. I think he'd give him good equipment. But Cyril would keep the rest for himself. So in fairness, Cyril didn't do much. I mean, what can he say in that scenario? Seriously, what can he fucking say? He's just got to suck it up and get on with it. Definitely a hole in his pocket, that's for sure. That money would have been very, very beneficial throughout the year, getting that good money in as a client. Red Bull being a client, it would have kept the lights on, let's say. I don't think Renault would be short of cash, but still, it would have been very, very handy money to keep going for the whole year. And this is now really where the tension starts to build. Cyril's in the press conference. He's asked, well, Cyril, how are you feeling about the whole thing with Red Bull? Christian is sitting right fucking next to him, right? And Christian puts up his hands in the air. And now, for the love of God, I don't know what he says. And I've watched it about 6 or 7 fucking times. I've rewound. I've done everything I can to figure out what he's saying. I can't figure out what he's fucking saying. But he's miming something to the journalists as Cyril's talking. I mean, a real bitchy fucking move here. Like, real bitch. And you can tell that Christian Horner really has got a bee in his fucking bonnet. Major issue with this Cyril guy. And I mean, it just goes to show, like, it's just not on. It's just so unclassy what Christian is doing here. So unprofessional. You know, he just looks like a dick. He looks like a total fucking wanker. You don't want that. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, not every team boss is like this in the world. There's a lot of team bosses like this in the racing world. In karting, in Formula Ford, Formula 2, 3, and Formula 1. This is real. This is dead fucking real. But like I said, not every team boss. And then they're outside. And then Christian throws a jab. So, oh no, hang on, sorry. No, I'm jumping. The next part, here we go. Ricciardo joins Renault. Now, I mean, if there ever was... If Cyril's a nice guy, if I think he is, and if Christian Horner's just a bitch and moaner, if that is the case, this was the greatest poetic justice I've ever seen in a long, long time. Cyril signs Ricciardo up with Renault. I mean, what a kick to the balls for Christian Horner here, like, kick to the balls. Unbelievable. And you can even see, like, I can understand where Daniel Ricciardo, right? You see, I know this from a racing driver's point of view. Ricciardo goes to Renault. Renault are not as competitive as Red Bull. So why did he go? I'll tell you exactly why, ladies, he went. Because Ricciardo really realized, he went, you know what? I'm not number one here in this team. I'm not. And I want to be number one. And obviously Cyril sat down with Ricciardo at one stage before he signed and said, look, these are the plans going forward. And in fact, you even see it too, where Ricciardo's manager, I think it's his manager, or I think they call it something else, but basically his manager, Cyril is pointing out all the stuff that's going to happen with Renault going forward in the future. He's showing that to his manager now. You can guarantee that they showed Ricciardo too. Ricciardo would have asked, can I see it as well? So I think it was definitely Ricciardo's decision and said, look, I'm going to be number one in the Renault team. I'm going to get all the superstar attention. And their plans going forward look pretty solid. They look legit. They look very, very promising. And quite honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in this scenario too. Sometimes, again, we're saying sometimes, it's better off going to a different team, being the number one in that team, than staying in the top team or one of the top teams and being the number two. For instance, even let's flash forward, okay? Even in the Formula 2023 season and 2024 and it coming up now. Perez in with Verstappen. I genuinely believe Perez would be in a much better position if he was in a different team. Even though it's the top team, how many races did he win? He won 2 last year in the 23 season, right at the start of the year. Then all of a sudden, they all realized, uh-oh, he's a threat, Verstappen's not winning, and then they slowed him down. So, in many ways, you're fucked. Now, For Perez, I think he's just a placeholder. He knows it too. He's happy to be in the top team. He's happy enough to get a victory here now and then. I don't think the guy's hungry for championships and race wins. Not really. Not really. He'd like to win in races and championships, but I don't think it's going anywhere. I don't think... he's not hungry, man. He's not hungry to win and succeed. His standards have dropped if he had standards before. He doesn't have the standards to win. And look, for Ricciardo, I can see this in this scenario. I applaud him for this because he probably would be making more money at Red Bull. Again, we don't know this, but probably he would. He'd probably get a couple of more victories here and there with Red Bull in the next season. So let's say he didn't sign up with Renault. He probably would have got, let's say, maybe 1-2 victories in the next season coming up. Probably would have had quite a few podiums as well. And he sacrificed that to be the number one in a different fucking team. And Renault weren't, they weren't taking on the world by storm here at the moment. They were still struggling, so even to get a podium for Renault would have been a fucking achievement. So I like Daniel's approach here, I gotta say. I applaud him because he could have settled just for a couple of victories here and there. I really do fucking applaud him for that one. Hats off to you, sir. Because it's not an easy decision. It's not an easy decision. And then Cyril bringing him in, Cyril would have definitely had him at number one. Number one, I think he liked Ricciardo. I think he wanted a guy with experience. Number two, now, again, guys, we might not know the order of this and depending, but number two, I think he wanted to shove it up Christian Horner's ass, right? So even if he didn't want Daniel at number one, as in the number one driver in Renault team, he probably would have put him as the number one driver just to shove it up fucking Christian's ass anyway. So it's, and it's good. And I think he probably would have had a bit more backing with sponsors and just the manufacturer, like mainly sponsors, because the sponsors would have said, oh, we got the Aussie boy, he's come from Red Bull. Now, how much attention would he have got? I don't know that off the top of my head, but it did look like it was pretty promising for Ricciardo here and Cyril. And I think, he's got a bit of heat behind him, Ricciardo. He's doing well. He did well at Red Bull. And let's put all our efforts behind this guy. So you can't blame Cyril. I think it was a great move by him. I think it was a very, very good move by Ricciardo. I just love the way he wants to win. Ricciardo wanted to win when he went to Renault. He knew that he would struggle for a couple of years here. No question. No question about that. But obviously seeing the Renault's plan going forward, he fucking knew, okay guys, fuck me, I've got a chance here. He certainly knew anyway at Red Bull, he had no goddamn chance. And the fact that Red Bull loved the junior world champion, as in Sebastian Vettel, they love that PR shit. Oh, we got Sebastian Vettel, the youngest ever world champion at Red Bull. They thrive on that, guys. And I think Ricciardo, we're going to close off with this, guys, and I think Ricciardo would have known, well, hang on, if I stay with Red Bull here, they love the junior driver, and even if Verstappen hangs up his boots or he goes to another team in 2 years, 3 years time from now, I'm still going to have another 2 or 3 years wasted being the number 2 driver here at Red Bull. And when Verstappen goes, they're probably going to get another driver to come in anyway, a younger driver than me, and then guess what? They'll have just taken Verstappen's place, and Ricciardo nowhere, standing there with his dick pissing against the wind. I genuinely think that, and that would definitely happen. So Ricciardo might have thought, well, maybe if I hang on for a couple of years, Verstappen's going to be the number one. When he leaves, or if he leaves, well, then I'll be number one. Well, number one, Ricciardo is older than Verstappen, so the chances of Ricciardo quitting or retiring would have been much higher than Verstappen. And there's a big risk. There's a big risk because if Verstappen did retire or went to another team, Ricciardo would have been sitting there and Ricciardo would have been, oh fuck, here we go, another junior driver coming in. That's what they would have wanted. So guys, listen, check it out, the Drive to Survive TV program. I hope that this is bringing some information. I think it's a fantastic series. And just before we close off, we are going through every single episode by episode on the podcast. And obviously coming up next is going to be episode 5, which is, isn't it? Yeah, episode 5. I'm getting confused here. So guys, thanks for listening. I love y'all. Take care. Peter Walsh. Formula 1 game. And a lot of drivers do this, guys, whether they go to the factory and they use their factory sim car, right, and they go around the track and learn the track or get the rhythm and try different setups. That's one way. Or they'll sit at home and they'll, like you see Ocon, sit playing a PlayStation, or they'll sit in their sim, but they'll learn the track. I mean, the amount of hours I spent with my PlayStation back in the day going around Spa, Belgium. I never was there before, and I just did endless amount of hours and laps around the Belgian track on the PlayStation. And
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move he's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front, what a move from 5th all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter Walsh. It's back with Drive to Survive, Season 1, Episode 5. Well, we're starting to get through them now, guys. We are starting to get through. We're halfway through already of Season 1. It's been great. There's been quite a few people actually have asked me some questions now. They've heard the podcast. And it's great because obviously there is curiosity to know. I've said this before, and I'll just repeat it one more time. If this is your first time listening to the podcast on Drive to Survive, we're breaking it down behind the scenes. I raced for 13 years. This is what I know. I know the racing world inside and out, and I'm going to give it to you here on the podcast. And people have been wondering, really, man, I thought they were actors at this stage. You know, or at the very least, some people have thought that they were, or the guys in Formula 1 right now, some people thought, okay, they're not actors, they are the real deal. But are they acting in this scenario? So at least I'm going to try and give you as much as I can, guys, the input, the feedback. Is it true? Is it not true? What's going on? Because I do know the racing world, and I'm calling bullshit, and we're starting with episode 5 today. Okay, so episode 5 is quite interesting. Again, we're kind of looking in terms of the team bosses, right? We're very focused on the team bosses right now, and I think it's a good thing too, because do you know something? The team bosses are actually the stars of the show. I mean, they really are. They're fucking... Some of them are crooks, some of them are cowboys, some of them are honest to God, legit guys, classy guys. They steal the show at the moment. So in episode 5, we start off with Vijay, the team boss of Force India. Now, all of a sudden we're introduced to Vijay, and there's some government charges, that's putting it a fancy way. So apparently this guy, he owes a huge amount of money to the Indian government. The guy's from India, and they're wondering, should they extradite him? I mean, these are fucking serious charges. This guy is based in Silverstone in England, okay? That's where his team is based. And yet they're on about extraditing the guy? Jesus Christ. How much in debt is this fucking guy with the banks? Or is it just that much? I mean, surely the banks cover their ass with big things. Do you know what I mean? Like, I can't see the banks taking so much of a risk that your man fucked it up so bad that they're thinking about extraditing him. Do you know what I mean? It has to be an extreme scenario. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, there's plenty of fucking cowboys and dodgy dealers in the motor racing world. In any racing level, whether it's karting all the way up to Formula 1. There's plenty of them to go around, if you want to say that. And Vijay, okay, at the start we don't know exactly what the ins and outs of it are, of course. But look, before we get into this, I mean, you know, I've got to hand it to the guy, and I always, in fairness, I do have a bit of admiration for any team boss that breaks out into Formula 1 when they haven't had the resources available. Now, yes, this guy VJ, he's got the resources in terms of money. Now, then you gotta have a business brain on you, which a lot of the team bosses need to do. Hire the right fucking people. And from there, then you've got a good chance. Kind of like Christian Horner, the way he's come in and he got Adrian Newey, the number 1 employee on his fucking sheet, I can tell you that. And without Adrian Newey, you're gonna suffer. Now, Christian Horner came from motor racing background, so that it was a tremendous help. But again, Christian Horner is not an engine or a car manufacturer. Okay, you could say he's a car manufacturer, they make their own cars, but he's not really. He's not like a Mercedes, right? Where he's got his own fucking road car factory back home in England, where he manages also. No, he's come from the racing world. So, you know, like VJ here, the guy has done a tremendous job getting to where he's got to. Now, you don't need to be a crook either, but the guy looks like he's a bit fucking dodgy. So we're going to come back to him in a little while. And, you know, the weird thing about Drive to Survive, or maybe it's not weird, they do kind of float about all around the place. Don't you get that kind of feeling? That's the only negative thing I would have about this TV program. Many of you may, if you've heard me before on my Formula 1 podcasts or the Drive to Survive podcasts, I'm always going on about how amazing this program is, which it is. But at the same time, this is one negative, that they kind of jump around an awful lot, right? Because I'm going to go in real time based on the episode, guys, okay? In other words, minute by minute, all right? So here we go. So we were looking at VJ, and now, then we flash into Will Buxton. And by the way, guys, Will Buxton, don't listen to a fucking word that guy says. You know, he seems like a nice guy, right? But he doesn't have a fucking clue. And see, what annoys me about the likes of a Will Buxton is he pretends he has a fucking idea. The guy's never raced. You can tell. He's never raced in his life. And you know what? He might know all the information about Formula 1, this and that. Yeah, that's easy to do for anybody that reads fucking articles. Anybody can keep up, which is fine, obviously. You know, Jesus Christ. If I was interested in watching rugby now, you know, I was never a rugby player. I went to a rugby school, but that doesn't mean I'm a fucking expert because I've read all the articles on rugby. Hell no. I have an interest in rugby and I read what I like. Nothing wrong with that, and nothing wrong with anybody else that reads or catches up on the information too. But this guy comes across as a fucking phony. He's a fucking fraud, okay? He doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about. He knows the information. It's kind of like everybody, you know what's that Albert Einstein equation, E equals mc squared? Now, give me a bit of rope on this one, guys. I have a point here. Like, everybody knows that E equals mc squared. We know the answer, okay? Everybody in the world knows the answer to an incredibly hard equation. Now, we shouldn't know the answer, but we all do because we were told, or we read about it somewhere. But we don't understand how E equals mc squared. Do you know? We wouldn't be able to explain it to anybody unless you're a fucking rocket scientist or whatever it is. See, I don't even know if it's physics, biology, or chemistry or all combined. Don't have a fucking clue. But I know that E equals mc squared. Okay? Stupid. So, you know, the point is, guys, just because Will Buxton knows the information, it doesn't mean he fucking knows the racing world. It'd be just like me telling somebody, oh yeah, well, the Irish rugby team are this and they're that, and somebody didn't know. That doesn't mean I fucking know what I'm talking about. Come on. You know, don't pay attention to Will Buxton. He seems like a nice enough guy, but it does annoy me the way he goes on, that he's putting on a bit of a dance here. You know, anyway, he drives me fucking nuts. Okay, so then we move on to the McLaren team. And then we've got Eric. Oh God, I've just had brain fart. I can't remember his second name. Anyway, Eric is the director, okay, of the what was it? The aerodynamics side of the team. Anyway, he's part of the going forward, okay, progression in the team, and just typical brain fart when I go live. But anyway, you can see Eric anyway, right? He's in a press conference and he's getting under pressure here by one of the journalists, and they're asking him, well, you know, do you think you're gonna bring results, or are you gonna retire? You can see it written all over this poor guy's fucking face here. He's like, what? What a question to ask. Holy fuck, man. That was a real fucking weird question to ask. Talk about putting a guy under pressure. But hey, you know what? You sign up for Formula 1, you sign up for shit like this, you gotta suck it up. So he had to suck it up. But it's just interesting. He did end up resigning, as we see in the episode. And then we flash over to, or pan over to Zach Brown, the team boss of McLaren. His boss, okay? Now, in fairness, I like that about Zach Brown. He does says the buck stops with him. Now, because that's so true, guys. You know, this is very true in the racing world. This is very true in any walk of life, any profession, any whatever you call it, you know? End of the day, if this guy, Eric, is not good enough for the job, well then, it's not Eric's fault. It's Zach Brown, the team boss's fault. That is so goddamn true. And that's why Christian Horner, someone like him, and Toto Wolff, guys like these guys are so goddamn good at picking the right people for the right job. I think that's part of their skill, their real asset that they bring to the team. Of course, they've got to bring money, but they know how to delegate and get the right guy for the right job, because there's no sense in having, let's say, the Adrian Newey out there, right? And this is very, very true for the racing world. There's no sense of having an Adrian Newey on your team, right? Because he's technically the best of all time. But if Adrian Newey is, let's say, and he's not, by the way, okay? But let's say you did have an Adrian Newey who's a lazy bastard. He's not hungry anymore for it. He doesn't want to win, doesn't give a shit anymore. Well, then there's no point of having an Adrian Newey on board. So you got to have the right guy for the right job. I mean, you could have a guy that's not as good as Adrian Newey, but he's focused. He's a 9 out of 10. Adrian Newey will be a 10 out of 10 when he's hitting green light. But what if Adrian Newey's unpredictable? He has a great weekend, and then a couple of weekends later, he's on the fucking piss during the week. He doesn't give a shit. He's lost his concentration. Well, that's no good. Then you pick the 9 out of 10 every day of the week. Very, very important. And it's very, very important for Formula 1. And I think that's where Christian Horner and Toto Wolff, I think that's their number one skill. Talent, if you want to call it. And I don't think Zach Brown is quite there yet. But I do like the way he did own up and he said, look, you know, the buck stops with me. So I think basically he is saying that it's his fault that he had this guy Eric on board. And okay, then we flash back to VJ again. Then they're saying that he's 1 billion in fucking debt. Jesus fucking Christ. 1 billion in debt. Oh my God. From his airline apparently. And he's saying that he's not guilty, but he owns the banks. And apparently he's basically trying to call out that it's a bit of a witch hunt here. Now, that's thrown up a red flag for me here. The banks don't give a fuck, right? I mean, I'm not very skilled now on banks, okay, and how they treat a lot of these things, and touch wood, hopefully, thank God I'll never will, but but why would a bank be coming chasing you? Why would a bank try and get you extradited out of a fucking different country than where you're originally from? Why would they do that? There's got to be some real fucking fire, real smoke under... What is it called? There's got to be some real fucking fire, you know? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Jesus. I'm even fucking up my own fucking sayings here. Sorry, guys. My God, if I could speak English, I'd try and do it properly better. Lord almighty. But you see, this is a big red flag for me here. Big red flag. Why? What's going on with VJ? But we'll come back to him. So then we flash on to Ocon, who's his driver, who's VJ's driver. And Ocon now, I've watched a lot of him. And by the way, we're going to see it more as we go along in Season 1 here and Season 2. Ocon is very, very, I gotta admit, I wouldn't rate him very highly. I just don't think he has it. It's not that he's bad at this or bad at that. I just don't think he just has the overall pace. I think he's solid, he's consistent, but he's not 10 out of 10. He's a 8.5 out of 10. Actually, no, 8 out of 10. That's probably being generous, by the way. But let's give him 8 out of 10. He's extremely good in wet conditions on slicks, dry tires. He's very, very good. And we'll see that as we go along throughout the season, guys. So we'll come back to that one. Now, I do like the way that they show Ocon in the gym here. And I think when we were previewing or highlighting episode 1, I think that it was either episode 1 or 2, where we saw, I think was it Alonso in the gym. Now, unfortunately, they don't show as much as I'd like for you guys to see, because I think that's, you know, if a lot of people knew the fitness program that F1 drivers and just in general drivers in karting and Formula 4, Formula 3, 2, all the way up to Formula 1, if you really knew the exercise and the training involved, like a lot of other sports, you'd be very impressed. I mean, you can see Ocon now, he's doing the leg press now, right? He's got heavy weights, and most F1 drivers are slim guys, right? And you're meant to be, because you need to keep light as possible, and it's better for your reactions too. And you can see him, he's fucking benching heavy fucking muscle, guys. And he'd be doing these leg presses for, you would probably imagine, about a half an hour a day. Right, and now you keep doing that a half an hour a day, that's a lot. Now, he'd also be doing cycling or swimming, which again is even more leg exercises. So this would just be one of his exercises in a chain of exercises he'd be doing every single day, repeating every single day as well. So, and hopefully we're going to get to see more as well. You see him on the running machine too. Well, look, I suppose, watching somebody on a running machine, probably a bit boring, but we'll see more of that as we go along anyway. And I like the way, actually, guys, I like the family touch here. We are now introduced to Ocon's mum and dad. I think they're a lovely couple, and I love the love they have for their son. I mean, basically the dad says that he's everything to me. Don't quote me exactly what he exactly said, but he's basically saying that he's everything to me. He's my light at the end of the tunnel, or my guiding light or something. Very touching, very moving. And his mother, very motherly type of woman as well. I think they're a great couple together. I think they've a great chemistry with their son. And it's very important for any sports person, any sports boy or girl or man or woman, to have that sort of stability. I did, thank God. It was great. I was very, very lucky. And it's very important for you to have that in your life as you're growing up, especially when you're a child, when you're going up up the racing ladder, and any sport really, you know. So guys, always try and have, even whether you're a sports person or not, always try and have a good relationship with your family. So important. It just reminds me how important it is for a lot of people out there. And okay, so let's just move this on. So we got Ocon, and I like this too as well, guys. This is a bit of behind the scenes as well. We're also flashing over to then Ocon again, where he's sitting in his sim car. Now, it's not a fully set up computerized sim car where he's playing a game, I don't think. Now, that they don't show us exactly. I don't think it is. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But you can see Ocon sitting in his car, or sitting in the sim, should I say. And his eyes are closed, and he's going up the gears, he's using the paddles, he's imagining him accelerate, he's imagining himself accelerating, braking, down the gears, up the gears, turning left, right, and then going down the gears as he's turning left, back up the gears as he's flat out through the corner, through Beckett's or something, flat out of that right-hander, heavy fucking right foot down the straight, up to 8th gear. He's imagining all this, and I love this part here, because this is exactly what drivers do, guys, whether you're in karting all the way up to Formula 1. I mean, I remember when I was racing in Belgium, Spa, okay, the F1 track. We did the actual Formula 1 track in Formula Ford. And before I got there, I had the PlayStation and I had the Formula 1 game. And a lot of drivers do this, guys, whether they go to the factory and they use their factory sim car, right, and they go around the track and learn the track or get the rhythm and try different setups. That's one way. Or they'll sit at home and they'll, like you see Ocon, sit playing a PlayStation, or they'll sit in their sim, but they'll learn the track. I mean, the amount of hours I spent with my PlayStation back in the day going around Spa, Belgium. I never was there before, and I just did endless amount of hours and laps around the Belgian track on the PlayStation. And it really did. This is no joke, guys, and maybe it's hard to understand. You just have to be in it to know what I mean on this one. But it really did fucking help. It really did tee me up. It set my whole weekend up for the Belgian weekend. And I won that weekend. Before I got there, I got the rhythm of the track. I knew exactly, okay, it's downhill, uphill, and then it's going to level out right here. And then if I do level out the ground, I might hit off the ground. If I do, it might affect the suspension, the bump and rebound. Therefore, if that happens, the car might get unsettled and it might get oversteer or, God forbid, understeer going into a full speed corner. Slow speed corner, mid speed corner, doesn't matter. Either way, it can affect the track or the car going through. So PlayStation, you'd be amazed how realistic it can be. You gotta know what to look for too. But it amazing, and you can see Ock on there. He's trying to get the rhythm. And if there's any dancers that listen to me here, I've heard this about dancers. Now, I don't know if every dancer out there does this type of thing, but I've heard this before where you could be sitting at home, and before your a big competition, the better it is. So as we go, we can see then we fast forward onto Zak Brown again, and here's an interesting one. Now, this might be useful for you guys to know this. So a journalist is asking Zak Brown a few questions about the guy he just fired, etc., and where do they go from here, right? Or how much of a input does Alonso have? Alonso is his driver at the moment. So the journalist is asking him, are you doing things to keep Alonso happy in the team? In other words, did they fire that guy to keep Alonso happy? Are there people getting fired left, right and center just to keep their driver Alonso happy? Okay, well, I'll tell you this right now, guys. Again, this happens in karting all the way through the Formula 4, 3, 2 up to Formula 1. There's no change. This is all the same shit I've seen day in, day out in motor racing when I was doing it every day. Sometimes, now Zak Brown didn't answer the question. Now, I genuinely do think that they are listening to Alonso. Now, we have to remember here, at this stage, Zak Brown hasn't been in Formula 1 for very long. Now, he's taken over Ron Dennis's role here at McLaren. Now, to say it's a fucking hard job to jump into one of the greatest team bosses ever that has walked this planet, Ron Dennis he was one of the greatest of all time. And then Ron Dennis is gone, and then Zak Brown has to come along and fucking fill his shoes. That is an incredibly tough thing to jump into. I mean, insanely stressful scenario. I mean, you're under pressure the moment you fucking come out of the gates here. Now, the thing is, if Zak Brown, you see, this is what we don't know, guys. Is he listening to Alonso? But I'll give you some insight here. It is very possible that Zak Brown is listening to Alonso and basically doing everything he fucking says, because he doesn't have confidence in Formula 1 yet. Even though the guy's the team boss, he could be still saying, well, look, Fernando, he's been around a long time now, so let's just listen to Fernando, which is fucking crazy. But there's some method in Zak Brown's madness if he actually is listening to him. And I'll tell you why. Number one, Alonso could have pulled in some sponsorship that we don't know of. So in other words, the sponsors that you see on the car or their suits are both. That happens. You're sitting there at home, even in your bed, you're closing your eyes or you're rehearsing the dance rhythm, and you're trying to get the rhythm, the momentum of it, and the style, and feel it in your body. And that's what Ocon is trying to do here. He's trying to feel the car. He's trying to turn it into a dance. And a lot of drivers do that, guys. And it's very cool. And it can be a very, very big help. Very big help. The more laps you do, like I did on the PlayStation, we don't know exactly who got them on board, okay? Now, there is certain parts of the car, so like the side pod, that would be reserved for the team sponsor. Wouldn't be for the driver, right? But again, things can get all sort of overthrown or overridden when a driver can bring in some sponsorship money. Now, the thing is, what we don't know is that did Alonso have an influence on sponsorship, and he brought new sponsors to the team, keeping McLaren in the green with money. Therefore, whatever Alonso wants, guys, we'll give him. Now, if this is the case, where Alonso has this type of influence at the moment, believe you me, guys, it's not going to last forever. Zak Brown eventually let know the next season. Now, all of a sudden, the team owner is going to go, well, hang on a second, my little superstar here is not giving me everything I need here. And guess what happens? Then the team boss now won't necessarily listen to their golden boy anymore because the results aren't coming in. He ain't getting as much money as he should. So there's a shelf life on the team boss listening to the driver. Now, Zak Brown is not dumb, guys. He's not listening to Alonso because he thinks Alonso is the man and he can hear Fernando's been around a long time. Let's just keep this going here. And even if there's that type of influence, that's not going to last very long either. So either way, guys, he ain't going to be listening to Fernando Alonso going down the road. So there might be a shelf life for a little bit. It ain't going to last very long. I can tell you that now. So, then after that, we flash back to Vijay again. Now, India has started seizing his assets. Jesus Christ. Like, what the hell is this guy up to? What the fuck is this guy up to? And they're now saying he might be extradited from England, the UK. Like, we spoke about this at the start of the episode here, but I mean, you'd have to wonder, what the fuck has this guy been involved in? For the Indian government to actually try and put pressure on the British government to extradite one of these guys? Now, I'm not 100% up to date on these rules and regulations, government-wise and extradition-wise. I don't. But this sounds very, very extreme. I think the guy's been involved in a lot of shady fucking deals. There's a lot of cowboys in the motor racing world, and this just sounds like he's one of these gangsters, a fucking gangster. You know, guys, I mean, I even tell you, I knew a team boss when I was racing. I won't mention his name, but he actually owned a red light district. That's right. I'm not going to say what country. I'm not going to say what his name is, what racing. Nope, not going to say anything. But he was a team boss. He had his own small enough team, but he owned part of a red light district. In other words, prostitutes. Okay? And it was public knowledge. So this isn't like I'm handing out a secret here. No. But I'm still not going to mention his name. But now, I'm not saying... Oh, by the way, sorry. I'm not saying that he's dodgy, because he certainly wasn't in the racing world. That is for sure. I never saw anything bad about him. But, you know, you hear red light. Doesn't sound the most, doesn't sound the most legit things. But hey, I don't know. You never know. Then I've heard of another team boss who actually sold drugs at one stage to actually... Now, this is a rumor. And again, by the way, it could have been a rumor too of the guy owning the red light. You never know. You never know. But this other guy, apparently he sold drugs to make his way, earn a living, and then he set up his own business, legit business, and then he set up his own racing team. So there's some shady shit going on, guys and girls, in the racing world. And yeah, well, that's all I'll say on that one. That's all I'll say on that one. Okay, then we flash over to McLaren. Now, this is where I get a bit confused, I have to admit. You see, Van Dorn, is it Van Dorn? His name is the driver for McLaren. And you can see Van Dorn and the whole team. They're in the briefing room, okay? The debrief, just talk about the car setup. What I never understand is why they have the other driver there. You know? I'm a racing driver. I am not sitting in the same fucking room as my teammate. Now, if you have to, you know, if you really, really have to, and it's team orders. You're getting paid to fucking be in the team, and it's part of it. Well, then you have to, but I ain't opening my fucking mouth. I'll have private conversations one-on-one with my fucking engineer and my mechanics and the whole fucking team. Quiet time, because I don't want my fucking teammate knowing what I'm up to on the track. I'm setting the car up myself. Hey, motherfucker, you want to set your own car up? Go out into the track and do it your fucking self. I'm not doing all the work for you. So it always amazes me why they have these debriefs, because you know that some of the drivers are going to hold back to a degree. Okay? You know it is. But, hey, look, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they don't. Maybe they let it all out. It confuses me. It fucking baffles me. And Van Dorn, he's terrible giving feedback. Again, now, maybe this is method in his madness. Maybe he's being, he literally, the engineers are asking him a question in front of everybody, and he's just going, no. Maybe that's method in his madness here. He's just trying to come across that he's terrible at feedback, but yet he can give you really good feedback. Maybe he's doing that. Hopefully he is, because if it's true and he doesn't know what he's talking about, well then, Jesus Christ, no wonder the team's going nowhere. They're fucked getting feedback from him. So, anyway. And then we flash over to finish out the episode. We have VJ. He leaves the team. Now, Force India are still hanging on, this and that, right? But VJ's gone. He had to leave the fucking team. Team's in trouble. They're even trying to pay their wages. And this is what kind of makes the Season 1, guys, very exciting, because we're going to see more of this drama as we unfold throughout the season here. And obviously the remaining seasons. But it just goes to show you in motor racing and in general that you're only one step away from shutting down the business. I mean, even you see here at the end of the fucking episode, they're saying that, and don't worry guys, you're going to get paid this Wednesday. All the staff are sitting there going, fuck man, are we closing down? What are we going? Where are we going? What's going to happen? Jesus Christ. Are we going to get fucking paid? Can I pay for my fucking kids' new fucking school pants? You know, they're freaking their shit like. Of course they're going to be. And they do get the paid on Wednesday, but it's cutthroat, guys. It really is cutthroat, and a lot of money to be invested, and one fucking slight error can mean everything from shutting your business down or going bankrupt to keeping it going and winning the World Championship. They're only a couple of millimeters away either way. No. Anyway, guys, that is episode 5. Of course, we'll be back with a hell of a lot more, and we will talk to you later, guys. Ta-ra!
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move he's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front. What a move from 5th all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. Alright, ladies and gents, we're back with Drive to Survive. God, I'm fucking hungover today, I swear to God. I'm so far behind in my work too. Jesus. Do you ever get that day and you're just like, oh, I've got so much to do? I'm starting off with my podcast, so at least this is one tick off the list. But Christ, okay guys, you have to bear with me. I've got my orange juice bottle here now. I'm fucking... 1 second. Oh. Do you like that stuff with the orange? Or the orange bits? They're not too bad, aren't they? I normally try and stay away from those orangey bits. Do you know what I mean? Too clunky, lumpy shit. I don't know about these every now and then, like. But you know what? Fuck it. It's the only thing in there. Okay, why am I harping on about this? I don't know. Sorry, guys. Right. Okay. Drive to Survive. Season 1, Episode 6. Now, guys, this is a good one, actually. And I like this one. Not much, I suppose, in one way... Not much action happens in terms of the bitching, the gossip and all that, right? In a way. But what I really like about this one is that it really does show you the politics of Formula 1 and motor racing in general, from karting all the way up to Formula 1. So let's start off. So I love the way they kind of... they continue from episode 5. I think wasn't episode 5 where we saw VJ, the dodgy bastard, and like. So basically what they're saying, guys, VJ, he was the former team boss. If you haven't seen any of the other episodes up to now, guys, on my podcast. So VJ was the former team boss. He owed $1 billion to the Indian government. They were trying to extradite him out of the UK, like ridiculous shit altogether. And so VJ has had to step down. And now we see it's continued on from VJ here. So they're saying, fancy way of putting it, Force India has gone into administration and they needed a, quote, rescue package. I love that word, rescue package. So who comes along? Lawrence Stroll. Now, if you're new to Formula 1, guys, why this is all happening is, well, obviously, look, it's like any other business, and Formula 1 is a business too. You need money to continue on. You need money to keep going, keep the lights on, pay the bills, pay all the boys and all the girls who are working in the F1 outfit. So Lawrence Stroll comes along, Canadian billionaire, and he's got his son Lance Stroll, who is a motor racer. So what happens? Lawrence Stroll comes along, buys a good chunk of the business of the team, and of course, what does he do? He brings his kid into Formula 1. Now, guys, if anybody's out there going, oh, for fuck's sake, like, I totally get why you would say that, right? Oh, here we go, typical, yeah, should he even belong here? 100% understandable that you would think that. Jesus, I'd think that even being in racing, right? Or being in the racing world all my life. So, but the thing is, he's fucking good. He's a bitchin', a moaner, and he's got to stop his fucking complaining. And as we see him develop, he does change. I won't say for the bad or good, but he's fucking good, guys. I do rate Lance Stroll. He is absolutely very, very good driver. So Lance Stroll comes along, and then we have an introduction to Otmar. Of course, Otmar now is the new team boss. See, this is the part that I don't like about Drive to Survive. Right? You could have about 4 or 5 different scenes, and they're cutting over to this person, then that person, then this person, then that person, within about 1 minute of the show. But like I said before, guys, I'm going to do it in real time, okay? So whatever we see in the first minute, I'll jot it down, and then whatever happens in the next scene, I'll jot it down. Easiest way to go. So, Otmar, anyway, he's quite good. He's quite good. Well, do you know, actually, we'll get into him there now. And then we see Otmar. He just says, hello, I'm the new team boss, etc. Perez, this is interesting. Perez then, we see Sergio Perez, and his sponsor, Carlos. Right? They even mention on the show that Carlos, this guy, I can't even pronounce his second name, guys, so forgive me on that one. But this guy, Carlos, anyway, he is the sponsor of Perez, and he's actually helped him all the way up through the ranks. So from karting all the way up. And this happens quite a lot. This does happen quite a lot. Schumacher was the same. He had Willy Webber. Willy Webber turned into his manager, but at the day, Willy Webber sponsored him. And I think I did mention it, I think it's episode 1 or 2, but I'll go again anyway. Basically, a lot of these manager type of people or sponsors can come along. They'll sponsor you. They'll pay for all your racing when you're in kid and karting. You go to Formula Ford, Formula 3, 2, whatever it is. But if you make Formula 1, whatever deal you get from then on in Formula 1, that manager or sponsor gets a percentage. So, for example, Willy Webber are Carlos here with Sergio Perez and Willy Webber with Schumacher. They paid for their single-seater racing in karting, Formula Ford, Formula 3, 2. Alright, they paid all of the fees. Everything was on the house, you could say, for the driver. But the moment they got to Formula 1, and let's say Schumacher gets a Ferrari deal of 20 million for a year, Willy Webber gets, well, We'll assume it's around 10-15%, right? Because that's what a normal manager agent would get. But it was more than that. You can be fucking sure of that. So, but then the thing is, year 2, Willie Weber is getting the exact same amount. So he continuously gets paid. Now, is the manager screwing the driver? Or is it a fair deal? That's for you to decide. I mean, I put it this way to you guys. If I found a guy that I could trust and had an agent who paid for everything, we would have gone down that road. No two ways about it. 100%. So, because it's almost impossible to get to Formula 1. Like, almost impossible. So, you gotta do what you gotta do when you're a racing driver and racing family. Anyway. So, here we're introduced now to, all of a sudden, the new team owner. Now, the team has Sergio Perez driving, Esteban Ocon in the other seat, and problem is, what happens now? Because you've got Lance Stroll coming along, and you can be sure as fuck Lawrence, the dad, is going to make sure his kid's driving, and you don't fucking blame him, okay? He's goddamn right. So he has his kid there. So who gets the seat? So now, of course, we see Perez and Ocon. Oh God, one of us is going. Who's up for this, right? So it's very tough because obviously Perez is bringing sponsorship at the exact same time. Ocon has to bring sponsorship too. Now, here's the thing as well, guys. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here, and apologies if I'm not explaining this correct. Also, when you do get to Formula 1, so like Willie Weber with Schumacher, Carlos is sponsor, right? Perez, okay? Now, sometimes you'll still have to pay your way getting into Formula 1. So, for instance, there was Mick Schumacher, Nikita Mazepin at Haas. They had to pay their seat when they got to Formula 1. Michael Schumacher had to pay year 1. Now, after year 2, he didn't. But year 1, he did. So, in this case, these two boys, Perez and Ocon, they're obviously bringing sponsorship to the table. They even mention it now. We'll get to that. So, the two boys have to still technically pay their way. But again, once they get paid, so obviously, as we know, Perez is in Red Bull now, right? And Ocon is in... God, brain fart. I'm sorry, guys. Aston Martin? No, not Aston Martin. Oh, where's Ocon again? Oh, I'm too hungover for this shit today. Christ. Anyway, look, sorry. Okay. Anyway, Ocon's somewhere. And those two boys will be getting paid now. So the manager is getting paid himself. Okay. Now, where else do we have? So you're going to wonder, how is this going to work, right? How are you going to get that seat? Is there anything else I should work on? Is there anything else I can do to impress the team? Bring something to the table? I mean, these two boys are bringing fucking money to the table already. So, what else do you fucking do? Now, as we go on then, now, in fairness, Perez collides with Ocon going down that straight before Eau Rouge at Spa in Belgium. And you'd wonder, now, looking at it from a racing driver's point of view, Perez, 100%, what the fuck was he doing? Did he do that on purpose? Probably. Because he was in front. Now, if you watch the episode, guys, episode 6 of season 1, you'll see this. They're going down the straight, and Ocon is in the inside, and Perez just shifts over on top of him. Now, it's a veering right. Now, it's a straight, but it still dips to the right a little bit. So Perez is just leaning his car to the right. Ocon is doing the same thing, but Perez hits into him. Now, in fairness, Perez should have been looking in his fucking mirrors because it was at the start of the race. Eau Rouge is coming up ahead. The last thing you want is be getting tangled up with a car going through Eau Rouge because you need to get the momentum going through Eau Rouge all the way up the back straight. So, unless Perez is really a fucking moron, okay? And racing drivers can make mistakes, right? Don't get me wrong. But that mistake is just like, it's almost unforgivable. It's pathetic, actually, if it is a mistake. However, if it's not a mistake and he did hit into him, well then, my friends, that's not good. That is not fucking good, I tell you that now. Because you're not going to get any favors with the team. So anyway, and then in fairness, even though I don't like Ocon, but still, he had a great race at Spa. And I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, racing in the conditions with your dry tires on, in the damp conditions where the track is slippy, wet, like sort of dry / wet, racing in those conditions is fucking tough. It's very, very tough. And he's very, very good. He showed some brilliance, I have to say. Ocon did it in those conditions. Still don't rate him overall because you need to be good at everything. But he did a brilliant job. He finished third overall in qualifying, wasn't it? Yeah, and it just shows you he's on the fucking ball. Now, of course, we do see a lot of Will fucking Buxton. Here we go with this guy. Give me, spare me, please, with Will Buxton. A journalist, guys. He don't know shit about racing, okay? He knows the information, but he doesn't know shit. And he tries to make it out that he is. Now, on the other hand, the other journalist, Chris Medland, right? We do see him flash in and out every now and then. He's on the ball. He keeps it simple. He doesn't try and pretend that he had this huge racing series behind him, right? Like, you can tell from his look. Like, if you look at Will Buxton, you'd say to him, oh, I wonder, has this guy raced? Like the way he sounds, right? That doesn't mean he fucking knows what he's on about. Okay? It does not mean he knows what he's on about. But I don't know. Maybe it's hard to explain Will Buxton. But anyway, the other guy, Chris Medland, he's on the ball, guys. I would definitely, if you can find him on social media, I'd follow him. He's good. And he keeps it the way it is. He's a journalist. He doesn't know the racing, what it's like to be in that car. But he knows his information, and he just keeps it at that. And then we flash over to Perez and Ocon having a crash in Singapore. Here we go again. So, did Perez hit into him? Sorry guys, having some more orange here. Christ, I like this orange stuff with bits. I have to say, I wasn't a fan of this shit, but the more I drink this stuff. Anyway, Perez and Ocon. So, Perez and Ocon. There's no two ways about it. Perez again. Now this was, again, a stupid move by Perez. What the fuck was he thinking? He even comes on the radio, I'm sorry guys, I didn't see him. Now, I tell you guys, if you're in this situation where you think that you're not getting a seat, then you wouldn't be having these problems. I think Perez was very, very confident knowing he was going to get the seat. And he went, yeah, I've got this. I've got this. Because there's no way, if your seat's up for jeopardy, there's no way you're going to even attempt to have a fucking accident with your teammate. And I tell you this, you'd be looking in the fucking mirrors, especially after Spa, because the last thing you want to do is piss off the team. So I think this guy knew he had the seat coming. It wasn't out in public yet. And he went, fuck this guy. So I think that's what happened there, guys. But again, it was just weird. And then Perez has a speed wobble. Did you see that? He comes out of a corner. Some guy's kind of like almost coming out of a slipstream to overtake him. And then Perez kind of comes... he's leaning towards the middle of the track. And the car just wobbles. Very weird, guys. I can't even make out what the fuck happened there. I genuinely can't. Because he was out of the corner. He was out of the commitment of the corner. He was on the fucking throttle. There was no weight resistance against him. There was nothing against him. So to have that weird wobble, I can't put my fucking my finger on it, genuinely. And then, okay, here's one thing, guys, I'm really excited to talk about. Then we see Ocon in the gym. Okay, we flash over from that speed wobble of Perez straight into Ocon's in the gym with his personal coach, I presume. Now, I wouldn't believe a fucking thing of that anyway. This does make me wonder, are these guys actually working out fucking properly? One would have to assume they are. But anyway, either way, guys, whatever you see here, it's bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because the reps he was doing, now, maybe some of you actually don't know this. Now, I only know this because I was in this world, right? So, you know, you learn things along the way. Just because I know it doesn't mean that other people are dumbasses or anything. Do you know what I mean? So, only from my experience, from learning from other people, the reps that he's doing with his manager, his personal trainer, he's going up, down, up, down, up, down, and he's doing it really quick. That's complete horseshit. Now, he's working out for resistance, okay? But you don't go up and down for resistance. What you do is you go down, you go up, and then as your body is going down, your weight is getting heavy, right? But you have to go very, 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 very slow down, okay? Very slow, and then up quick, and then you come down slow, 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 because then it's a harder burn, harder resistance on your body. But all we see is Ocon fucking going up and down like lightning speed, and his personal trainer. So that makes me either think, well, I'm gonna go 99% that it's complete bullshit. They were just putting on a bit of, you know, like, oh guys, let's see what you do for the show here, you know. So I wouldn't worry about that. But guys, if you didn't know that before, hopefully that helps. Hopefully it does. Always on the negative turn when your body is going against you. So let's say you're doing a push-up. You go up, away from the ground, you go up fast, and then as you're going down, you go very, very slow. In fact, I mean, you crawl down. And I tell you guys, you get a better workout, it's better technique, and you build endurance and stamina, and it's good for your core as well. So it ticks every single box. And I like here when we're almost done here, and I like when Otmar says they're keeping Perez. He's got sponsorship, and he literally says it out there. But then he throws in at the end, oh well, you know, but we want him because of his skill. Yeah. Blah 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 blah. Okay, don't mind that. Don't pay attention to that bollocks. All right. Even when I was in racing, guys, me or any of the other racing drivers, they would have been sold instantly if some guy came along with some sponsorship. I mean, I remember it happened to me in Formula 2000. I went over to the Formula 2000 series in America. I won the Benelux Championship in Formula Ford in '99. I go over to America in Florida. I go to this oval called, I think it was called Lakeland, and it was a shootout between me and the Formula Ford world champion Ricardo van der Ende at the time. So the two of us are there on the day. We basically do runs. So I got in for, I think, what was it? Probably about 25 laps. And he got in for 25 laps. Now, we can come in as much as we want. We can stay out as long as we want. Within those 25 laps or whatever it was. And we can set up the car, do this, do that, whatever. So I scored a better lap time than him. And consistently better than him. And the team offered me the seat. Okay, they were very happy with me. Done. I beat the world champion. Boom, here we go. 2 months later, I get the phone call. And they literally decided to go with another driver because he was bringing money to the table. Billy something. For some reason I can never remember this guy's name. But he had a disastrous year with the team. This was the top team, the top seat. The guy never was in racing before. He only came, I think, from karting into now this is his first year ever. And they went with him because of the money. And they literally said it to us. And it happens a lot, guys. So, the point is, you can be the talented, you are the best, you can be the most talented, you can be very skillful, you can be the best, whatever it is. Sometimes you will get booted out because somebody is bringing money to the table. And, you know, I never was bitter about it because that's the weird thing. You never actually get bitter about it because you know what you're in for. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, when you're signing up for motor racing from day one, every karter knows this. Every motor racing driver in racing cars knows this. So, you know, I suppose in one way it's a kind of a comfort, you know? It's not a shock to you. It's just not. So that's the good thing about that thing anyway, you know? I suppose like anything, in any bad situation there's always a good and bad. In any good situation there's always a good and bad, you know? And okay, what else do we have? Will Buxton at the end, he goes, well, it tells you about the guy Ocon after he finishes 11th in Singapore when he gets booted out. No. Don't believe that bollocks, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly what a racing driver should be doing. If you finish last on the grid and you've got a good car, you should be climbing through up, okay? You should be. That's your fucking job. Whether you're in karting or racing, there's no shock. Right? Like, even was it Verstappen? And, where did he started last on the grid. And he won the race. I think, it was in 2023. Sorry now, guys, you might remember that now if you can. But he finished last. Was it Miami, maybe? Anyway, he starts last. I think, didn't he have a gearbox problem at the time? So anyway, he has a gear problem. Mechanical problem. I think, anyway. Starts last. Finishes the race, wins the race. Everybody's like, my God, that's amazing. No, it's not amazing. He should have won the race. And by the way, guys, if you don't know, I'm a Verstappen fan. Right? But I'll fucking call bullshit if I have to see, if I see it, okay? No. You have fucking standards. If you're in the top car, you should be fucking bringing food to the table. You should be fucking sticking it on pole position and qualifying. And you should be rounding it off, winning the goddamn fucking race. Now, look, you can have an off day here and there and all that, but... So, see? This guy tries to sound like he's a pro. He doesn't have a fucking clue. Anyway, okay, I have to stop talking about Will Buxton. I'm sorry, guys. Look, maybe you are a fan of his, and if you are, God rest you, or God love you, no problem. I'm not going to argue with you, but he's full of shit, okay? Okay, guys. I think I'm calling it a day here. So look, come here. We'll be back anyway, guys, with more. And I'm going to have to... probably have to get a hair of the dog later, actually, I'd say. But anyway, guys, we'll be back with more Formula 1, of course. And I'll talk to you later. Cheers, guys. Bye. Peter. Went for an allergy test. I was allergic to, and I still am, allergic to wheat, yeast, dairy, tomatoes, cheese. I mean, the list goes fucking on and on and on and on. And this is where I think this can relate to you guys, right? You see, this is what I love about Drive to Survive. There can be things that you can relate to as a driver, for me, obviously, but even for you guys, right? I mean, you could, like me, my concentration was gone. I kept crashing the car until I changed my diet. And all of a sudden, concentration came back. But again, I didn't know I was allergic to these foods until I got the fucking allergy test.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front from fifth all the way to the lead in lap one.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back. It is Netflix, Drive to Survive. We're going back. We're looking back at every episode in Drive to Survive. Now, we are in the middle of February, just over the middle of February in 2024. Now, guys, I can't believe, before we get into this, we're on Season 1, Episode 7 today. So we've obviously reviewed the last 6 in Season 1. So maybe you're wondering, because the F1 season is about to start in, what is it now? Next week, actually. I can't even believe it's come up this early. It's unbelievable. The time is just fucking flying by. And Drive to Survive Season 6 is out next week. Amazing. Season 6. So guys, what we're doing is I'm taking my time with this. Now, you know, a lot of people will rush and, oh, I gotta be current and all that jazz, right? You know what? We're going to be covering every single F1 race this year in 2024. We're going to do a build up to every race. We're going to do a highlights and breakdown reaction for every race. So we're up to speed. But Drive to Survive, it's just a nice simple joy that we all have. And it's a fantastic series. It really is. And I mean, let's be honest, guys. If you've seen the way on Netflix now that a lot of the new documentaries, so for instance, is it Point Break? I think there's a tennis one now as well. So it's the same type of scenario where it's Drive to Survive behind the scenes. I mean, there's golf, there's tennis, there's NASCAR now. Actually, I must watch that as well. That might be good. Obviously, Formula One. And, the rugby one, Six Nations. They're all very good. But Drive to Survive was the original, baby. It was the original. It was the very first one that ever came out. And it's fantastic. It really is. And you know what I love about it? Before we get into it, I'm actually very excited about talking about these with you because I've forgotten back to season 1. Like I even caught myself watching it there now a little while ago, and my heart was bleeding for Roman Grosjean, and we'll get through that now in a second. But I forgot. I was like, come on, Grosjean, come on. And I totally forgot what he was about to do or this or that. And you're like, oh, sure, that's right. This happened or that happened. And, you know, so it's great. It's great. So for me, it's almost like I'm watching it for the very first time again. So it's very exciting. So, okay, guys, so let's get into it, right? Now, what I really like about this episode, and it really actually struck home with me, is the importance of a healthy diet. Now, they don't actually talk about a healthy diet in this, but I know this from the backside of racing. Where I'm getting to this. Okay, so we start off the episode with Roman Grosjean. He crashes a lot, right? He's having a disaster, okay? He keeps crashing the fucking car. Whether it's in a race or practice qualifying, it doesn't matter. He just keeps crashing the car. The team are getting frustrated. He's getting frustrated, obviously. He's losing a bit of confidence. And they're wondering what the fuck is going on with him. Now, as we go throughout the episode, we'll see more, right? But I'm going to give you the backstory here of this. I can relate to him for this one because I think every driver, now, not a lot of drivers are going to admit this, but a lot of racing drivers will have a time in their career, whether it's karting or Formula 4, 3, 2, or even Formula 1, for even Grosjean in this case. A lot of us drivers will have, what would you call it? A moment where you're having a lot of crashes, right? Or you lose a bit of confidence and you're not getting the results in. Now, it could last for a couple of days. It could last for a couple of weeks. It could last for a couple of months. It could last for a couple of years. God only knows. But I'm going to speak to you about like my experience. I went into Formula Vauxhall Junior. It was this junior category over in England. I just got out of school, wasn't ready. I was just overwhelmed with everything. And I kept crashing for a couple of weeks. Like just non-fucking stop. And I was wondering, what the fuck is wrong with me? Right? I couldn't focus. It was getting expensive now because anytime a driver crashes the car, except for Formula 1, driver's gotta pay. The driver has to pay the bill. So guys, you could be talking of a bill from anything from... Jesus, where do you start in this one? Because this is an open checkbook on this. You could be starting from 100 euros up to 5,000, 6,000, even 10,000 euros, depending on what has happened, right? But so it's horrible. Now, thank God it didn't last long for me. Thank God. But where I'm getting with this about a healthy diet is that it was actually one of the greatest things that ever happened to me in my life. Actually, it was a serious blessing in disguise because I was still like 15 years of age going into these cars, right? Never driven a car, overwhelmed, just moved out of school. I'm like, Jesus, this is my life now? What the fuck am I doing here? And you just wonder, what can I do? What do I need to get back to me being me? And there was enough crashes, and we had a fucking team briefing almost here, right? And it was a case of, Peter, what about your diet? And I even remember my team owner said, Peter, maybe you're anemic. And I went, what the fuck is that? And I think it's something to do with blood sugars. In fact, I can't even remember now what it was. But I definitely remember him saying anemic, because I was like, oh my God, is that like fucking AIDS? Fucking cancer? What are you on about? And I couldn't figure it out. So, you know, all of a sudden I was like, God, what do I do? I had a good chat to my mum. I came home. We had a good breakdown of where I am. And then my mum said, well, let's get your diet checked out. Went for an allergy test. I was allergic to, and I still am, allergic to wheat, yeast, dairy, tomatoes, cheese. I mean, the list goes fucking on and on and on and on. And this is where I think this can relate to you guys, right? You see, this is what I love about Drive to Survive. There can be things that you can relate to as a driver, for me, obviously, but even for you guys, right? I mean, you could, like me, my concentration was gone. I kept crashing the car until I changed my diet, and all of a sudden concentration came back. But again, I didn't know I was allergic to these foods until I got the fucking allergy test. I still didn't even believe it when I got that allergy test. Couldn't believe it. I was like, Mum, is this really? Like, could this be it? And she, of course, said, look, Peter, I don't know for sure, but it's certainly not fucking helping you. And all of a sudden, guys, started eating properly. Took a couple of weeks, right? And I think this is what's going on here with Grosjean. Now, they don't even mention this in the actual program. But I've been here, done that, worn the t-shirt. I know what it's like to drive these cars. I know what it's like to lose your confidence. It's a horrendous feeling. Even when you see his face, guys, I mean, God, I almost want to cry for the guy, because I can just unbelievably relate to him. And I think every other racing driver is the same. Now, this guy unfortunately had it in Formula 1 when he should be in tip-top condition. He obviously didn't have it in the younger years. So again, I think it visits you whenever it comes, and it can last for a while, it can last for a short time. Unfortunately for Grosjean, it was lasting for a while. Luckily, I didn't have that, thank God. But, you know, it just goes to show, like, your diet is so goddamn important. It really is, guys. And vitamin supplements. Make sure you're taking the right stuff. Now, I did a podcast on this, and by the way, I'm going to be doing more podcasts on vitamins, etc. in the next couple of weeks as well. I think it's really good. I think it's very beneficial, and I'm no health, medical, vitamin, diet expert, but I fucking know enough to know that it can affect you and performance, everything, especially at high levels, and just for your general well-being. You know, it's so important. So anyway, let's get back to this. So I hope that kind of gives you a bit of feedback, guys, on why a diet is so important. And so back to, okay, where are we? I'm just looking at my notes here, guys, so bear with me. And so we flash over to Azerbaijan Grand Prix now with Grosjean, okay? This is the start of his real kind of, oh dear God, what do I do here? And I mean, he just goes to show. They even show him in the race in Azerbaijan. And in the fucking race, the safety car comes out. Now, as many of you have probably seen Formula 1 or even just on Drive to Survive, when the safety car comes out, all the cars have to slow down and they form up behind the pace car, right? Or safety car, whichever. It's considered both. And you must keep at a slow speed, right? The safety car is dictating the pace. And why does a safety car come out? Because there's obviously a crash on the track. They have to make sure that, Jesus, we don't want the cars flying around at huge fast speeds. We have to get away. We have to get rid of all this damage, clean up the track again, and then the race can commence, right? It's just a very good, beneficial safety feature, if you want to call it. So, as he's on the safety car lap, he's warming up his tires and he's weaving left and right, and I'm sure you've probably seen all that before. And He's weaving so much, he ends up spinning off the fucking track. Now, he's not the only driver in the world to ever do this. In fact, Michael Schumacher even did this, right? At one stage, and you're like, huh? What the fuck? Now, drivers can make stupid mistakes. I've done it. All the other drivers have done it. But for me, that was the clincher that, all right, this guy... And Schumacher's incident, it was a one-off. You know, he wasn't going through a bad patch where he was crashing all the time. No. So you'd be like, okay, this is a different scenario because Grosjean is starting to crash. He's losing his confidence. Now, all of a sudden, he's fucking weaving, warm up the tires, and he fucking spins off and he hits the wall. Like, that, to me, that would have been the moment where I was Gunther Steiner, his team boss for Haas, and I would have been like, okay, Roman, there's something wrong with you maybe, man, here physically or chemically. God only knows. God only knows. And I mean, my heart really dropped for him now, where all of a sudden after he hits the wall, they zoom into Grosjean and he's sitting outside the car. Obviously, he's just waiting for the race to finish. And he's sitting there, or he's leaning down and he's up against the wall, head in his hands, looking down at the earth, and you could just see he's about to cry. Like, Christ alive. Jesus Christ alive. That just, it brings it back for me. Now, I was 15, this guy's in his 30s, but, you know, I think it would make any man or woman cry in that kind of scenario. It's horrendous feeling, and my heart just fucking ached for the guy. And you're thinking, come on, Grosjean, you can do this. I mean, you're actually on Team Grosjean here after watching this. And then we flash over to the French Grand Prix in qualifying. Now, of course, Romain Grosjean, he's half Swiss, I think, and half French. So this is, in a way, this is his home track. He comes on the camera. And I gotta admit, Gunther's right. If a driver starts to have a bad patch, it's so true. Gunther says you lose your confidence. And it's true. You can lose your confidence. Now, you can always get it back. You know, you can always get it back. That's the saving grace. Problem is, you're under pressure because if your bad patch goes on too fucking long, you could be fired out of the team, right? Or the season's nearly over and then no one wants to re-sign you for the next fucking season. So if you're gonna have a bad patch, you have it quick, done, in, out, get yourself sorted, because you gotta get back to fucking peak as quick as you can. Then we're introduced to Gene Haas. Now, good old Gene, baby. You know, this guy, oh man, I mean, this guy is just, he's a disaster. Like, he is such a, I don't even know what you call this guy. He's a ruthless hard bastard, that's for sure. And yeah, you definitely have to be. Of course you have to be. But this guy is, he's not, we're going to get into him a lot more in the rest of the seasons, because I do remember that about this. Gene Haas is not giving the right amount of money invested in the team, and he's expecting fucking miracles, right? And this guy is no idiot. I'm telling you now, this guy's no dumbass. Yes, he's American. It's not the heart of motorsport America per se, but there's a lot of talented, a lot of skilled and very knowledgeable men from America and women in the racing world over there. And Gene Haas fucking knows he's not giving them enough money. And guys, you know, if you've listened to some of my other episodes, Gunther Steiner is not, I'm not his biggest fan. He's unbelievably entertaining. I think he's a diva. He loves the camera, but I'm standing up for him here. For good old Gunther Steiner here, because the guy's not getting enough money. He's not getting enough resources into the fucking team to actually progress up to the next level. Now, when I say next level, Haas are kind of in the, you know, at the back of the grid up to midfield, right? If they score in the points in the top 10, they're having a good weekend. But if you want to progress, well, now you started investing a lot more money. So instead of finishing in midfield, you got to start progressing up to consistently in the top 10. Consistently, you have to be doing that. So the guy is very unfair. Like, if he was given enough resources, I'd be saying, yeah, Gene Haas, dead fucking right, boy. But I think, I could be wrong. It looks like to me, I'm fairly certain on this, he's the type of guy that he'll just blame everybody else for everything that goes wrong. And no, I don't give a shit. No. And that's not good. And then we get introduced to Kevin Magnussen. And then straight back again to Gunther. You see, this is what I'm kind of on about. That's what it kind of annoys me about Drive to Survive. It's the only thing that annoys me. All of a sudden, they flash over to, let's say, example, Gunther. And then 4 seconds later, now they're showing someone else. You're like, oh, so, huh? Are they talking about Gunther? Or are they going to be talking about this person here? What's going on? So anyway, we get introduced to Kevin Magnussen properly this time now. Now, Kevin Mag, this guy, I fucking love him, man. I think he's awesome. I think he is definitely one of the best out there. He's old school kind of generation guy. He wants the danger. He's going to put his life on the line like any driver worth his goddamn fucking salt will do, because that's how much you want it. And he's so good, man. He's so good. And then we flash back over to Gunther. Now, this is what I didn't agree with Gunther here. Gunther says, good guys don't win. You don't let your teammate past. Well, duh. Obviously, Gunther. And I don't agree with him. You can be a good guy. And this is coming from a racing driver, ladies and gents, who's been around the block, okay? So even excluding me, I know other racing drivers were incredibly nice guys. Incredibly nice guys. And they were fucking ruthless bastards in a car. So excluding me now. Excluding me. I know plenty of... And I'm not just talking about incredibly nice guys. I'm talking about incredible gentlemen. But once that fucking helmet comes on, you turn into a monster. So this whole good guys don't win, that's a load of rubbish. That is a load of rubbish. Okay, and so then we flash back to Grosjean. So they're showing Grosjean now in qualifying. He's going well. I think he gets out of Q1, qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. Then he's in qualifying 3. I think it's qualifying 3 anyway, right? And he's going well. They're looking promising. The team's getting excited. And Grosjean has another spin. Now this time, thank God, he didn't ride the car off. Thank fuck. But still, it was just another one added to the belt here. I mean, it was... heartbreaking. And then you see him back in the pit lane, and this is a very true story, ladies and gents. Sometimes us racing drivers, you can't sleep. You don't sleep because there's a lot of shit going on in your head that you got to figure out. And it can be incredibly stressful. It's tough. It's once you get even into Formula 1 or the lower levels even, the glamour goes out of it quite fast, ladies and gents. Quite fucking fast. Because you're under pressure to deliver. Now, if you're delivering, you're enjoying it a hell of a lot more, of course. But you can have some sleepless nights, and I bet you, I've had some sleepless nights, I can guarantee you that. And I bet you $1 million that every other racing driver, you have sleepless nights. Because you're wondering, okay, what the fuck is wrong with me? Or you could have pressure from the team. Hey, Peter, you're not performing properly, even though you're doing everything in your power, but they're just trying to sort of blow it off that it's your fault. And you're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. But that can be racing. That can be racing. So, where are we? The team debrief. Again, my heart kind of dropped for Grosjean. Team debrief, you can see all the team and the drivers sitting around, and Grosjean, he looks so empty. He's got nothing in the tank anymore at this stage. The guy just doesn't know what to do. I think he just doesn't even know what to to say, okay guys, the car is doing this, the car is doing that. I think he's like, is there any point at this stage of me doing this? At this feedback? Because fuck, I'll just probably put it into the wall. I think that's what he has that kind of look about him, you know, he's defeated. He's thrown in the fucking towel at this stage. And you're thinking, oh my god, what's this guy gonna do? What is this guy gonna do? And then we flash over to Gunther again. Now Gunther says, and this is, by the way guys, I think a lot of you can relate to this one. This is about human life in general. Gunther says, we're the strongest when we have nothing to lose. No, we're not. We're the strongest when we have everything to lose and we still perform. When you're up against the pressure, your back is up against the goddamn fucking wall, and you're feeling the pressure, where you could buckle and, let's say, quote, die, alright? But you still perform, that's when you're at your goddamn fucking strongest. What he's saying here, you're strongest when you got nothing to lose, that means you've got no pressure on you. I mean, everybody can perform under pressure. Everybody can perform under pressure. You're at your strongest when you're up against the wall and you can find a way out. So then we flash over to Gunther after the qualifying. Team are obviously gutted. They don't know what to do. They're disappointed with Grosjean, but then they're happy because Kevin Magnussen had a great qualifying. So Magnussen is supplying some oxygen here for the team. And here's where we see a team boss now bitching, right? And so guys, you have to watch this episode because this sums up a team boss, right? As in, now again, not all team bosses, all right? Again, we just say that. I've said this before. But you see Gunther, he's given this Saturday night of the race. Kevin Magnussen's there with his girl. Gunther's is there with the whole team. Then Gunther stands up, big dinner outside, lovely little atmosphere place, restaurant. Gunther stands up, gives a speech. Hey guys, I want to thank you for all your hard work, etc., etc. But then he goes on about, Roman's not here, Roman Grosjean's not here, maybe because he doesn't think he should be here or whatever he says. I don't even quote me. But he's starting to have a go here, right? He's starting to have a go off Grosjean. And he's actually laughing at him a bit. And that's not good. That's not good. That is him trying to save his ass, as in, it's all Roman, I'm the man, and I want everybody to remember that it's Roman having the problems here, not me. He has that sort of superior, I'm above him. He didn't need to say anything like that. Now, he's not calling him a fucking wanker and this and fucking that and like doing a Nazi on it. Hell no. But he's thrown out some comments here now where there's no goddamn fucking need. And even worse, he's doing it when Netflix is recording him. What the fuck? Again, you know? Like, oh my god. The level of disrespect is unfucking believable. It drives me mental. Like, there's no way Gunther Steiner's going home at night after that and feeling happy and proud of himself, unless he's the most deluded fucker the world's ever seen. But so not right. And you'll see it, guys, in the episode, unless you've seen it already. Kevin Magnussen sitting there, he gives a tiny little bit of a smile, but I think it was a very awkward smile because then you flash back to him and he's not smiling now. And now I've said this before, that Drive to Survive is 85% accurate. In fact, I'd even go 85. That it's accurate, as in it's 85% real. Then there's obviously just a bit of drama thrown in every now and then in here, right? And I've always said that the only bit of the drama side that's been exaggerated would be where, let's say, I'll give you an example. Toto Wolff is talking about Christian Horner, right? He's bitching about him in the pit garage. Netflix catch him, but then they pan over to Christian Horner. But Toto's bitching about Christian Horner, but then then they flash over, and then Christian Horner gives a look, right? So it's almost like he's standing right next to Toto Wolff. But that's not the case. They just picked up a reaction from Christian Horner sometime in that weekend, or got maybe even a different weekend, and then they decided to put those two together. Then it seems that it sounds like Christian Horner's catching a "what did he say to me?" But he actually wasn't even fucking around the place, right? But I genuinely think, because it shows you the same atmosphere, same restaurant, same team, same everything, this actually looked real. And I know a lot of drivers, and Kevin Magnussen has a lot of fucking class, and I think that's why this part is not exaggerated with Kevin Magnussen. Even if it is, it still doesn't excuse Gunther Steiner here for just being a fucking asshole to his driver. I mean, this is not helping Roman Grosjean's fucking confidence. Now, if you want to go in with tough love, you know, you have it behind the scenes talk. Roman, cop yourself the fuck on. Where's your goddamn standards, man? Goddamn right. Goddamn right. And that's fine. Now, or if you're going in with the softer love, you know, hey Roman, you know, is there anything that's bothering you? You know, whichever approach would be fine if it's done privately. But this fucker's taking it to another level. He's covering his ass here. Believe you me, Gunther Steiner is covering his ass because he knows Gene Haas is going to be watching this, and he wants to just make sure that Gene remembers that, this isn't Gunther's fault, it's actually Roman's fault. That's what he's doing. Sneaky fucking move. There's no need for it because it was obvious. You can see on TV Roman crashing. He doesn't need to do it on Netflix, but he's covering his ass. And that's what I don't like about Gunther Steiner, and a lot of team bosses too. Sneaky, fucking disrespectful, unclassy fucking moves by these people. It's not good, man. It's not good. But you know what? This is the part that's entertaining about Drive to Survive too. You know, I'll have to even put that in. You know, after all my bitching about him right now. That it does give entertainment, and this is why Drive to Survive is so popular. You know, so. And anyway, to finish off the episode today, and then Magnussen comes in, he finishes 6th in the race, which look, not a bad old result for Haas at that stage. Good result. He's a solid performer, always was, always has been, always will be in a car. Magnussen, he the man, man. He the man. I put him right up there with Alonso. And yeah, I would. Yeah. But guys, it's a great episode, really is. And it really hit home with me, you know, when I had my moments in cars. But again, this is what the beauty is of Drive to Survive. And everything that comes out of my mouth, guys, I'm telling you the exact way it is, even if you don't believe Drive to Survive. So if this is your first time watching me or listening to me, this is 85% accurate, believe you me. I'm calling bullshit on people. Like, for instance, I've stuck up for Christian Horner, even though I don't really like him that much, but I'll still stand up for him. I'm very fair. I'm not a fan of Hamilton. A huge dislike to Hamilton, actually. But then again, I do like certain things that he does, and I'd stand up for him too. I'd stand up for Verstappen. I'd even stand up for Gunther Steiner. So you'll always get the honesty out of me, guys. So anyway, we will be back again on the podcast with, of course, Season 1, Episode 8. And that'll probably be coming up within the next week. And again, like I was just a quick reminder, guys. So I won't be flashing forward up to reviewing Season 6 until we actually get there. Because I'm going to take my time here on this one. We've got plenty of Formula 1 to talk about anyway during the year. So that will be the current 2024 news. That is for sure. But for Drive to Survive, we're just going to pace ourselves, go through step by step. And Drive to Survive, guys, is coming up next week. I mean, I think it's the date. Let me just double check it here now, guys, if I can see the date. I think, a brain fart, I should have remembered this. Yeah, because the Bahrain testing is the 23rd, I think, the 24th of February. And it'll be coming out that week, guys. So Drive to Survive should be out on the 23rd or the 24th of February. Because they normally release it a week before the actual first round. And then the week later, 2 weeks' time, we've got the first round at Bahrain. Unreal. I can't wait for this year, guys. It's going to be awesome. So, guys, thanks for listening, and I'll talk to you again. Bye.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move he's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front with fifth all the way to the lead in lap one.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. The Brotherhood is very, very hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. For me, I would follow Brian Keenan and Roger Parks into the gates of hell. Into the gates of hell if they needed me to. No problem.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move he's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front with fifth all the way to the lead in lap one.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. And we're back, ladies and gents. Welcome back. It is Drive to Survive time. We're up to Season 1, Episode 8. And man, it's all about the crashes on this one today. Ooh, sweet Lord Jesus. Gives you an insight, guys. Really does give you an insight. But now, before we get into it, all right, I want to just announce here my new timetable for 2024 because F1 is back, baby. That's right, F1 is back. We have officially started the year off with a bang. Can you believe it? We're almost at the end of February already. My God alive. The year is fucking flying by already. I can't even explain where the time is going. Can anyone else? Probably not. But guys, here's the new timetable for this year of 2024. So we have today we're covering Drive to Survive. Now, from now on, for every week, as many of you know or may not know, I'm doing a podcast Monday to Friday. So there's one episode comes out on each day. So every week for the rest of the year, 5 podcasts a week, Monday all the way through Friday. And what we're going to be doing from now on is we're going to be covering Formula 1 and anything to do with Formula 1 motor racing every Monday and every Friday. So the start of the season has begun now, and what we're going to cover is on a Monday, we're going to cover either Drive to Survive, we're going to keep going with this, or more importantly, obviously because the 2024 season has begun, so when there's a round of the season, we're going to cover on a Monday morning the race just gone. Right? So, in other words, guys, coming up this weekend, which is so exciting, we've got the first round of the Formula 1 Grand Prix. So, this Friday coming, we've got the preview of what to expect. We're going to look at the track, who's looking good. We're going to go through F1 news, etc. All of the whole lot, like we did last year. And then on the Monday, next week, we're going to be covering the highlights of the weekend. So then, if there's another round coming up the week later or whichever, again, we'll be back on the Friday and then on the Monday again. If there's no race on a certain week, we're going to cover again. We're going to go back to Drive to Survive on the Monday. Even though there's no race for the week, we're going to cover Monday is Drive to Survive. And then on the Friday, we're going to go through F1 news. All right, so I just wanted to give you the timetable, guys. So from now on, for the rest of the season, 2024, every Monday and every Friday, we'll be covering Formula 1. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is obviously going to be covering the rest, the dating, health and wellness, I suppose you can call it, and any other just sort of general chit-chat we come up to. So just wanted to give you guys the heads up. So let's get into the episode. Now, this is it was a bit of an emotional one, I have to say, for me as well, because I can relate to a lot of what happened here. Now, at the start of this episode, we start off with a huge amount of crashes. Like, they go straight into the action here on this one. They're not fucking around. And what really struck me, Art, to really highlight for you guys, is that, yes, like I've said before, that Drive to Survive is 85% accurate. Now, they're saying that they're showing that the crashes and they're detailing, well, you mightn't walk out of it alive. This part is very, very accurate. It is true. The big difference between racing cars and, let's say, a tennis player or a football player is that a tennis player and a football player would have actually more injuries per se. They might break a leg, or they might strain a leg, or they might strain a hamstring. They might, little things like that, right? Or maybe they're not little, but you know what I mean. In other words, it wouldn't be certain death, right? They would definitely pick up a lot more smaller injuries than a racing driver would. Absolutely, no doubt about it. But the weird thing is, our lives are more at risk when you're in a car. Strange to say, isn't it? You'd have less injuries than a tennis player or a football player, but yet, if you have one, you could have a big one. So in a way, it's very extreme. It can be either all or nothing. And I've had a couple of close encounters myself, and I wasn't even in Formula One. This is even in the smaller levels. So I know, believe me, guys, that it can be very risky. But hey, you know what? No one's complaining here. You sign up for it. We love the danger. Have to admit, it's an adrenaline fucking rush, coming as close to death as you can. There is some buzz out of that, I really have to say, in a racing car. It's incredible. It really is. Now, I mean, even for instance, for me, I had a huge accident, when I say huge, a huge looking accident in a track called Snetterton in England. And this ties in with the episode today, guys, so just in case you're wondering where I'm going off with this. I remember it was in Formula Ford, and I was going around this corner called the bomb hole. Now, the bomb hole is a third gear corner, right-hander, and just as you get to the apex, which is the middle of the bend, the track dips down into like a hole. That's why it's called a bomb hole. You go dipping down, and I mean like a roller coaster, straight down. You get to the apex, into the middle of the corner, at the bottom of the corner. It's very cool. And you come out of, then you start climbing back up out of the corner, and off you go. Now, it's a full speed corner. It's not a tricky corner, but it's a thrill. Coming out of the bomb hole, I come out anyway in third gear. I'm coming up into fourth. There's a long flat out right-hander coming through. I go through the flat out right-hander probably at about 150, maybe 140, 150. Coming out of this corner, you're braking hard into a second gear hairpin. Now, it's really tight. Now, it's almost as tight where you'd be using first gear, but not exactly, right? It would depend on your gearing, but second's enough. But it's slow enough. So I'm coming out of out of the bomb hole into the next right-hander, flat out. I go for the brakes. Nothing there. Shoe to the deck. Absolutely nothing. No brakes, gone. And I went, and I'll never forget it, because it was because that last corner, the next one, and that I'm trying to slow down for, the hairpin, right, the slow one, that's just before the main straight. And I'm trying to slow the car down, obviously, but I can't. Now, my only option here, and this is what a lot of Formula 1 drivers have to go through as well, my only option here is either to try and turn into the corner, which is absolutely pointless and a kamikaze fucking suicide job because you're going too fast, or go straight on into the grass, because coming out is the main straight. So coming out of that flat out right-hander that I went through, I can actually see the main straight right in front of me, but the thing is, straight ahead, there's the grass, right? So, but I have to turn into that hairpin, take a right, left, and then back onto the main straight, right? But I can still see the main straight. So my option only is go straight ahead. Hopefully I'll get through this grass okay and everything like that. So if I get through the grass and all the mounds and the bumps and all that, I should be okay. I'll be really slow. The car might be a bit fucking banged up, but I may be okay. So anyway, I go through. I start going through the grass. Car starts to get a bit fucking jumpy. Car goes up on its four wheels, and it dips down straight like a fucking diver off a board here, straight down into the deck, onto the floor. Car starts barrel rolling. Right now, we'll see this now in a few minutes where Ericsson says everything starts to slow down. And I'll point that out to you as well and highlight that for you. And it's so true. The car starts to slow down. Everything starts to slow down. And I still vividly remember everything that happened 20 years later. I still actually can bring myself right back there. I'm sitting in the car. All of a sudden, the car goes up, hits the deck, straight down, nosedive into the concrete. Or sorry, the grass. All of a sudden, the car starts to go up in the air, and all I see is I'm looking out and I just see the sky, grass, sky, grass, sky, grass, sky, grass. And things started to go quicker. Then they started to go slower. Then I see more grass. And everything just slows right down. And the weirdest thing is this. There was no noise. It was like being in a movie in a way. It was so fucking bizarre. I can't remember any noise, nothing. Just everything slow, 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 slow. Don't know what the hell's going on. And it's almost like you feel drugged because you're not even going, oh shit, oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Oh Jesus Christ. You're not. There's nothing going through your head right now. You're just ground. Sky, ground, sky. And all of a sudden, car stops. I'm upside down. The next thing I do remember, it was I was in the hospital bed at the track. And the only thing I do actually remember, I can't even remember getting out of the car or if somebody actually got me out of the car or to help me out of the car. I don't remember. Now, I was walking, thank God, touch wood for any drivers out there and myself in that one. And anyone else, if you ever get into a bad accident. But what would I say? I was on the hospital bed, and all of a sudden my engineer comes in. Now, I still remember this, even though it was weird. I can remember this, because I had concussion. I remember the guy. Now, his name is Roger, right? So I remember, and I recognized him. Now, he asked me, or the doctor said, hi, Peter, do you recognize this man? I went, yeah, kind of. And I went, who are you again? And I actually said that, and that's so weird about this concussion I had. I remember the moment in the hospital, but yet I didn't remember him. Very bizarre feeling. I don't know if guys, maybe you've had this type of thing before, if you've done any other sport or whatever it is. But so anyway, I remember his look going, oh, Jesus. And he looked at hey, Doc, is he going to be all right? He goes, he's fine. He's got a concussion. I went, yeah, I have concussion, do I? Yeah. So very bizarre. And the thing is, even if you're watching Drive to Survive, all right, and kind of like ties in with mine here, my engineer was on the main straight, and the thing is, he actually saw the whole accident and me going barrel rolling, somersaulting through the air with the car. He actually said, I thought I was dead. He said it looked that spectacular. If you know what I mean. And it was just so dramatic, so intense, heart-stopping moment for him and everybody else around. I mean, even there was other teams on the start-finish line as well. They were all watching. They were all, holy fucking Jesus. And I do remember people coming up to me even afterwards, other teams going, man, you all right? You're like, Jesus, we all thought you were dead. All of us. And funnily enough, guys, it actually wasn't as bad as we thought. It wasn't at all. I mean, the only damage, I had a concussion. I'd no broken hands, no broken legs. I'd no fingers, toes, nothing broken. I'd no cracked ribs. I'd no damaged ribs. Just a banged up, concussioned racing driver. Now, I took a couple of days off, obviously, because they wanted me to make sure, obviously, that there wasn't any other things going on. But as the concussion wore off, everything was okay again. The car was totally ridden off, but thank God. Now, it could have gone a lot worse because the safety wasn't that huge back then. And I mean, guys, like the safety, when I say the safety back then, 1 inch more of elevation going into the ground could have caused the car flip a different direction, and then I could have ended up on my head, or I could have ended up going upside down, hitting a mound in the grass, and I could have hit my head off that mound in the grass because 2 seconds ago I hit an extra inch, and that extra inch sent me over this direction instead of the other direction. Do you know where I'm going with this? Like tiny goddamn little, I mean, it could be down to millimeters. Like it really can. Millimeters from away from a certain area where you hit can save your life. And you know what? I still, to this day, I'm praying the Lord, thank you God, and anyone else that's looking out for me here, because it can so easily go wrong, especially back in those days. Now, Formula 1 is dangerous, guys, don't get me wrong. It's getting a lot safer as well, don't get me wrong, and it's great to see that it is getting a lot safer for the drivers. And especially with those new halos, if you know what, I'm sure you know what those are, guys. The halos are around the cockpit, you know, those kind of like a roll bar, right? Where it comes from the left and the right side of the cockpit around the driver's helmet, and then it meets up in the middle, and then the bar goes straight down. So that's called a halo. Brilliant safety device. I mean, when they did first come in, I thought they just looked shocking. They just looked so ugly. But you know what? They're a goddamn blessing in disguise for the safety. Even the lower levels have them. Excuse me. The Formula 3, the Formula 2. I think Formula 4 would have them as well. So it's a fantastic safety feature for the drivers and just for the teams as well, obviously, because they're involved. So, okay, so that was my experience, but we're going to talk about where I'm tying this in as well here with Ericsson's crash in a little while, okay? And then they flash over to Senna. And the reason why they're bringing up Senna, guys, and I want to bring up Senna here for 2 reasons. Number one, they're obviously bringing him up, so we're going to talk about him. Ayrton Senna was the greatest of all time. Still is the greatest of all time. I don't care who comes along. And the problem is, and in fairness, it can be a bit of a tough one for other drivers to compare against him. The cars are so technology advanced these days that it's going to be a lot harder to compare him to Senna or Schumacher or Fangio or Jackie Stewart, God knows who, right? Now, however, that doesn't matter. Senna was still the best anyway. I've done a podcast on him anyway. It was his attitude. It was the way he would get that extra little bit out of the cars. Anyway, that's another day. We'll talk about that. But he is, and still it will ever be, the greatest of all time. And the reasoning they're talking about Senna, I mean, Senna's influence in racing was so strong that when Senna died in San Marino, was it 94? I think it was 94. Sorry, brain fart now, guys. But when he died in San Marino, he died in the car. Many of you might not know that, okay? So look up Ayrton Senna on YouTube and you'll see a lot about him. So you'd have plenty of watching there if you want to check him out. And I would recommend you do. And since Senna's crash, everything changed. Everything safety-wise changed. They went back to the drawing board to check things. I mean, that just shows you how much influence the guy had, right? If you really, like, you'll see it now if you watch some documentaries on YouTube. The whole world of Formula 1 and motor racing fucking stopped when Senna died. Now, there was another guy, Roland Ratzenberger, died the same weekend Senna did. So there was 2 deaths at San Marino that same weekend. Now, I definitely think they would have advanced. Of course they would have, right? For any other drivers that would have died as well. I just think with Senna gone, it helped it a little bit more. And I'm not trying to take away anything from the FIA guys here, okay? The governing body. I'm not saying, oh, so now that they lost a really precious guy, now they're doing it. I am not saying that at all, okay? I'm not at all. Because I think the FIA are legit. They're extremely professional. They're very good. And but it was just the fact that they had 2 deaths at one weekend. And then, you know, having Senna, the number 1 of all time, such a influencer, demanding, committed man, I think it just put the cherry on top that, fucking hell, guys, we need to do something here. Excuse me, guys, bit of cough here. And then we flash over to, on Netflix, we see Jules Bianchi, bad crash, God love the guy. If anybody doesn't know, he was in Formula 1 for a little while. He was looking to be developed by Ferrari. He was looking like he was going to be Ferrari's driver at one point. And there was a crash in Suzuka in Japan. Now, you may see this on YouTube. I wouldn't recommend really watching it because it doesn't show blood and guts now, guys, all right? We're not going this far in terms of graphics, but there was a crash in Suzuka, pissing rain, so less control with the car. There's a crash on the track. There's a crash with a car. The tractor comes out, okay? They have a safety car tractor, in other words, pull that car out of a debris or chicane or whatever it's stuck in. Tractor's on the side of the road, or the side of the track. Bianchi loses control and goes pretty much underneath the tractor. I mean, I saw it on YouTube one time before. In fact, I even think they might have even deleted it, guys, because you can imagine what kind of incident this is for the driver, you know. It was horrendous. And God love the guy. I hope you rest in peace, sir, because that was no way to go. No way to go. So then we flash over to Alfa Romeo team. Then we see Zender now. He's part of the Alfa Romeo team, one of the big guys. And then Vassar. Now this is obviously before Vassar gets to Ferrari, guys, as we know. So Vassar, he's the team boss of Alfa Romeo as we speak at the moment. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Jeepers. Where's this cough coming from? So then we see, like, this is a really interesting part of Netflix, guys, to really explain how important money is to the teams to keep going, keep the lights on, pay the wages, pay the bills. Because Alfa Romeo even mention in this episode, and I'm delighted that they did, because they even have a wind tunnel at their factory. And a wind tunnel is huge part of a team, guys. It's an huge key factor for the aerodynamicists, the engineers, the mechanics, everybody, because the wind tunnel allows you to set up a lot of your car or any developments you have. Like, it's kind of like, maybe this is a good description, but it's kind of like Apple iPhone, right? If they're developing an iPhone, they need to test the fucking iPhone before it goes on the market. Right? So iPhone would have a test platform, let's say. Now, I kind of have an idea of this from my development company here. But they'd have somewhere to test these things, right? But like, now, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, of course, but they'd obviously have somewhere where they test the phone itself, the hardware, they test the software. Now, and that's before it goes out onto the market. Now, Alfa Romeo, without having a wind tunnel, that is like Apple having an iPhone, building it, turning it on, yeah, okay guys, it looks good, and then just sending it out. That's it. No testing, no, okay, maybe we can make it faster. Is the processing speed slow? Is it fast? Is it good? Is it... No, just straight onto the market, see what happens. I mean, so brutal way to run your team. Horrific way to run your team. That's probably the best way I could explain it to you guys. Now, of course, look, you'd have your aerodynamicist and mechanic and engineers. They'll have an idea of where the car is going to be, but you still have no idea until you get it out testing. So having no wind tunnel, that is just fucking suicide. And guys, you know something? Even though they're at the back of the grid in season 1 here, they've done a really, really good job for having no wind tunnel. They really have, because you can't test it. Where are you going? Where are you going without a bell on your bike? Do you know what I mean? And then we flash over to Kimi Räikkönen. He's on the way out. And again, he's in Ferrari at the moment, guys. And again, here's a little bit of the old politics here, right? Kimi Räikkönen, he's one of the best out there at the time. He won a world championship with Ferrari. And now there's talks that he's leaving. And there's talks now that Charles Leclerc, who's his first year in Formula One, could be replacing a world champion. Are you fucking shitting me? Like, guys, if you actually stop and think about that for a second, you're going to have a novice guy. And by the way, I'm a Charles Leclerc fan. So don't get me wrong, I'm not having a go or a roast of Charles Leclerc, because I love the guy. But I'm just saying, in terms of the politics of motor racing, guys, this is how bad it can be. Why on earth, in your right mind, would you get rid of a world champion in Ferrari has won for you multiple races? He's won the world championships for you, and now you're going to get rid of him and bring in a novice, a new guy who's only had 1 year in Formula One? You'd be looking at them, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? Crazy shit, guys. Crazy. You know, but hey, like I said, guys, that's the politics of Formula One. And I love Charles Leclerc, so, you know, but I just wanted to point that out to you. So then, you see, we have a flash over to Bianchi and his crash. All right, so they don't show it, but they show just what happens before the crash. And then you see he's at the funeral. Charles Leclerc was very close to him. And you see a lot of the drivers fucked up over it. Fucked up. And believe me, I know what that's like, guys. There's a brotherhood in motor racing. There really is. Brian Keenan, Roger Parks, if you ever listen to the podcast, they probably don't, my old engineers. But if they do, guys, I love you boys, and you're my brothers. You know, guys, I know what it's like when Charles Leclerc, he's so close to Bianchi, even though he's another driver. There's a brotherhood between them. And the brotherhood is very, very hard to explain. It is very hard to explain. For me, I would follow Brian Keenan and Roger Parks into the gates of hell. Into the gates of hell if they needed me to. No problem. It's very tough to explain. It really is. And no, I didn't see this coming. But anyway, so I can relate to the guys there, and yeah, I think we'll leave it there, right? I think we'll leave it there. And you know, we flash over to Ericsson, guys. He's in the Alfa Romeo. He has a big crash at 340 kilometers an hour, which is about 210 miles an hour, and that's a fucking ferocious speed crash. 210 miles an hour. Hits straight into the tire wall. Mechanical problem. And this is where I'm tying in my crash in Snetterton way back when I said that everything slowed down, right? Ericsson said the same thing. And when he even said it, I went, oh my God, Jesus, I know what you mean, buddy. Fucking hell. And he said the same thing. He's at 210. I was at 250 miles an hour. He still said everything slowed down. You're just like, now he said he was confused. I didn't get confused over my one. I was just like, huh. But yeah, maybe other people out there, you've had scenarios like that where things just slow down. It's a weird feeling. It's almost like you're drunk or on drugs or something. It's bizarre, man. So then we flash over to Ericsson, and he's saying that the toughest race at Singapore is coming because he needs to get the seat for next year, right? So at the moment in Alfa Romeo, they've got Leclerc and Ericsson. Now there's talk that Leclerc is going to Ferrari and Raikkonen might be going to Alfa Romeo. So Ericsson is wondering, oh God, I'm out for a seat next year, man. Fucking hell. Now, this is an interesting part. Ericsson is saying, oh, well, I'm going to have to really perform now at Singapore to hold on to my seat. Well, number one, he's got to perform at every fucking weekend he goes to. That's exactly what he should be aiming for. So this shouldn't be anything different because every weekend he's racing, he should be digging deep. And this isn't the clincher for him here. It's nothing of the sort. because the team will still get rid of him whether they want to or not. Like, trust me on this one, guys. If a team want to get rid of a driver, they're not going to stop and change their mind because one driver has had a good weekend racing. Now, look, it doesn't affect your status here as Ericsson, right? So if Ericsson has a great weekend at Singapore, it's not going to make things worse, that's for sure. Of course not. But it's not going to change anything. If the team want you gone, you're gone. And that happens in karting, Formula Ford, 3, 2, and 1. Just the way it is. Simple as that. So we're gone now and we're looking at flashback to Singapore. Now, this is actually, I like to bring up this one too, guys. We see Pierre Gasly. He takes an ice bath, right? Because Singapore is close to the equator. It's very hot. And a lot of the drivers say that Singapore is the toughest race because it's a very long one. It's a street circuit. So you get that tunnel vision, which I can relate to that one, that it can be tough. And it can zap your concentration. But mainly, the humidity there just wipes you out. The drivers are getting headaches. They're dehydrated to fuck. So it's a very tough place to go. And let's see, what else do we have? I mean, then we go to, let's see, the ice bath. So Gasly's in the ice bath here. And guys, there's a lot of health benefits from ice baths. Now, I actually must do one. And in fact, there's no way, I'm not going to do a podcast episode on an ice bath if I've never taken an ice bath. Because first of all, guys, I don't want to bullshit ye, okay? I'll do it. Like, I did a 36-hour fast there last week, and I've done a podcast on it. But I did the actual fast. So check that out maybe as well if you want, if you're interested in doing a fast. The 36 was amazing. I thought it was unreal, and I'll be doing another one very, very soon. So I'll definitely do an ice bath, and then I might do if I do an ice bath, I'll do an actual episode on it. But I have heard, guys, and you should check it out maybe yourselves, ice baths, they're meant to be very good. They reactivate, they freshen out your skin. They obviously wake up your nervous system. They activate the healthy cells in your body. They activate the adrenaline, the fight and flight mode. So your body's in defense, but attack mode. So apparently it's very, very good. And then at the end of the episode, guys, what do we see? Charles Leclerc going to Ferrari. Now, guys, I'm telling you now, one very, very lucky boy to be getting that seat. Now, look, I love Charles Leclerc, and I was happy to see him there. But at the same time, I was like, jeez, man, I mean, that's just serious blind luck. I think he's got a very good manager behind him. I definitely think as well, and, you know, and believe me, I'm not being an asshole when I say this, with his friend, colleague, Jules Bianchi passing away, I think Jules Bianchi was going to go to Ferrari, and that certainly did help then, I think, you know, going there. But hey, do you know what? I think it's a great thing for him, and I think you know what, and I actually love this because I love that if Jules is looking down on Charles, he sees him at Ferrari, and he'd be nothing but happy for him. He'd be delighted for him. It's almost making me emotional saying it, you know. So it honestly, I thought it was a lovely thing for Charles Leclerc to go to Ferrari for that. I mean, fuck, if I was Ferrari and I wasn't sure about bringing on a novice, a guy who's only been in Formula 1 a year, I probably would have done the same thing. It was a wonder. I thought it was wonderful. Geez, you know, they even gave him a long contract, but even if they gave him just a 1-year contract, I still would have given the guy the seat. Definitely. Because Charles Leclerc is awesome too. He's awesome. So anyway, guys, that's it for today. And by the way, apologies for my coughing. I just got this dry cough out of nowhere. Of course, typical now when I actually stop the podcast, it'll probably be gone. You know, of course it will be. But guys, we'll be back. So like I said, this is Drive to Survive. We'll definitely be back with all the episodes. And just a few things, guys. Drive to Survive is out. I didn't actually mention it yet, but the new season 6, is out as we speak. Now, why am I not covering Drive to Survive? Well, I'm starting from season 1 all the way through, and I'm going to take my time. There's no rush to it at all. And guys, at least it gives you guys some chance to catch up anyway. Or even if you want to re-watch Drive to Survive. I mean, I kind of find it funny because this is my third time now re-watching Drive to Survive, because what I'm doing is I'm watching an episode of Drive to Survive, and on the very same day, I'm writing notes as I watch, and then I'm recording the podcast because it's fresher in my mind then as well. So I prefer to do it when it's fresh. So we're going to go through every episode all the way up, and we'll cover all of them all this year. So guys, like I said, every Monday and every Friday from now on for the rest of the 2024 year and season, it's going to be Monday and Fridays, Formula One. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays is going to be everything else. As in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is going to be the dating, health benefits like vitamins and detox things like this, and every other stuff that we talk about. All that's going to be on every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But every Monday and Friday is number one priority, the Formula One season. And if not, we'll be doing more episodes of Drive to Survive. So guys, definitely check out the Drive to Survive. And the last thing I forgot, totally forgot before we go. Obviously, we've just seen the first weekend of pre-season testing. Now, this wasn't a big thing on my mind at all because, to mention even at the start, guys, because the pre-season testing is important. It's actually, I'm going to rephrase that. It is crucial for the teams and drivers to set the car up, get the balance. Now, when we're looking at it, it can be very boring. So that's why I didn't really cover it. And no matter who is going well in the testing, you still have no idea what's about to happen until the actual qualifying at round 1 and qualifying 3. That's when we'll know who's going where, who's doing what, because you have no idea, guys. I mean, really, we can get an idea. We can get a bit of an idea, maybe, let's say. We can get a bit of an idea of who's looking good. But there can be some teams out there that are holding back a little bit. So just keep that in mind. So that's why I don't pay much attention to the preseason testing in terms of getting the word out to you guys. But definitely Alonso, Verstappen, Leclerc, they're looking okay at the moment. But again, I wouldn't pay much attention to that. But check it out, guys. If you haven't seen the results of that yet, check it out on YouTube or Google, and they'll let you know. And we will be back this Friday. And it's all kicking off, boys and girls. Oh my God. Here we go. This Friday, the preview. Round 1 of the Formula 1 2024 season, Bahrain Grand Prix. Speak to you then, guys.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front from 5th all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front from 5th all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. All right, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Today it is Drive to Survive, Season 1, Episode 9. Now, guys, before we get going here, just want to remind everybody on the podcast, as many of you may or may not know, I'm recording Monday to Fridays, so I've a podcast out every day, 5 days a week, Monday to Fridays. Every Monday and every Friday, without fail for 2024, we're going to be talking about motor racing. Okay, so every Monday and Fridays, we're talking about motor racing. Either we're covering the Formula 1 24 season, and we'll do a preview and highlights. So we'll do a preview on the Friday. Then on the Monday after the race, we'll be talking about the highlights. And if we don't have a Formula 1 race, we're back with, here we go, Drive to Survive. And we're breaking down every round and trying to give you more insights, because in fairness, Netflix Drive to Survive, it is a fantastic show. And many of you may or may not know, it's 85% accurate. What do I mean? It is pretty much bang on the money in terms of the bitching, the moaning. This shit happens. I used to race in karts all the way up into cars, and It's all the fucking same, baby. Now, I will also call bullshit if something is complete crap, and I'll tell you the truth as well. So, today, let's get into it. So, it's Season 1, Episode 9. Now, guys, this is a very interesting one today. And there's multiple things going on in this one today. So, the whole episode really revolves around Haas and Renault. They're going up against each other here. And they're competing for 4th place in the championship. And really what this is about today is Formula 1 teams grasping at straws. And they get into such a desperate scenario where they're not winning, they're not getting results, that they get swept away when they have a reasonable result. And by the way, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, and maybe I do sound like an asshole here, but I don't mean to be. And here's why: because I've been in that situation where you've got a shit car for a year, or a kart, and you're just not getting the results. But the thing is, and we're going to talk about this, they're celebrating way too fucking much. I didn't do this. That's for a fucking fact. Like, the celebrations are, they're way over the top. They are celebrating a 10th position like it's winning the championship. Where are their standards? Yes, be pleased. Yes, be happy. Yes, shake everybody's hand and, hey, good job, buddy. Good job, John. Good job, Mary. Whatever it is, that's great. But this jumping around horse shit? Not on. Not on. So let's get into it. So at the start, we see Renault and Haas, okay? And they're competing for millions of dollars, as they call it in this episode. And that is true, guys. So it's all about finishing in the top 10. Now, some of you may know this, or you don't know this, but it is important for the teams to finish in the top 10. And why? Because they gain points towards the season. So it's all about, most important, the goal here for every team is to make sure that your 2 drivers finish in the top 10. That's what they want. And why? Because they earn revenue from the Formula 1 sports body, the governing sports body, should I say, and it helps to pay the bills. It helps to keep the lights on, right? And to afford to go motor racing. Motor racing is an extremely expensive sport. So they have to finish in the top 10. So again, I really do understand why they're happy, pleased, but not this over the top fucking celebrating. Relax, lads, take it easy. There's no need for that either. So we go into Magnussen. Now, Kevin Magnussen, he's the Haas driver here at the moment. Magnussen, I really rate this guy. He's an old school driver. He's just got balls. Now, we do see a bit of a dirty side to him here on this one, I have to say. And quite honestly, I gotta admit, I even forgot about this part. Or maybe I even just didn't see it, or never saw it before, and we saw it again on Drive to Survive. I've seen the whole season of Drive to Survive, but I can't remember this part of Magnussen, and I have to say I wasn't impressed with him here. But let's get into that in a second. So Magnussen starts off the episode, and he's saying that it's against Renault. Haas are up against Renault to finish in 4th position for the championship. A lot of pressure on them. Magnussen said he feels good with Haas because you feel like you're not competing for commercial reasons. Now, what does he mean by that? I actually don't know what he means by that, because every team is competing for commercial reasons. You want to sell more t-shirts. You want to sell more baseball caps with Haas and Kevin Magnussen on my back shirt. That's what this is about. Now, maybe what he means here is that the team don't act out that sort of commercial thing. Well, hey, Kevin, come on. We need a good result here because we need to sell more t-shirts. So maybe they're not saying that, whereas other teams could be. And quite honestly, they could very well be saying that to their other teams, to their drivers in other teams. They could be saying this type of scenario, you know? And so maybe he's on about that. It's more of a family atmosphere, and they concentrate on the racing. And they don't have to say out loud that they're going for the commercial and they want to sell more hats. So maybe that's part of it there. But again, I'm just assuming the better side for Magnussen and Haas here. So then we see both teams focused in on. And the Haas and Renault are feeling the pressure. Now, I get it. It's more points. More points means more revenue throughout the season and pays the bills. So 100% I'm with them on board here. It's paying the bills, keeps the lights on. So of course they're going to feel some pressure here, right? So Renault feeling the pressure because they've been around a long time and it's almost embarrassing. That's the way I'd look at this, guys. Renault, and I'll go through maybe I'll go through it right now. Renault, in the history of Formula 1, they've won 2 Constructors and Drivers' Championships. As an engine manufacturer, they have 12 Constructor Championships and 11 Driver Championships. Now, as an engine manufacturer, 100% guys, whether you're in karting or race cars, if you have a Renault engine in your car, and okay, it might be, let's throw out a weird random example, right? Let's say it's we'll go with Red Bull. Let's say it's a Red Bull chassis car, but it's a Renault engine, right? So 2 different manufacturers combined into one car. Even though you're the Renault manufacturer, the engine manufacturer, you're still going to celebrate because you are part of the team there. I get that, 100%. So even with their records, guys, they have a huge long resume here. So for them, with that resume, that handsome, spicy resume they have here, I know exactly what they're feeling here. They're feeling pressure of not that, can we get the first time we can finish 4th in the championship? No, Haas are feeling that right now because they haven't been around a long time. So it's fascinating to see that they've got so many goddamn fucking different ways of looking at it here. Haas want to do it for the first time ever. And then you've got Renault actually feeling the pressure of, oh God, we've got to finish 4th here, God, lads. Oh my fucking Lord, what are we going to do if we don't? It would be humiliating. It would be embarrassing for them. Totally 2 different pressure scenarios, but still competing for the same spot. So it's fascinating to see that. Now then we go over to Hülkenberg, Nico Hülkenberg, the German. Now Hülkenberg, I do rate the guy. I think he's solid. He's consistent. We'll get into him a little bit more in terms of when real pressure's on him. Now, again, we'll get into that more in, I think it's season 2 where we discover this, but let's just stick to this episode. This is a different type of pressure for a driver because this isn't coming down to Hülkenberg and Magnussen now, and as in the 4 drivers in the Renault and Haas. This doesn't come down to all 4 drivers win the championship. This is about the team beating the other team. So it's not the drivers this time around, it's the team. So it's a different type of pressure. So it actually is a little bit easier in this scenario for the drivers because it's not about them now. It's not all focused on them. Of course, they've got to deliver the result, bring something to the table here. And as a team, you fucking want to make sure that your drivers are going to be bringing something to the team. So they're going on about Hülkenberg. He's had the most races, but no podiums. Now, in fairness, that's a lot of pressure on a guy. At the same time, Hülkenberg just hasn't had the equipment to be in that scenario. So it's a stupid, unfair pressure that the journalists are saying, oh, he hasn't got a podium. Yeah, well, there's plenty of other drivers in Formula 1 and racing in general, Formula 4, Formula 3, karting, that have never got a podium because they're really good, but they just never got themselves in a position to be in that car. Now, that's a different type of angle and a business clever angle. Yes, of course. But you can't be fucking saying, oh, well, he's fucked it all up. No, that's not it when it comes to Hülkenberg. Now, then we do flash over to Magnussen and Hülkenberg. And there is some bad blood between the two boys here. There definitely is. Magnus and Hulkenberg do not get on. They've been competing for the same spot, and you even see they flash over to Magnussen, and this is where I was a little bit disappointed with Kevin Magnussen, I have to say. Before we get into the race and show who wins between the two, they flash over to Hungary Grand Prix, and Magnussen and Hulkenberg are competing. They come out of turn 2, the long left-hander, and Magnussen literally just drives him off the fucking track. I mean, it was so blatant. So guys, if you are watching that episode and you do see Hulkenberg go wide onto the grass, that is 100% a fucking cowboy maneuver from Kevin Magnussen. So blatantly obvious. And look, sometimes we don't see all the ins and outs. There's no excuse for Magnussen doing that, by the way. Unless now Hulkenberg was trying to literally knock him off so blatantly and deliberately and aggressively, trying to knock him off in that race. Then you could see Magnussen doing something like that. But we don't see that. So right now, Magnussen, they call him the bad boy of Formula 1. Well, he certainly showed it there. I certainly don't agree with that. I don't approve of that. Unless now something really fucking happened on the track. Totally different story. But no, there was no excuse for that. And Magnussen was coming out of the long left-hander. Hulkenberg was on the outside. Magnussen was in the inside. Because they were still kind of in the bend. They were just straightening up. And then Magnussen just shoves him off. Like, I mean, it's it's ridiculous. Oh my God. I mean, even he must have been going, oh no, they're going to see me. What have I done? And it's just hot-blooded, got completely carried away. And it was not good. So then we flash over to the Texan track in America. And Grosjean, this is now where it's all down to the wire for the two teams. You've got Haas and Renault competing. They need to win. They need to beat each other at this track. It has to be done. Grosjean, unfortunately, and if you've seen my other previous episodes, guys, we have seen where Grosjean has a complete meltdown. And my heart goes out to the guy. Every driver's been like this in their career at one stage. Some drivers it doesn't last very long, some drivers it does. And you can just have one of these off moments, a few months where you're just crashing, you're getting involved with other accidents, things are just going south so bad. And Grosjean had that. And then at America, when the team needed him, he fucks up again. So this was not good. And this is where I didn't like Grosjean now. And this is truth, guys. Very, very accurate. So Grosjean fucks up, okay? The team are pissed off. Now Grosjean knows, and believe me, I know this from a racing driver's point of view. You fuck up on the track. All of a sudden you're like, oh God. And you feel like shit because you've let the team down. You're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to get a bollock in here. Fuck. And it's almost like the school teacher's or you're sent to the principal's office and you're like, oh no, here we go, fuck. But what I didn't like about Grosjean here, he comes back into the pit lane after he has his incident. He's out of the car, right? The team are pissed off, but the race is still going. Grosjean leaves the pit garage, goes over to the pit wall where the team are, and Gunther Haas, the boss at the time here, and he says, hey, Gunther, and he says that Carlos Sainz went over a curb, and he ran over the curb, over the white line, and he should be disqualified. So Grosjean is saying this to Gunther and saying, okay, Gunther looks into it, and then Carlos Sainz get a 5-second penalty. Now, could you say he's squealing on him? Well, yeah, he did squeal on him. Now, here's the thing. That's okay in a way, right? If somebody fucks up, they fuck up. And if they break the rule, they break the rule. But here's the thing. They even show in this episode the Haas boys going over those curbs and over the white lines. Now, there's a moment, I think, where it's Magnussen. You can debate whether he goes over the white line or not. you could say he stayed in the white line. But I'll tell you this. This is a long fucking race. And guys, the stewards, the officials of Formula 1 and any kind of racing, that rule is more forced upon the drivers in qualifying because they don't want the driver to get a faster lap than someone else, an unfair advantage. But in a race, they're more flexible on this, right? They're a lot more flexible because you've got a lot of laps. You can't fucking keep an eye on everything. Whereas in qualifying, you've only got the one lap for Magnussen or Hamilton or Verstappen or whoever, right? So it's easier to keep track of stuff. And you can't blame the FIA for that. Right? There's just too much going on. Now, there's cameras everywhere and sometimes they may miss something or somebody misses something and the FIA don't hear about it. But the thing is, if Magnussen was doing that, he looked a little dodgy there. You could debate this one. In fact, maybe I'd have to see it again. But I've seen enough. And I know that if a driver's doing that in the race, he's doing it every fucking lap. Every lap. And the chances are, out of all the laps that they competed in a race, if they're pushing it to the limit that much, you can be fucking sure of it. The Haas boys and Magnussen did it at least once in the race. It just happens. It's not a mistake per se, because there is flexibility in the race. But, you know, again now, the FIA would have to go over every fucking lap that Magnussen did, which they don't have fucking time, and you could miss it then. And, you know, they'd have to go over every corner, every lap, for 50, 60 fucking laps. So they'd actually have to watch the Grand Prix all over again if they didn't, if no one reported them to the FIA, they'd have to go over every fucking lap. So you can't blame the FIA. They're like, fuck that. We get a report, we'll do it. So, very bad. And Grosjean, you know what? He did it simply because, and believe me guys, there's a lot of rats in any sort of walk of life, and there's rats in Formula 1. I did not like that about Grosjean. So again guys, this is where the politics, the bullshit comes into this. Just crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. And you know, if you're gonna squeal on someone, well, be prepared to fucking look like a squealer. And it was not good, guys. Not good. And at the end of the day, Grosjean's not gonna go home. And like, Grosjean's a fast fucking pilot. Grosjean's not going to go home saying, oh, well, God, I'm so proud of myself. No, he felt like shit coming in after the race, and he had to do something to make it up to the team. That's how he felt. But, no, not good. So, Renault end up winning. End up beating Haas. And that was too much celebrating. Too much. There was a bit now where the drivers went around, shook the hands of people and all that. Yeah, of course. Why not? Of course you do. It's a good thing. You know, hey guys, okay, good progression here. We're on the right track. Let's keep this forward momentum that's going. But jumping around and screaming and throwing your hands in the air, give me a fucking break. Give me a break. Come on, guys. Where's your fucking standards? Just lighten up, lads. Lighten up. And then we go over to Will Buxton as well. Some of you know I don't like this guy. Will Buxton, the English journalist. What Renault has done is a huge moment for them. That's what he says. No, it wasn't, Will. Because they've won so many drivers' titles and constructors' titles already. They're fucking... If anything, they should be just relieved. Like, oh, thank God. Thank God Haas didn't beat us. Woo, woo. Right? Literally wiping the sweat from their forehead. So, no, it wasn't a huge moment for them, guys. They're well used to winning. And Gunther then says, maybe it's just not our time. Maybe it's just not your time. Like, Gunther's depressed as fuck out after the race. I understand things aren't going well and you're gonna be down, right? You're gonna be down. But did you see the way, guys, if you haven't seen it, just see the way his attitude is. You'd think he was up for the World Championship and they lost. Now, I get that. If somebody had the world title on up there and you're depressed afterwards, well then, hey, very understandable. You're down and out and depressed. But that? No, guys. For fourth? Are you joking me? Like, I wouldn't be that fucking depressed. And, you know, I've been giving Gunther a bit of shit here now on the podcast. Because I think he's a bit of a diva. But I think the more I see Gene Haas, and I'm standing up for Gunther here, the more I see Gene Haas, I just think that guy's very... Oh, what would be the word? Here, Gunther, here's your budget for the year. Go away from me. Don't talk to me, make it work. Yes, you got to. But even Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, this was before the budget cap came in. Sometimes you'll have a budget of, random example, 150 million. But then you realize, actually guys, we found something here that could make the car better. You're going to throw more into the fucking car. But Haas seems to me, and I know these type of team owners, guys, I've seen them before. They're bloody in every category. They'll throw a budget at the team and that's it. Make it happen, lads. But they'll spend nothing more. Nothing more. Now, we'll see more as we go along throughout the seasons and episodes, but Gene Haas, he's not... The guy just doesn't look like he's giving Gunther and the boys the right stuff. It just not good. Not good. You know, and quite honestly, that's a bit of delusionment here. It really is. Or it's just a distraction. He doesn't have enough money and he's just trying to put the pressure and deflect it on the team so he doesn't look like a guy who can't afford any more money. Yeah, and you know, people play these games here. You know, people play these games here in motor racing in general. But hey guys, like I've said before, this is why we love Drive to Survive. On the outside, it's fucking spectacular to watch. And this is all accurate shit. Like I have said before, and before we close it off today, guys, I've said before it is 85% accurate. There's nothing actually in this episode that stands out to me that is exaggerated. So this episode is very good because it's one of the most accurate. In fact, it's more than 85% accurate. It's, I would say, 98% accurate, and I'm only leaving 2 points out because there could have been some things we just didn't see. You know? So again, you see, this is what I love. Now, then again, guys, there's been some episodes then when you hear some exaggeration. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, guys. I just remember this part. Just remember this. It wasn't even worth taking a note of this. Because, again, I want to make sure that I'm giving you, you know, valuable, good information. I just remembered this, actually, guys. One part. Magnussen's in the pit lane. This is before the actual race starts. And somebody's saying something about Magnussen in the pit lane. And then they flash over to Magnussen. And then Magnussen is looking, but you think he's looking over to the team. But no, I know the reaction. You'll see it now, right, if you watch this episode. And you'll see the team talk about something. They look over, but then they flash over to Magnussen. And Magnussen's got a bit of a smirk on his face. Those two scenarios don't match. They look like two different conversations completely. So yeah, okay, here we go. 95% accurate, so this episode. But that's all for now. We're flying through the episodes, guys. Jesus. We are flying through them. It's unbelievable. So guys, that is Season 1, Episode 9. Of course, we'll be back with Episode 10. But again, just to remind you guys, every Monday and Friday is motor racing. What takes priority is the Formula 1 2024 season. So if we do not have a Grand Prix at a weekend, well then we'll be replacing the Monday and Friday slots with Drive to Survive. So the next one will be Season 1, Episode 10. And in fact, guys, just bear with me while I'm on the air here. Let me just get up for you when the next one should be coming out. So we've got, let's see, Australia, Japan, March 7th. So today's date is the 15th of March. And then we have Australia. And actually, yeah, we'll be out again in 3 weeks' time, the 29th. Isn't that right? Well, yeah, because we'll be doing the Monday and the 29th, guys. That's correct. On the 29th of March, we'll have another Drive to Survive, again, in between the races. So, guys, thanks very much for listening, and we'll be back again. Season 1, Episode 10, coming up next. Bye-bye.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front with fifth all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front with fifth all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter. Walsh. Ladies and gents, we are back with Drive to Survive, baby. F1, we are back. Season 1, Episode 10. Well, we've got through a season of it already. Jesus Christ. It's great fun, guys. There's a great reaction from the Drive to Survive. I mean, I know that, wow, like Drive to Survive is very, very popular and stuff. And I hope I'm being useful and people are listening and watching. So listen, I'm so flattered and appreciative of you guys watching and listening. Thank you so much. And I love you all, honestly, seriously, because yeah, it's great fun. And I mean, I have to say, I'm not just sprouting off shit on here. The nice thing about it for me, actually, it's bringing all my memories back. So like, I'm taking a trip down memory lane here, I have to say, when I'm talking about Drive to Survive, because there's so many things that are true and scarily accurate when it comes to Drive to Survive. And I know I've said it loads before and like a broken record, I know, but it's true. It's true. So this one today, guys, Season 1, Episode 10, this is a good one. I think this is more sort of focusing in on the teammate part of this, right? They're doing a bit because, again, this is the last episode in Season 1. So next we're going on to Season 2, Episode 1. So the thing for this episode is they're giving a bit of a highlights of the year as well. They're sort of having a look back on the crashes, the drama. I mean, there was a lot of drama in Season 1, guys. Jesus. Like, if we just go through it here, right? I mean, they're showing off Grosjean and his crashes. He had... we even did an episode on this there recently. I think it was Season 1, Episode 8, where we focused in on Grosjean and Haas and what it's like for a driver to go through that horrible moment in your life. And every racing driver has this, guys. Every single racing driver that you see in Formula 1 Drive to Survive, or you see them on the TV right now when they're racing in Formula 1 2024, if you see them in karting, every single guy you've seen has had a moment where crashes have come in, he's having a bad patch, a rough patch, and, well, we all come out of it eventually, right? But it's just a matter of when. So even Grosjean this year, poor guy, he's a load of fucking crashes, Jesus, and just the damage on the car that they made. I mean, guys, there's some car crashes out there that you could be looking at £1 million, British pounds, to fix the fucking car. You could be looking at more. It just depends on how much damage, really, you know. But you mean you're talking millions and millions of investment you need. So even if like a team would have a budget of, let's just throw out a figure here, 150 million. Let's say they had 150 million budget in a year. They have to account certain part of that money to crashes. And I'm not joking you, because hey, you gotta fix the fucking car, right? You know? Now, I don't know the rules and ins and outs of that, and I've actually tried to find that, but I don't see much information on that. Where is there a bit of a wild card where they can get a little bit of pocket money put aside for crashes itself? Probably not, I'd say not. But I'll put it this way, guys, whether it's included in your 150 or it's not, either way, these people are putting money away to the side to include crashes in a year. And that's what every racing driving team does, whether you're in karting all the way up to Formula 1. It's just part of the package. Because you could even have a Formula 1 driver or a racing driver in general, they could have never, let's say that this is not true, but let's say they never had a crash themselves, that they made a mistake, you'd still have some other guy coming along and hitting into them. So you can't avoid these crashes. It just doesn't fucking happen. So, okay, so let's keep this going. Where else do we have? So we're focusing in on Grosjean and his crashes, and we see a little bit of that footage. And then we see Max struggling a little bit, Max Verstappen. Now again, guys, this is Formula 1 Season 1 episode... Season 1 of Drive to Survive. So we're going back a few years here, you know. So again, Max was struggling a little bit, you know. He even in Monaco that year, he had, okay, every driver can have an off. Of course they can. But he just looked a little fucking unsettled throughout the year. And I would say mostly he was unsettled. Not that he was riding the car off, he was crashing all the time. No. It just wasn't comfortable right yet in Formula 1. And, you know, I think this is why it's a good season to watch, guys, because Season 1 just does show you that the birth of Verstappen into Formula 1. And you see Ricciardo, obviously his drama, and a couple of the incidents the two boys, Ricciardo and Verstappen, have during the year. And then we see Alonso, and Alonso at the moment is saying he's retiring. I mean, it's actually official at the end of Season 1, Episode 10. But we obviously know that Alonso comes back to Formula 1, so it didn't last very long. And Jesus, I can tell you guys, I know what that feeling is like. It's horrendous, because all of a sudden you're in the spotlight, you are the man, so to speak, and all of a sudden that's gone. No one gives a fuck anymore. And it's true. It's true. No one gives a shit at the end of the day. Everybody's focusing on their own stuff. But that's the nice thing too. Most people don't give a shit about the people that don't give a shit about you. Right? So, you know, that's just, but it's part of the parcel, part of the package. And there was a good part here when I talk with teammates here. Verstappen says, I won't miss Ricciardo at the end of this year. Well, of course he's not going to miss him. He never did miss him. Yeah, you can have a laugh. You can have some banter with your teammates. And Lord knows I did too back in the days. You can have some great fun with your teammates. Like, seriously great fun. But then there's always that reality, what would you say, reminder, right? That, I mean, I remember there's plenty of times there where... Sorry, I just having some of my apple juice here. We get some really good fucking nice apple juice here in Ireland. And oh my God, it's just beautiful. Anyway, with teammates, you could, let's say, you could have a brilliant race weekend on a Sunday. Because that's when most races are anyway, for whatever motorsport level. And you could all go out drinking that night, right? Because you may have a few weeks off until the next race, so... You're going to go fucking mental that night. Everybody's in a great mood. But then, you know, like, you could be fucking around having a bit of banter with your teammate. All of a sudden then, you might have in your head, oh, what do the team think of that? Right? In other words, why is my teammate too happy? Why is he too confident? Is there something else going on here? Do you know? And all of a sudden you're looking at the team... People can get paranoid, and even Verstappen and Ricciardo, they did get on very well. You know, they did have some banter, in fairness. But even Verstappen says at the end, he's not going to miss him, and he's goddamn right not going to miss him. I mean, why would he? You go to war with your team and engineer, but you're going to war against your teammate. Now, yeah, the only difference here is that there's a rule, and it's an unwritten rule. Don't take your teammate off. Like, that's almost Bible for everybody. Don't take your teammate off, Peter or Johnny, Max, whoever the fuck. Because that just ends in nightmare. You've got sponsors to answer to. All of a sudden you get some two fucking hotheads on a track, two drivers, and they're taking each other off. The sponsors won't be along for very long, or they won't be around for very long, I can tell you that. So you've got to make sure that you you act nicely with your teammate. And some people don't get on, but hey, that's the way it can be as well. That's the way it can be. And then, okay, I want to talk about the Ocon and Verstappen. So many of you may or may not know. So that this year of season 1, episode 1, in that year, Verstappen is in the lead in the Brazilian Grand Prix. Right? He's kicking ass. He overtakes Ocon. And they go through turn 1, the left-hander. Now, right after the left-hander, there's an immediate right. And you power on through that right-hander, and then you go onto that long straight down in Brazil. And the thing, what happened here, is that Verstappen overtook Ocon. Ocon was a back marker. Now, a back marker basically means that you're a car that's way behind the field, and you're getting overtaken. You're getting lapped. So Ocon is technically a fucking lap down on Max Verstappen. But the thing is, you are allowed to unlap yourself. This is in every motor racing level. You are allowed to unlap yourself. So, even I'm not a fan of Ocon, right? I'm a Verstappen fan, and even I'm going to bat for Ocon on this one. He did nothing wrong. So Verstappen was in the lead. He overtakes Ocon in the left-hander. Verstappen is a little bit ahead of him here. And as they're going into the right-hander then, Verstappen is still a little bit in the lead. Or sorry, ahead of him, should I say. Obviously he's ahead and he's way ahead of him in results-wise. But he's ahead of him now. The car's ahead. And he's on the left-hand side. Now, he gives a small, teeny, tiny fraction of room for Ocon to stay on the inside, on the right-hand side. It wasn't much, I can tell you that. But I do know this. Verstappen closed the door. Ocon did nothing wrong. And the two of them collide. Verstappen goes off. He finishes second in the race because he fucked himself. But Ocon obviously tried to stay on, and that was it. But Ocon had every right to go for it and unlap himself. And Verstappen just made a mistake. Look, I wouldn't say that it was Verstappen being a rookie and he's still trying to get the ropes on that move. Absolutely not. That could happen to anyone. It was a dumb move. He was asleep at the wheel. He should have said, look, hang on, easy. I've got a lot to lose here. I need to win this race. Ocon has fuck all to lose. So he could have definitely been more careful. No question. I think Verstappen, in his mind, he just went, oh, that's okay, I've got him, done. And then Ocon's going to let him have the track, and even if Ocon has to slow down, he'll slow down because he'll just, I'll let Max go off into the lead, piss off into the lead here. So, a racing incident? I wouldn't even say a racing incident. In fact, if anything, I would say it was Max's fault. It was Max's fault. He should have. This wasn't going for the lead. This was a back marker car, and there was no need to. He just could have given him a little bit of space here, you know. But look, that's what happens in racing. And now, then they do flash over and we see, and it is kind of funny actually, I have to say, Verstappen's all hot under the collar. He starts pushing, literally physically pushing Ocon in the pit garages afterwards when they're getting weighed. And now, you are thinking like, geez, you know, he's a bit fucking hot under the collar on that one, because it was Verstappen's fault. Then they flash over to Ricciardo and Verstappen talking about the Ocon incident. And then Verstappen says that actually he was laughing. He was laughing in my face, and that's why he started physically pushing him. Now, to be fair to Okan, and you know what? And I've actually even said this on my podcast. Okan is a fucking rat, right? That guy, he is trouble. That guy looks for people to get in trouble. However, I've said this before, but in this scenario, I don't know if he did it because I don't see a smile on Okan's face here. I see a smile on Okan's face once Verstappen has pushed him a couple of times, yes. But that could have been a nervous laugh like, hey man, what the fuck? Are you joking me? What the fuck? And Okan, in fairness, would be like, what? As in, wow, this is a laughable scenario. Are you kidding me? You're blaming me for your fuck up? Like, I could see why Okan would have not on purpose laughed at him, but like, what? What are you on about, buddy? What the fuck are you? Is this a joke? I could see that, but I don't think... Maybe we're wrong here, by the way, because we don't see the full camera angle on this one. So, if we don't see it, we can't just assume that Okan was guilty here. That's not right. That's not fair. So, innocent until proven guilty. And now, if he did laugh in his face, Verstappen is 100% right. He's dead right to get stuck in his face. Like, fuck you, buddy. You know? Even though it was still Verstappen's fault. You know? But, yeah. You don't laugh in the guy's face if he did, but we're assuming he didn't. So, okay. Then we flash over to Abu Dhabi because obviously it's the last race and they want to sort of close it off here at Abu Dhabi. And then you see Hülkenberg going into the wall with Grosjean. They have a crash. Hülkenberg's car goes on fire, upside down. Very scary moment for any racing driver in that scenario because you are a fucking passenger here. There is literally nothing you can do except call or scream out to people around you, like the fire marshals or the team itself, like, hey guys, anybody around to save my ass here? I see fire. And Hülkenberg is saying on the radio he sees fire. Let me tell you, not good. Now, they've got extinguishers in the car, but still, you don't want to fucking be, you don't want to be getting involved in that situation at all. Now, Hülkenberg and Grosjean, they have kind of like a moment where the two boys, Verstappen and Ocon, had a bit of a collision. And we see Grosjean and Hülkenberg. Grosjean did nothing wrong there. He was in a, as even Brundle says, Grosjean had Hülkenberg in his blind spot because a lot of people don't realize, guys, that this isn't like your road car where you can see everything in your side mirrors or your rear view mirror. Okay, you can't. You are extremely limited to a lot of air space around your car in the back. I mean, you can definitely, you've got to zoom in and you can see a car directly behind you. Hell yes. But you know, you can't see fucking everything either. There is one or two blind spots in every car. So for Grosjean there, nothing wrong. Hülkenberg just... would you even consider it was a racing incident? Maybe. But anyway, Grosjean didn't do anything wrong, and everybody is trying to fucking take pot shots off of Grosjean anyway, because he's had so many accidents. Christ. Now, here's an interesting one though. Alonso. Now remember, guys, this is in Abu Dhabi. This is Alonso's last race. He's retiring at the end of this. And his engineer comes on and he says, hey, look, buddy, Alonso, come on, man. We can finish in the top 10 here. Let's get a point. So the engineer wants him to finish in the top 10. Alonso comes on, and like, quite honestly, I was a bit disappointed with Alonso saying this. Alonso comes on and he says, I've collected over 1,800 points in Formula 1. And then the engineer goes, yeah, well, if you can get 1,801, that'd be great for me. As in, like, shut the fuck up, buddy. Will you do this for us, the team? Now, unless that was edited down, right, but it doesn't sound like it because it's the context of it and everything. It doesn't sound like it was edited down and put in then as a replacement of something else he said. But if Alonso's saying that to the engineer, like, come on, Fernando, man, what the fuck? And I'm a big fan of Alonso, but that did make me think twice about him. Like, dude, The guy wants to end on a high note. Now, 10th is still a shit position to finish in, okay? Standards, yes. But look, the team is fucking struggling. So for them, a 10th is okay. Now, like I always say, you shouldn't be jumping up and down for fucking joy here, finishing 10th and smacking each other's ass with fucking champagne and all that. But, you know, look, you could be pleased with that result. So for Alonso to say that, I was like, what, man? What are you talking about? Maybe he hated the team, you know, and he was like, no, you know what? Fuck you, asshole. But then again, still, on a public place where he said that, not good. Not good. Jesus. Okay. Oh, man. Guys, this apple juice is fucking awesome. Jesus. Woo! Okay, what else do we have? So they were on about as well, Ricciardo and Verstappen. They're thinking in the race, oh well, Verstappen's the golden boy. Will Ricciardo get any of the attention here? Do they want Verstappen to beat him? Of course they did. Of course they did. And I'll tell you why they did this. They purposely brought in Verstappen first, okay? It's kind of a rule. The sooner you make your pit stop, the better. Now, that doesn't always work, but you'd always gear for that almost, okay? And then the sooner you bring in your driver before the other driver, well, then that's better. And it did work in Verstappen's favor here. So they're saying, oh yeah, well, they're obviously going to favor Verstappen now much more because, well, hey, Ricciardo, he's off to fucking Renault and this and that, you know? Well, I 100% agree here. Number one, you want to finish on a high note anyway. For the guy that's staying with you. You want to finish on a high note, number one. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to give shitty equipment to the other guy, as in Ricciardo in this circumstance, where, oh, fuck Ricciardo, man, he can go fuck himself. Now, unless it was like, and I mean, an out-of-this-world fucking toxic relationship, then okay, you could see that happen. But I don't think they had it that bad. Christian Horner took it very bad. Yes, he did. But in general, drivers leave. Drivers leave. Drivers change teams. Teams change the drivers. This shit happens all the time. So, look, you can't fault Ricciardo for saying, fuck this, man. You know what? I know Verstappen's their golden boy. I'm going elsewhere. And you have to respect that as a team. You know? What the fuck do you want me to do, Christian? Sit here and let Max... And I'll just... like, cheer on Max? Go fuck yourself. You know? That's what Ricciardo would be saying in his own head. And I wouldn't blame him. I wouldn't blame him at all. And I don't think Christian Horner blames him either. Do you know? He knows. He was a bit upset and hurt about it, yes. But he gets it. He knows Ricciardo wants to be the number one boy too, for Christ's sake. So, it's understandable. But look, at the end of the day, you're going to favour Verstappen, who is staying with the team. Of course you are. You want to end the team with a good note at the end of the year. Especially the guy who's going to be, well, still around next year. So you want to end things on a good note, carry some momentum into the winter. And they had, what, I think it was 10-11 weeks break, and then jumping into the next year. So you want to... It does, and it's actually, do you know, guys, it can be such a small thing, ending on a high, even though you didn't win the championship, and they didn't, but it can mean a lot. Good ending, we're going to go back, we're going to test the car, the next car, we're going to get that ready for next year, we're ready to go. That's the way they'd be looking at that. So, 100%, I agree with Red Bull. You look after your boy Verstappen here, okay? And, right, let's have a look. What else do we have? Now, it was interesting at the end here, Christian Horner again, where you got Cyril and Red Bull. So, for Christian here, this is the end of the Renault engines with Red Bull. They've they're not getting any more Renault engines. They're done. Christian Horner even said they just haven't delivered the proper engines for them. Now, how much so or not? We don't know all the ins and outs. Were they promised more? Weren't they promised more? You just don't know. But they didn't get the results with those engines. And you see, the problem here is, for a lot of teams, guys, and this is the same in karting all the way up to Formula 1, you're going to be restricted on how much input you have with the engine. And Christian Horner was that. Now, Christian Horner knows this too, and he has to accept responsibility himself, because he knows this from day one. Now, can you try and work on something where you can get this into your contract where, look guys, can we get a certain amount of test days here at your factory, get the input, try certain things, this and that or whatever, and then bring that feedback home? Yes, maybe they could. But Renault have their own team. So Renault are going to be looking after their number one fucking team here, which is their own team, and you can't blame them either. And Christian Horner knows that too. But you can still see, like, Horner, it was an asshole comment that he said to Cyril. They're in the press conference at the end, and Horner goes, oh, well, I even remember when Cyril was making the tea here at the team. Like, what a dick. It is funny, like, just being on the outside of this, Oh, God. Christian comes out with some fucking jabs, doesn't he? Jesus Christ. Oh, God. And then Christian, they're taking on the Honda engines. Now, if you are a Formula 1 team like Red Bull, you're not doomed that you get a Renault engine or a Mercedes or a Ferrari engine starting off with. You're not doomed. Like, as in, if you're not going to get some input and you just get handed what you get, it doesn't mean doom, because you still have to work on the overall balance of the car. I've said this quite a few times in my Formula 1 previews of the races this year. And it is true, because the overall balance is the chassis versus engine. So just because you've got the fastest engine down a straight, it doesn't mean that you're going to be the fastest car, because the car still has to match up to the engine speed, especially if you're going through high-speed corners, okay? Let's say you did have the greatest engine that the world's ever seen, let's say. And through this high-speed corner, it can go 200 miles an hour. Now, everybody else doesn't have as good as an engine as you, but it can do 197. Now, 197 versus 200, maybe doesn't sound like much, but it's a fucking hell a lot of time when you're looking at lap times and motor racing. It can be the difference between fucking first and midfield. It can be that much. So your car might not be able to might not have the grip to match the car at 200 miles an hour through a corner, but it can at 197. There's a limit for all these things. So again, that's what we kind of talk about, the balance of the car. So Adrian Newey, the Red Bull wizard behind the curtain, I always call him, the aerodynamicist, Adrian would have been always working very closely to get the best handling and balance of that car. Of course he is. That's his goal. So Adrian Newey knows that. He doesn't have to rely on the engine. And good for them, because, I mean, you could have a slightly weaker aerodynamicist and he might be able to do the job Adrian Newey did. So again, that's why Adrian Newey is that good. Adrian Newey is that good. And yeah, guys, it's a great TV program. It really is. Before we close this off here now today, and we're moving on to season 2, episode 1 next. And just again, another shout out, guys. I just want to make sure that everybody knows. In the year 2024, we're going to be talking about motor racing. Mostly, we're going to be talking about the actual Formula 1 races. We're going to do a build-up on the Friday of a Grand Prix weekend, and then on the Monday after the Grand Prix, we'll have a highlights show as well. So every Formula 1 weekend, on the Friday of the Grand Prix, podcast is out on YouTube and Spotify and Apple, etc. And then on the Monday, we're doing the highlights. And if we're not doing a highlights show or a preview show on a Grand Prix weekend. Every Monday and Friday, we're going to come out with Formula 1 Drive to Survive. Until we get through, of course, all of them, and then we're going to go on to other stuff in motor racing. But Monday and Fridays, all about motor racing, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays is the normal stuff we talk about, all the dating, health and wellness, like vitamins and this and that, and just general shit talk chat. So, yeah, guys, that's Formula 1 Drive to Survive. We're a wrap on Season 1, and Season 2 is coming up next. And by the way, guys, Drive to Survive only gets better from here on in. So I hope you've enjoyed the episodes, and we'll definitely be back with a lot more. Thanks for listening, guys. Bye-bye.
Walsh running the Irish green, and look at the move. He's making down to the inside.
Moves to the front with fifth all the way to the lead in lap 1.
Walsh takes win number 2.
Peter Walsh.